With the direction of 5 Flower Mountain's 3 disciples, Lin Ming found a very good residence at True Martial City. And, as the several people walked along, he was able to glean a general situation of True Martial City's masters through their conversations together. And of the strongest characters, because they hadn't yet formally fought each other, it was impossible to say just who was stronger or weaker. One was only able to obtain a general feeling. Most people believed that Dragon Fong was the #1 master of the true martial great world. Dragon Fong was only a nickname. No one knew his true name. Within the divine dream world, many people used a nickname. Dragon Fong's weapon was the Dragon Fong Blade. His origin was a mystery. He didn't come from the true martial Holy Lands, and it was possible that he didn't come from a World King-level Holy Land. As for where he truly came from, no one knew. But what everyone knew for certain was that Dragon Fong's merit points ranking was not #1, but ranked in the top 5. The #1 ranking belonged to the top genius of the true martial Holy Lands, Wu Final Cloud. Wu Final Cloud was also undoubtedly one of the strongest participants within the true martial great world. After Lin Ming learnt all this, he suspiciously asked, "If Wu Final Cloud is ranked first, then why are there more people that think Dragon Fong is stronger?" The yellow-clothed youth said, "You can probably already make a guess from what I've said, and that is that people from the true martial Holy Lands give Dragon Fong a wide berth if they see him. Dragon Fong claimed a hunting area, and no one from the true martial Holy Lands is able to take it away from him. No one else is afforded this sort of treatment. The true martial Holy Lands is the massive titan of True Martial City. Normally, anyone that sees them should be quaking with fear." "Oh?" Lin Ming asked, an eyebrow shooting up. Within immemorial Imperial City, this sort of situation didn't exist. Besides one's family background indicating their relative strength, there was no other advantage. It wasn't like True Martial City, where one could directly suppress all others with their background of the true martial Holy Lands. The yellow-clothed youth continued to say, "If you think about it some more, you'll understand the reasons. In True Martial City, the true martial Holy Lands has the most geniuses as well as the strongest geniuses. No one dares to provoke them. Even if your strength is equal to theirs, no one is able to summon the courage to oppose them. All of the best nearby hunting grounds have been claimed by them, and there are very few areas that are divided to others. Moreover, if you were to meet them in the wild, all you could do is allow them to kill you. Escaping alive would be the best situation possible. And even then, it is impossible to take revenge against them. Your only choice is to endure the shame. If you were to kill them, then once they revive the next day there will simply be stronger martial artists chasing after you. And if you kill them, stronger people will follow behind them. This is simply like the gangs of the mortal world. Even if you killed some unimportant figure of that gang, that is equal to slapping that gang in the face. They might use all of their forces to chase you down in order to retaliate. The only exception would be if you were stronger than everyone from the true martial Holy Lands. And Dragon Fong has managed to accomplish this." The yellow-clothed youth's face was filled with admiration as he spoke to hear. It was clear that he was filled with awe and reverence towards Dragon Fong, someone who was able to face off against the entire true martial Holy Lands with just their strength alone. Lin Ming also felt a great deal of admiration towards Dragon Fong as he heard this. He let out a light sigh. It seemed that even if Empyrean Divine Dream was managing this first martial meeting, it was still impossible for her to form a completely fair tournament between 10 quadrillion geniuses. A genius from a great background had much more support and help than someone who came from a humble origin. For someone from a top sect, it was much easier to gain merit points. However, for Empyrean Divine Dream to do what she had done already could be called perfection. As the tournament continued forwards, it would become increasingly fair. "Has Dragon Fong fought with Wu Final Cloud yet?" Lin Ming asked. "I've only heard some rumors. It said that the two of them fought for the briefest moment just once. A high-ranked character from the true martial Holy Lands wanted to kill Dragon Fong and steal away his merit points to increase their own ranking. But the result was that they were easily killed off by Dragon Fong instead. Then, after this person revived, he crawled over to his elder senior apprentice brother Wu Final Cloud and asked him to deal with Dragon Fong, in order to help him take revenge. Then, it was said that Wu Final Cloud encountered Dragon Fong at Demon Ceiling Ridge. The two of them fought for just a single move, and Wu Final Cloud was the one that was forced back by Dragon Fong's sword. Then, Wu Final Cloud brought his several junior apprentice brothers away without saying a single word further. Those several junior apprentice brothers he brought with him were also highly ranked martial artists of the true martial Holy Lands. But even several of them together weren't able to do anything to Dragon Fong. From that day on, no one from the true martial Holy Lands dared to move against Dragon Fong again. Whenever they see Dragon Fong, all of them scurry away with their tails between their legs. I don't know if Dragon Fong really fought with Wu Final Cloud, but everyone can see that the disciples of the true martial Holy Lands all fear Dragon Fong and avoid him as much as possible. Thus, many people took this as a sign that Dragon Fong is the top master of the true martial great world. And merit point rankings also don't represent everything. There are some masters that don't care about fame and only wish to challenge stronger masters. The yellow-clothed youth spoke in a rush. After hearing this, Lin Ming was also quite interested in this Dragon Fong character. Wu Final Cloud, Dragon Fong. This Dragon Fong's background is quite the mystery. He isn't from the true martial Holy Lands, and yet he's so powerful. The divine realm is incomparably broad, so there must be people that stumble upon heaven-defying lucky chances and also those with talent that surpasses all belief. For someone like him to appear isn't unusual at all. The geniuses of Great World King Holy Lands were strong, but a Great World King Holy Land was limited in the number of people they had. A Great World King Holy Land might have 1,000,000,000 some people in their ranks. But, when the geniuses of these Great World King Holy Lands were compared to all the rare extraordinary people that appeared within the trillion people of the divine realm, it was unknown just who was stronger. I'll have to go to Demon Ceiling Ridge first. Lin Ming made this plan. Then, he left True Martial City, launched his movement technique and flew straight towards Demon Ceiling Ridge. For Lin Ming, a 3,000-mile distance only took an incense stick of time to traverse. As Lin Ming approached Demon Ceiling Ridge, he released his senses. He could see countless massive and brilliant divine dream lights appearing in his mind's eye. Many of these masses of lights were even brighter than Lin Ming himself. Of course, this was because Lin Ming's ranking had precipitously dropped and he had fallen out of the top 100 rankings of the true martial great world. There are many powerful nightmare beasts over there. If I kill them, I'll be able to obtain a good number of merit points. Underneath the gaze of Lin Ming's divine sense, there was no powerful nightmare beast that was able to escape his eyes. In terms of killing nightmare beasts, there was no one as fast or effective as Lin Ming. Lin Ming had just started to fly towards those several nightmare beasts when a grim voice sounded out, dripping with killing intent. "Friend, these are our hunting grounds. Don't you understand the rules?" Lin Ming frowned. He turned around to see that not too far away, 6 martial artists had gathered. They were all of different sizes, but the clothes they wore all had the same patterns. They had a strange symbol embroidered on their right chest area that seemed to resemble an abstract, true character. Lin Ming had seen this symbol many times in immemorial Imperial City before. When he first arrived at the Divine Dream World, he had also seen 2 geniuses of the true martial Holy Lands that had this symbol on their foreheads. It was clear that these people were all from the true martial Holy Lands. It seems that those 3 people from 5 Flower Mountain were correct. These people from the true martial Holy Lands are simply a domineering bunch that have occupied the best hunting areas around true martial city. Martial artists from smaller sects are only able to share in the leftovers. As Lin Ming was thinking this, one of those 6 people said, "Big brother, why are you speaking so kindly to the likes of him? He's clearly a newbie to this area. We might as well just kill him here and get it over him. I just wonder if this idiot has any merit points we can share in." This person spoke in an extremely loud voice, clearly wanting Lin Ming to hear him. Beside him was someone that seemed to be the captain of their group. This was the person who had first warned Lin Ming. He had dark skin and was extremely tall. His eyes were sharp and his face was angular. This dark-skinned man narrowed his eyes and examined Lin Ming's cultivation. He felt as if there was something a bit strange about Lin Ming. He wouldn't recklessly attack those that he didn't understand. But this didn't mean he was afraid. Within the entirety of true Martial City, besides a select few people, there was no one that dared to attack him. I'll say it one last time. Leave here. This is our hunting area. His words didn't seem rude nor overly disrespectful. But the truth was that a hidden undercurrent of killing intent and threat lay beneath his words, menacing and aggressive. Didn't you hear him? If you don't want to die, then hurry up and fuck off. You can consider yourself lucky this time, the dark-skinned man's little brother shouted out once more. In truth, this little brother of his wasn't someone from the true martial Holy Lands, but merely an underling. Many times, a dog would eagerly bark out loud, even if their master remained quiet. Lin Ming laughed. His lips curved up in a smile as he spoke, and he looked at this underling like he was looking at an idiotic clown. In all my years I've walked where I wanted to using my own 2 legs. What do you mean fuck off? How about you demonstrate that for me? You are courting death, that little brother said, enraged. He was the first to attack. And as he attacked, the other 5 people behind him also moved. Although the dark-skinned man felt a bit of caution towards Lin Ming, this was only because he didn't completely understand Lin Ming's limit and background, not because he feared Lin Ming himself. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 swords turned into beams of light that thrust towards Lin Ming's heart and throat. At the same time, someone arrived behind Lin Ming in a flash of smoke, a thick saber in their hands chopping downwards towards Lin Ming's head. All of this happened in just a split second. However, just as these people thought they were about to succeed, Lin Ming also moved. At an unbelievable speed approaching fantasy. A speed that none of the 6 were able to react to. Lin Ming's body suddenly shot forwards, leaving behind nothing but an afterimage. The attacks of the 6 people all missed. Whoosh! The Phoenix Blood Spear came whistling out. Lin Ming grasped the Phoenix Blood Spear, and the cold spear point drew a crescent moon in the air. With a flash of red light, without a martial skill and only a single overwhelming move, 3 disciples of the true martial great world were instantly sheared in half at the waist, blood raining down. 3 people were instantly killed, leaving 3 behind. These 3 people included the dark-skinned captain as well as his loud underling. What? The 3 remaining participants looked down to the ground and saw the 3 corpses still gushing blood. This sudden change caused all of them to be shocked. They knew that they had absolutely kicked their foot against a brick wall this time. The difference in strength was simply too great. There was no chance of them escaping. Although they had really stumbled into a pile of crap, the dark-skinned youth still kept his calm. This was because he knew he had someone backing him from behind. The dark-skinned youth's heart shrank as he saw Lin Ming's expressionless face and blood-stained spear. Stop! Friend, I apologize if you were offended just now, but this is all a grave misunderstanding. We are disciples of the true martial Holy Lands, so you should give us some face. You killed those 3 people just now, but you also didn't know who they were. I can help you resolve this issue and take responsibility for this matter, so that no one will try to retaliate against you. The dark-skinned youth hurriedly said, afraid that Lin Ming wouldn't know he was from the true martial Holy Lands. After Lin Ming listened to this dark-skinned youth's words, he laughed, and in a very reckless manner. As that rampant underling from before saw Lin Ming's smiling face, he was horrified. Even so, he mustered up his courage and put on a brave face, saying, Is it funny? What are you laughing about? Then he pointed at the symbol on his robes. This is the true martial symbol. It is something that is impossible to fake. In this dreamland space, everything is the same as in reality, and you can even look it up yourself. As long as you pour your true essence into it, you'll know that it is real. Lin Ming chuckled. I'm laughing at all the idiotic nonsense you're spouting. Do you think I don't know you're from the true martial Holy Lands? You? The dark-skinned youth stiffened. He gloomily said, The true martial Holy Lands is the influence that is currently in control of true martial city. If you kill a disciple of the true martial Holy Lands, you will be the one killed in the future. Do you really think that you can face the entirety of the true martial Holy Lands by yourself? Our lives are not valuable at all. Even if we die, we won't lose too many merit points. But you are different. Your merit points are enough to rank you in the top 50 masters of true martial great world. The dark-skinned youth bit out, the threat evident in his words. Face the entirety of the true martial holy lands? Lin Ming rubbed his chin. If you didn't say that, I wouldn't have thought of this. But now that you mention it, that's quite a good idea. I'm missing some merit points right now, so if you people are planning on delivering some snacks to me, then go ahead. I'll welcome all of you. You! The dark-skinned youth's complexion sank. He suddenly said, You have no idea of death or danger. Attack together, the dark-skinned youth shouted. After stumbling into such a lunatic, he had no hopes of still living after this. The final counterattack of these three people was fierce, but in front of Lin Ming it was nothing at all. The Phoenix Blood Spear swept out. All of their attacks were completely crushed. You will pay for this, the dark-skinned youth shouted. His saber cut towards Lin Ming's throat, but the Phoenix Blood Spear was already a step ahead. It passed right through his heart. Soon after, a blazing spear light flashed out and the other two people were cut apart, their blood splashing out into the skies. I will remember you. The dark-skinned youth glared at Lin Ming as his body fell down. In just 10 short breaths of time, the 6 martial artists had been completely wiped out. Their bodies turned into pure dreamland energy that fused into Lin Ming's body, where it was absorbed by the divine dream marks on his soul. 6 people altogether gave me a total of 1,000,000 merit points. Not bad. Lin Ming looked up his own merit points and saw that he had finally broken through 10 million. He guessed that these people were ranked around 200 at True Martial Great World. As for that dark-skinned youth, he contributed the most points to Lin Ming at around 500,000. The other 5 people contributed the other 500,000. Compared to the first round of eliminations, although these participants were in similar positions, the number of merit points had increased by far too much. Otherwise, if Lin Ming killed participants of this level, the rise in his merit points shouldn't be so high. My divine dream marks are even more complete. But these newest 2 divine dream marks have an even greater need for dreamland energy than the first 2. It seems that every time I form another divine dream mark, I'll need more and more dreamland energy. I wonder just what it will be like the further I cultivate them. I do not have Empyrean Divine Dream's transcendent divine might and can only rely on the magic cube to help me perceive the method to this miraculous ability. Even if the magic cube is a heaven-defying tool, it still isn't enough. It might be able to help me at the start, but the further I go, the less useful it will be. As Lin Ming understood the divine dream law more and more, his admiration towards Empyrean Divine Dream increased by leaps and bounds. He simply had no idea how Empyrean Divine Dream had managed to create such a brilliant transcendent divine might. Lin Ming gradually realized that the divine dream law was not just its own independent system of laws, but also something that could be an independent cultivation system. Currently, Lin Ming trained in 2 types of cultivation systems. One was the body transformation system and one was the essence gathering system. As he thought about it, body transformation trained the mortal body. In terms of essence, energy, and divine, this would be called flesh and blood essence. Body transformation was to refine the flesh and blood and temper one's essence. Finally, one's body would be similar to a god beast, a being with incomparably powerful defensive power. With just a single step, one could sunder the earth. As for the essence gathering system, that was to cultivate the dantian and to grow one's inner world, constantly gathering energy within it. In essence, energy, and divine, this represented energy. Heaven and earth origin energy was this energy. And essence gathering was to cultivate a breathing technique that could gather the spiritual energy of the world, becoming more and more in tune with the power of nature. But whether it was training the body or training one's dantian, there was something that was impossible to cultivate. That was the divine soul. Normally, a martial artist would increase their soul force by studying a few supporting skills, such as alchemy, refining, array formations, and so forth. The further one studied these skills, the more they could increase their soul force. There were even some sects that developed a number of arcane skills that trained the divine soul. For instance, the overbearing soul tactic that Lin Ming had first practiced a long time ago was one such technique. But this technique didn't fuse true essence into the soul. It simply enhanced one's soul force. There was an overwhelming difference between the overbearing soul tactic and the divine dream law. For comparison, the overbearing soul tactic could be considered the exercise techniques of a mortal. If they jogged every day, lifted weights, and trained their body, then after a long time their body would become stronger and they would naturally have an advantage in fights. As for the divine dream law, that was the true training of a sex martial artist. One could train, enhancing their cultivation and rising in boundaries and accomplish miraculous things. They could split apart oceans and shatter mountains. The difference between these two techniques could be imagined. So, if one continued with this train of thought, then if one were able to cultivate the divine dream law to perfection, one could learn a completely new cultivation system, the soul cultivation system. Body transformation, essence gathering, divine refining. If one could practice all three of these systems, they could completely train in essence, energy, and divine. If a martial artist could cultivate all three systems, what boundary would they be able to reach in the future? As Lin Ming thought of this, his mind bubbled with anticipation. To a martial artist, essence, energy, and divine were all indispensable. If one solely cultivated body transformation or essence gathering, then they would always have a weakness. An essence-gathering martial artist had a weak body. They had to constantly create shields of protective true essence around themselves. And once this protective true essence shattered, their mortal body would easily be torn apart. For instance, if Lin Ming killed someone now, even if they were a divine sea master, if he were to rip out their heart or tear off their head, then they would die no matter how strong they were. But if one was solely a body transformation martial artist, then even if their body was powerful, they would be lacking in flexibility. Without the support of the essence gathering system, they would not be able to display their speed, striking power, or explosive force to the limit. But even if a martial artist cultivated body and energy, there were still flaws. For instance, Mo Evers now. She was a rare heaven-gifted genius who would have become a great world king character in the future. Even though she dual cultivated in body and energy, she still managed to reach a half-step world king cultivation at an extremely young age. She had even nearly stepped into the legendary 9 stars of the Tao Palace. But even for someone as gifted as her, once her body disintegrated and her inner world was shattered, leaving nothing behind but her divine soul, she became extremely weak. Her combat strength had fallen to that of the weakest early divine lord martial artist. Moreover, if she used too much energy, her soul would suffer damage and she might fall into a deep slumber. In the end, this was caused by the fragility of Mo Eversnow's soul. If she had been able to cultivate her soul to an extremely high boundary and allow her soul to directly move energy, then she would never have ended up in such a state. Even if a Holy Lord-level powerhouse faced Mo Eversnow's remnant soul form, they would still be instantly killed. If there could really be called a peak of martial arts in this world, then the person who could climb to that peak could be called a true divinity, a being whose lifespan surpassed the sun and the moon and even the boundless universe. Such a person might be skilled in all three aspects of essence, energy, and soul, someone who reached the peak of all existence. If one cultivated essence, energy, and divine to the limit, would there be a qualitative change? As Lin Ming thought of this, he could only sigh with emotion. He hadn't even managed to fully dual cultivate body and energy, and now he had to add another cultivation system, soul cultivation. If he cultivated all three systems to perfection, then Lin Ming might become the most terrifying martial artist to ever exist since ancient times. However, if he failed to fully cultivate all three systems to perfection, then he would have wasted his energy and also his time. Of course, there was no need for Lin Ming to consider what cultivation paths to take. With his character, he was destined to never let go of any opportunity that walked across his path. He would cultivate essence, energy, and divine. Especially since Lin Ming possessed the heaven-defying cheat tool called the Magic Cube. For an entire day, Lin Ming constantly cut down nightmare beasts in Demon Ceiling Ridge, as well as familiarized himself with the surrounding environment. With his powerful soul force supporting him as well as his current understandings of the divine dream law, He was able to sense all powerful nightmare beasts and participants within 100 to 200 miles. None of them were able to escape Lin Ming's sense. Lin Ming was able to sense them, but they weren't able to sense him. This gave Lin Ming a tremendous superiority. As Lin Ming hunted more and more, he continually gathered dreamland energy within his body, becoming more and more powerful. And at the end of the day, the 6 true martial Holy Land martial artists that were killed by Lin Ming finally revived. In the deep dark, the dark-skinned youth's eyes flashed open, hatred and anger shining in them. "Brat, you are dead." Bang! The dark-skinned youth angrily rushed out of his dwelling, his long hair recklessly flying behind him, his face like that of a starving wolf. Closely behind him were his several fellow junior apprentices and his underling. These people were all seething with rage. "Big brother, that man actually dared to. There's no need to say anything further. We will look for senior apprentice brother High-Dragon and have him pay for what he did," the dark-skinned youth angrily said from between clenched teeth. "Good, hee, senior apprentice brother High-Dragon is ranked in the top 10 of this great world. This time we'll be the ones to kill him," the dark-skinned youth's underling diabolically said. "Humph! How can my true martial Holy Lands be so easily bullied? His only option is to never leave the city. Otherwise we'll kill him every time we see him until he's begging for mercy. Only then will I consider forgiving him. Haha, what Big Brother said is right. We have to make sure he doesn't move and obediently lets us all kill him to make up for our lost merit points." "That's right," the several other martial artists echoed together. The dark-skinned youth traced his spatial ring and the light of a sound-transmitting talisman shot through the skies. Within the divine dream world, one could use sound-transmitting talismans just like in the real world. The several people soon received a response. "We're in luck. Senior apprentice brother High-Dragon hasn't left to hunt but is still in the city. Let's go see him." "Great!" Everyone followed the dark-skinned youth, and in several blinks of an eye, they arrived at their senior apprentice brother High-Dragon's residence. The dark-skinned youth respectfully stood in front of the door and said, "Senior apprentice brother High-Dragon, true martial Holy Land's White Martial Hall disciple Dong Xiao requests an audience," the dark-skinned youth said as he maintained his respectful pose. After some time, an indifferent voice came out from the room. "Enter." "Yes." The dark-skinned youth cautiously opened the door. The room was extremely simple with only a single stone bed in the center. A white-haired youth sat cross-legged on the stone bed. A large red snake was wrapped around him. This red snake had a single horn on its head. It was a high-level contract beast known as a unicorn dragon. As for senior apprentice brother High-Dragon's nickname, it was because of this giant snake. "I greet senior apprentice brother High-Dragon." The dark-skinned youth bowed. High-Dragon nodded and said, "What is it?" "Reporting to senior apprentice brother, us White Martial Hall disciples have been hunting nightmare beasts in the 3rd area grounds at Demon Ceiling Ridge. But yesterday, an obnoxious boy completely unaware of the rules rushed into our hunting grounds. Not only did he ignore our advice, but he suddenly attacked us and killed us all." The dark-skinned youth's voice was filled with outraged indignation. The 5 others with him also echoed him, as if they had suffered some great injustice. High-Dragon sneered and said, "I have no idea what you fellows have done, but you likely thought your opponent was easy to bully, thus you provoked him. Finally, you ended up kicking iron and were all killed instead. But no matter the reason, it is still unallowable for anyone to kill disciples of my true martial Holy Lands. I will help you this one time." Being seen through by High-Dragon, the dark-skinned youth was a bit embarrassed. But as the dark-skinned youth heard that High-Dragon would only help once, he was a bit unwilling as he said, "Senior apprentice brother High-Dragon, killing him just one time is going too easy on him. We did think that he was the type that we could bully, but afterwards, when us brothers argued with him and said that we came from the true martial Holy Lands, that boy only responded with a few words. He said, in his exact words, 'I'm missing some merit points right now, so if you people are planning on delivering some snacks to me, then go ahead. I'll welcome all of you.' I can make an oath on my heart of martial arts that he said these words. I'm not exaggerating at all. High Dragon frowned, his face darkening. He said that he wants the disciples of my true martial holy lands to deliver merit points to him? It's completely true. The way he acted was far too arrogant. He simply doesn't place our true martial holy lands in his eyes. The dark-skinned youth hurriedly said. I see. High Dragon stood up, his eyes narrowing. But from within the slits of his eyes, one could make out a faint trace of icy cold killing intent. The dark-skinned youth was overjoyed as he saw High Dragon's new expression. He knew that High Dragon had finally been moved to a killing anger. This senior apprentice brother High Dragon was usually a quiet man of few words. But once he was angered, the consequences were dire. Where is he? High Dragon tersely asked. He should still be at Demon Ceiling Ridge. High Dragon no longer spoke. He casually stepped forwards and left the room, flying straight towards Demon Ceiling Ridge. This is great. Let's go and follow him, the dark-skinned youth said to the several martial artists behind him, pleased as a peach. You damned brat, now you're dead. If you originally only killed us, then it wouldn't have caused such serious consequences. With your cheap mouth, you've managed to provoke the anger of senior apprentice brother High Dragon. Ha! The dark-skinned youth wildly laughed. Then, he flew with the 5 other people towards Demon Ceiling Ridge. At this time, within the Good Fortune Great World, in the Unbroken Cult's floating palace, Mu Qianyu, Qin Xingxuan, as well as the elders of the Unbroken Cult were gathered in a grand hall. From a window of this grand hall, one could see the distant horizon. In the far-off distance, one could see the incomparably massive divine sealed decree that seemed as if it connected the heavens and the earth together. Big Sister Qianyu, it seems that Brother Lin's ranking has finally risen, Qin Xingxuan happily said. He suddenly rose 8,000 ranks all of a sudden. Although he has slowed down, he is still steadily rising. It's only rising, not falling at all. Lin Ming's position had originally fallen down to around rank 296,000. He had been about to fall off the divine sealed decree altogether. Qin Xingxuan had been worried for him, but now his ranking had risen to 280,000. This left Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qianyu overjoyed. Mu Qianyu had also been the one to assure Qin Xingxuan that Lin Ming's ranking would undoubtedly rise. The higher Lin Ming's results were, the greater importance the Unbroken Cult would place on him, and the easier it would be for them to meet Lin Ming again. Mu Qianyu said, when Lin Ming's ranking rose by 800, that should be because he killed some participants. But now that the speed of his rising has slowed down, that should be because he is killing nightmare beasts instead. If this continues, then Lin Ming will slowly return to the top 30,000 rankings. When Lin Ming killed the dark-skinned youth and his 5 companions, he had obtained over 1 million merit points from them. But the dark-skinned youth and the others weren't ranked on the Divine Sea Decree, and their merit points weren't very high to begin with. Thus, even though Lin Ming had killed 6 of them, he still didn't rise by much. In fact, in these past 2 months, there were many higher-ranked participants who had an absurdly high number of merit points. The difference between them and Lin Ming was simply ridiculous. Ha! I said that with young hero Lin's ability, he absolutely would not continue falling. I don't know why, but for some strange reason young hero Lin waits until the final moments to move. But, as long as he moves, he is amazing. Once young hero Lin puts in a bit more effort, his position will definitely rise. We just spoke a little bit, and yet young hero Lin's ranking has risen by over a dozen. According to this speed, he'll be able to rise by 10,000 to 20,000 every day. With another month remaining, he will definitely rise back to the top 30,000 rankings. He might even rise to the top 20,000 rankings. Haha! The Unbroken Cult's elder heartily laughed. 2 misses, there is no need to worry. Once the preliminaries end, young hero Lin will be brought over to where the semifinals will be held. At that time, I will personally escort you 2 to meet young hero Lin. The semifinals only have 10 million people participating. With young hero Lin's results, finding him will definitely be easy. Thank you, great elder. Us disciples, as well as our husband, will surely remember this graciousness. Mu Qianyu sincerely said. She was well aware that the reason the Great Elder was doing all of this was because of Lin Ming. Thus, she mentioned Lin Ming to reassure the Great Elder. As the Great Elder heard Mu Chenyu speak, he stroked his beard, a wide smile crossing his face. Oh! Divine Dream World, Demon Ceiling Ridge, on a black mountain hundreds of times harder than steel, massive cracks dotted the landscape as if some giant beast had taken bites out of the mountain. Countless corpses of nightmare beasts fell from the sky, littering the land. They slowly dissipated, vanishing into pure energy that was absorbed by Lin Ming. There was nothing left behind but the rancid smell of blood that couldn't seem to be washed away. A coppery tang filled the air. The energy of these ordinary nightmare beasts really isn't enough. The only choice I have is to kill a few powerful monsters or find some top-ranked participants with a great deal of merit points. If I continue obtaining Dreamland energy like this, then who knows how long it will take to cultivate the third and fourth divine dream marks to perfection. Lin Ming thought out loud. He closed his eyes and all the powerful nightmare beasts and participants for 100 miles appeared within his mind. He chose the direction with the highest concentration of energy, and then his body flashed as he flew over. Whoosh! A blue beam of light cut through the skies. In just several breaths of time, Lin Ming fell down, landing on a giant rock. Who is it? As Lin Ming landed on the rock, several martial artists looked over to him. One of them began circulating his true essence, his entire body vigilant as he turned his weapons towards him. They all wore the uniform sect clothing of the true martial Holy Lands. The symbol of the true martial Holy Lands was stitched onto their robes. But, as these martial artists saw Lin Ming appear, all of them looked ill. It's that spear master that has been popping up everywhere lately. Yes, that red spear is unmistakable. For the last 2 or 3 days, Lin Ming had been killing strong nightmare beasts in Demon Ceiling Ridge. There were some martial artists that didn't place Lin Ming in their eyes and wanted to deal with him, but the end result was that all of them were cleanly killed off by him instead. Some of Lin Ming's battles were naturally seen by other martial artists. Between the different participants, different cliques would form, and they would also share information between each other. Thus, in Demon Ceiling Ridge, a powerful person would easily become infamous. Although there would be some idiots recklessly attacking these people from the start, once these strong individuals repeatedly revealed their formidable strength, everyone would slowly begin to hide from them instead. Lin Ming was currently in such a situation. If a normal martial artist appeared in the domain of the true martial Holy Lands, then they would have already been driven away. But Lin Ming was different. The disciples of the true martial Holy Lands feared him instead. Friend, do you plan on stealing this place away? Out of the several true martial Holy Land disciples, a black-haired youth grimly spoke up. Lin Ming faintly smiled. In the preliminaries, the Divine Dream World is a place where all participants may freely hunt as they wish. All hunting grounds here are ownerless. So how can I possibly steal anything away from you? You! The black-haired youth's face darkened, but he didn't dare to attack. He knew that he wasn't Lin Ming's match, but he couldn't bear the shame and anger of retreating like this. As he was stuck in this conundrum, he suddenly heard an uproarious laughter fill the air. He turned around to see a blurry shadow flying towards him. That is, Senior Apprentice Brother High Dragon? Ha! Senior Apprentice Brother High Dragon has arrived. Wonderful! Senior Apprentice Brother High Dragon? As the other martial artists heard the black-haired youth's words, all of them looked up into the sky. They saw a white-haired man flying towards them. Although he didn't seem to be flying too fast, his movements caused a whistling friction with the air, indicating that no one was able to judge his true speed. In just several blinks of an eye, the white-haired man flew all the way from the distant horizon towards them. He fell down in a beam, landing on a large black boulder and causing it to crack in half, crushed stone flying into the air. Just his aura alone left everyone shocked. After this white-haired youth stood tall, he looked at Lin Ming. Strong winds howled around him and his clothes fluttered in the wind, his hair dancing behind him. His pupils were a light iron gray, and what was strange was that the shape of his pupils were vertical slits, just like those of a snake. A giant red snake was also coiled around his shoulders. This large snake had a horn protruding from its head, and its thick body writhed around the white-haired youth. The snake's head was settled right beside the white-haired youth, and it glared at Lin Ming, sharp fangs revealed. As the several true martial Holy Lands disciples saw that horned snake, all of them were overjoyed. It really is Senior Apprentice Brother High Dragon. Ha! Senior Apprentice Brother High Dragon is a top 10 ranked master of the true martial great world. We're saved. Humph, you know nothing. Senior Apprentice Brother High Dragon's strength can rank above 10th place. He can be ranked at least 7th or 6th. It's simply that Senior Apprentice Brother High Dragon doesn't like to flaunt his skills. The sudden arrival of High Dragon drew praise and acclaim from all of the true martial Holy Lands disciples. But High Dragon clearly didn't like this sort of praise. He faintly frowned, glancing over at the disciples and immediately silencing them. Then, those disciples switched to speaking about Lin Ming's sins. Senior Apprentice Brother High Dragon, you have to help us, Junior Apprentice Brothers. This spear-using fellow not only wanted to drive us out of our hard-fought hunting grounds, but he even attacked us. Yeah, in these past 2 days this person has already killed many disciples of the true martial Holy Lands. Moreover, he is strong, so we can only allow ourselves to be bullied. We can't even run away. He completely ignores the prestige of our true martial Holy Lands. He is far too arrogant. He doesn't place our true martial Holy Lands in his eyes. As these people spoke, several more beams of light fell down from the sky as more martial artists landed. These were the 6 martial artists that Lin Ming first killed upon arriving at Demon Ceiling Ridge. When enemies met, grudges would flare up once more. As the dark-skinned youth saw Lin Ming, he savagely laughed, saying, "Brat, we've spent a day and a half searching for you, and here you are. I knew that you were in Demon Ceiling Ridge. You are too rampant for your own good. Ha ha ha. Now let me see just how rampant you can be. You dare to say that our true martial Holy Lands disciples are to deliver merit points to you. It's as if you really want to die. From this point on, every time you step out of the city, our true martial Holy Lands will hunt you down until you have 0 merit points. Hee, Big Brother is right. Brat, if you know your limits, then you'd better crawl on your knees and beg for mercy. We might decide to forgive you after killing you a few times." The dark-skinned youth's underling echoed. But their words actually aroused High Dragon's disgust. He coldly looked at those two, immediately shutting them up. The dark-skinned youth and his underling awkwardly laughed twice and then no longer spoke. High Dragon turned to look at Lin Ming, and then slowly and coldly said, "You said that you wish for the true martial Holy Lands to look for you, and also that the disciples of my true martial Holy Lands are to deliver merit points to you, right?" Although High Dragon's words were slow, they contained a deep pressure. If a martial artist with a weaker cultivation were to hear his question, they would find it difficult to withstand his pressure. Lin Ming faintly smiled. "You came for that? Well, you're right, I said that. Your true martial Holy Lands is nothing but a bully that takes away the best hunting grounds. In this Demon Ceiling Ridge, the best hunting places were all occupied by you fellows. Others are only able to share in a bit of the leftovers. If anyone comes close to you, then they will be threatened or even killed. And it's only you killing others and not others killing you. How could there be such a truth in this world? Since some idiots dare to attack me and say that they want to kill me until my merit points are 0, I'll do the same. I'll stand right here and wait for you. If one of you comes, then I'll kill one of you. If 2 of you come, then I'll kill 2 of you." Lin Ming didn't fear the pressure from High Dragon's aura. In fact, he didn't even feel it at all. High Dragon remained silent. His eyes narrowed, but the light that burst out from his eyes contained an endless killing intent. "I don't care about what the reason is, and I also don't care about how the disciples of my true martial Holy Lands act. They are they, and I am I. If you had only killed the disciples of my true martial Holy Lands, then I wouldn't care about you at all. But since you dare to look down at my true martial Holy Lands, your fate will be nothing but death." As High Dragon spoke, a sword appeared in his hand. This sword appeared extremely abruptly, and no one was able to see just how it appeared. It was as if this sword had been in his hand from the start. This sword was a spirit artifact. The sword blade was crimson, a red as thick and lush as blood. It was thin, like a cicada's wing, and less than an inch wide. It appeared soft, as if it would naturally bend on its own, just like a blood jade belt. Lin Ming looked at this sword, a bit startled. The stranger a weapon was, the more difficult it would be to deal with because one wasn't familiar in how to do so. Of the present High Dragon, whether it was his weapon or that horned snake that wrapped around his body, everything about him was strange. If High Dragon met an opponent that was evenly matched or even slightly stronger, that person might feel some dread facing him. If they were not careful, they might be ruined by High Dragon's strange abilities. Lin Ming flourished the Phoenix Blood Spear. He shook his hand and the spear shaft suddenly trembled, emitting a faint buzzing sound. High Dragon's expression was blank. At this moment, the large snake around his shoulders suddenly emitted a brilliant red light. As this intense red light flashed, an unbelievable sight occurred. The body of that large snake seemed to melt down, all of it fusing into High Dragon's body. Lin Ming's eyes widened. What was this? Was this the ability of a contract beast? At this time, High Dragon moved. His movements were silent, but his speed was phenomenal. In just an instant he had arrived right in front of Lin Ming, the soft sword in his hand thrusting straight towards him. High Dragon's movements were too fast. This was the same as snapping out a rope. The rope would be lax at the start, but as it continued onwards, the final snapped motion would exceed the initial speed as it struck the enemy. This sort of weapon was less like a sword and more like a whip. Whoosh! With a light sound, the red soft sword suddenly stretched forwards. The sword point was like a viper's tongue, thrusting straight towards Lin Ming's head. As this soft sword approached him, Lin Ming felt the blood boil within his body. It was like the power of blood within his body was being pulled back by some strange force, ready to burst out from his body. Blood laws. Lin Ming's pupils widened. He revolved his true essence and relied on his powerful body transformation technique to suppress the restless blood energy within him. His body moved, turning into an afterimage as he drew backwards. Xiao! The sword light shot over Lin Ming's shoulder, straight into the skies. Although it didn't pierce Lin Ming, it still caused the blood energy within his body to tumble about. Lin Ming's sense followed the bright red sword light as it passed behind him. He saw the sword light flying through the skies and passing near a flying nightmare beast. Although the sword light was several hundred feet away from the nightmare beast, what was incredible was that as that sword light passed by the nightmare beast suddenly shook and its entire body burst apart like a broken bag of blood. Bits of ruined flesh flew in all directions, causing a shower of blood. In the blink of an eye, that flying nightmare beast had been reduced to nothing but crushed meat and blood. Moreover, it hadn't even been struck by High Dragon's sword light. Its blood energy had simply been excited by that sword light. This was one of the concepts of the blood laws. It was capable of galvanizing the blood energy within an opponent and causing all of that blood energy to erupt. It was even able to draw out all of the flesh and blood essence from an opponent, causing their body to blow up. As long as this sword light approached someone, such would be their fate. Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath. This High Dragon's methods of combat were far too ruthless and cunning. If a normal martial artist thought that they had dodged High Dragon's sword light, they would have already died. Even Lin Ming had been impacted a bit. He had absorbed the dragon marrow and phoenix blood, so the power of blood within his body was extremely stable and strong. But on the other hand, the power of blood within his body was far more formidable than that of a normal martial artist. If his blood was pulled about by the blood laws, the energy that erupted would be that much greater. Body transformation martial artist. High Dragon had an extremely keen sensitivity towards the power of blood. He was able to see that Lin Ming was a body transformation martial artist, and his achievements in that aspect were very high. Blood laws? Lin Ming asked High Dragon, his eyes filled with excitement and surprise. He was very interested in High Dragon's combat abilities and tactics. In fact, one of the reasons Lin Ming joined the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting was to experience a much broader stage. He wanted to experience all the peak talents throughout the entirety of the divine realm. These geniuses would have endless variations of abilities and tactics, and their comprehension of laws would be just as varied and strange. The more Lin Ming experienced, the broader his horizons would be. These people might not be Lin Ming's match, but their combat techniques could help increase Lin Ming's combat insight. If he were to run into a similar enemy in the future, he wouldn't suffer a loss because of his opponent's strange techniques. High Dragon's face was expressionless as he quietly said, "This is not the blood laws, but the life laws." Before his voice fell, High Dragon rushed out once more. That thin and strange sword pierced towards Lin Ming again. Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up and he quickly drew back. Just as he was about to avoid High Dragon's sword, another strange sight occurred. High Dragon's body became extremely stretchy and flexible, as if there wasn't a single bone in his body. He stretched out his arm like a piece of dough, extending it hundreds of feet as his hand chased after Lin Ming. A sword thrust towards Lin Ming's chest. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. Could a person's body really change like this? Lin Ming brought up the Phoenix Blood Spear and thrust it out, wanting to block the sword. However, just as the weapons were about to collide, that soft sword snuck up the Phoenix Blood Spear's shaft, spiraling around it again and again as it lithely stabbed towards Lin Ming's chest. What? Lin Ming was shocked. This white-haired youth's arm struck out like a python. It was even able to curl around, wrapping around weapons like a spiritual snake. This was an extremely strange tactic. If he wasn't familiar with his opponent then, he would definitely suffer a loss on the first exchange of attacks. As the disciples of the true martial Holy Lands saw this, their eyes brightened. This is Senior Apprentice Brother's specialty, the life laws. He can change any part of his body as he wishes, including his muscles, skeleton, organs. Even his arms can stretch hundreds of feet to overtake his enemies. This technique is flexible. No one can avoid it. This boy is over. Haha. The true martial Holy Lands disciples were all confident in High Dragon. Disregarding his talent, just High Dragon's cultivation had already reached the late Divine Sea, and Lin Ming was only at the early Divine Sea. They didn't believe that Lin Ming could win in a situation where he was two small boundaries below High Dragon. As Lin Ming saw this soft sword pierce towards his chest and his Phoenix Blood Spear wrapped up in that weapon, he knew that it was impossible to avoid this attack. His mind suddenly focused into his inner world and energy erupted from his body. Primordious martial intent, grand miss space. Pong! Lin Ming's protective true essence was suddenly pierced through by that snake-like sword. Lin Ming's protective true essence was extremely thick, but that soft sword was actually able to break through the surface and tear it open. But at this moment, the blood-red prime emperor lotus flower slowly bloomed behind Lin Ming. The incomparably vast and ancient grand mist space came falling down, similar to a million gene mountain peak falling down on that red soft sword, ruthlessly suppressing it. Chi! The soft sword lost a great deal of its spiritual sense, but it still continued stabbing towards Lin Ming. 8 inner hidden gates, gate of view. Power of dragon bone fuse. With the Phoenix Blood Spear entangled, Lin Ming opened the gate of view, the gate that precipitated a greater defensive power. The power of the supreme dragon bone within his body erupted, and the joints in his right hand began to emit explosive crackling sounds. In that instant, his entire right hand was covered in a celestial azure light. His right hand became as firm as divine iron. Without need of the Phoenix Blood Spear, he gripped the red soft sword. This action left all of the martial artists panic-stricken. Lin Ming actually dared to grasp a spirit artifact soft sword with his own flesh. Did he not want his hand anymore? Without time for anyone else to respond, Lin Ming's right hand had already grasped the top half of the soft sword, just as if he had grasped the weak point of a snake. Power of thunder! Lin Ming cried out. The purple lion thunder source percolating within the heretical god seedling, and the wild power of thunder heavenly tribulation swelled within his right hand. The soft sword's blade was completely covered by a sheen of blazing purple light, and one could even hear a faint cry coming from the soft sword. Because of the soft sword's struggles, Lin Ming's right hand constantly bled. But this was nothing to him at all. No matter how the soft sword twisted, it still couldn't escape his grasp. How is this possible? He grasped the spirit artifact soft sword with his bare hand. All of the surrounding true martial Holy Land's disciples were mind-boggled, their eyes wide with shock. High Dragon himself was bewildered, a brilliant light bursting out from his eyes. Lin Ming had actually managed to block the snake blood soft sword with his bare hand. Blood of the ancient phoenix, combust. In that moment, a dazzling phoenix mark burst out from between his eyebrows, illuminating the world with a blinding golden light. The heretical god force within his body also completely opened and the grand mist space expanded to its limits. To his amazement, High Dragon discovered that he was nearly about to lose mental contact with his own spirit artifact soft sword. What an inconceivable body transformation technique! Bones and muscles that are tough to the point of being horrifying, and that strange and unique force field that can even suppress the energy of the snake blood soft sword. This man is a terrifying opponent. High Dragon quickly analyzed what was happening. He couldn't allow the snake blood soft sword to be lost like this, otherwise this wouldn't even be a fight anymore. His figure flashed. High Dragon directly crashed into the grand mist space. Lin Ming sneered. He gripped the snake blood soft sword in one hand and thrust the phoenix blood spear towards High Dragon with his other hand. Blue lotus flame dance. A conflagration of flames burst into existence. A towering blue lotus began to bloom on the phoenix blood spear, and a blazing column of flames shot straight into the heavens. Just as Lin Ming was about to stab his spear into High Dragon's stomach, High Dragon's pupils shrank as he deeply shouted, "Poison Dragon!" Whoosh! A single-horned giant snake broke through High Dragon's chest and shot out, bringing with it a shower of blood as it bit down at Lin Ming's throat. High Dragon was actually able to fuse the snake into himself and have it emerge from nearly anywhere. This was an attack that was nearly impossible to guard against. This sort of combat method was based on High Dragon's profound understanding into the laws of life, and this was also a fighting method that Lin Ming had never encountered before. What a fantastical method of fighting! Lin Ming's eyes burned with a thick fighting spirit. After experiencing so many different techniques, he was thrilled with elation. As Lin Ming saw this massive snake rush towards him, he laughed and said, "What wonderful laws you have mastered, but underneath the suppression of absolute strength. Any laws, no matter how mysterious they are, have lost all meaning." Lin Ming gave a loud shout, opening the heretical god force to the limit, as he displayed the blue lotus flame dance once more. The power of thunder within the heretical god force broke free like a shattered dam, all of that energy flooding into the blue lotus. Thunder and fire twisted together. A terrifying energy erupted. Bang! The wild explosion rolled out for hundreds of miles, decimating the entire area. Countless black boulders were completely broken apart by these shock waves of energy, turning into tiny fragments. As for those 7 or 8 disciples of the true martial Holy Lands, they were all sent flying backwards by this massive wave of energy. For a time, their miserable shouts filled the air. The horned snake that emerged from High Dragon's chest withstood the brunt of Lin Ming's attack. Its giant snake head was covered with blood. High Dragon's protective true essence had completely exploded. But the skin all over his body was covered by a layer of fist-sized snake scales. These scales blocked the explosive energy, leaving his entire body stained with blood. He blocked it. Lin Ming was a bit startled. Although this spear strike wasn't his strongest attack, he had still combusted the phoenix blood and also opened the heretical god force. This was the strongest attack that Lin Ming had sent out in the 5 months he had spent in the first martial meeting preliminaries so far. Even though High Dragon's body was bloodied and he was grievously wounded, he had still been able to block it. What amazing defensive power! The laws of life are able to change your bodily structure and form snake scales over your body. This is achieving similar results to the body transformation technique through completely different methods. The body transformation technique and the life laws both focused on developing the mortal body and one's blood energy. The body transformation technique tempered the mortal body, increasingly strengthening the body and using it as the foundation for powerful combat techniques like the 100-layered waves, flow like silk, and others. But the life laws only focused on changing one's bodily structure. This allowed one to adapt their body to different combat situations. However, it was unable to be used to temper and toughen the body. To put it plainly, the body transformation technique was a complete set of martial arts. It had its own cultivation methods, martial skills, and other such skills. But the life laws were a singular type of ability. The disparity between these two was naturally immense. Of course, the body transformation technique that Lin Ming had cultivated so far was extremely limited. He was only able to use a few combat skills from it. If I could cultivate the body transformation technique as a foundation and also perceive the life laws and allow myself to change my body at will, then the increase in my strength wouldn't be as simple as adding them together. As Lin Ming was thinking, High Dragon was standing where he was, completely stock still. He was looking at Lin Ming with an incredulous light in his eyes. You are only at the early divine sea, but your true essence is actually so thick. High Dragon was unable to believe this. He had a late divine sea cultivation and his true essence was several times thicker than that of other geniuses at his boundary. But now, in terms of the thickness of his true essence, he had lost to Lin Ming. Lin Ming remained calm and indifferent. The strength of his true essence indeed surpassed High Dragon's. Not to mention his ability to burn the ancient phoenix blood and open the heretical god force, just by taking the boundless world pill, that had allowed his inner world to reach a diameter of 800 miles, a size larger than a weak late divine sea martial artist's inner world. It wasn't just that Lin Ming's inner world was huge, but also because his true essence was extremely dense. Because of this, his inner world was able to hold even more strength. With both of these factors added together, the thickness of Lin Ming's true essence could be imagined. You have lost, Lin Ming coolly said, even as his right hand kept its grasp on High Dragon's snake blood soft sword. The snake blood soft sword twisted around, struggling to free itself. But no matter what it did, it couldn't escape Lin Ming's grip. Lin Ming's right hand was covered with blood and one could even see bones through his wounds. But to someone like him who had opened the gate of life, absorbed the supreme dragon bone, and even had the support of the ancient phoenix blood, such a small wound wasn't worth mentioning at all. This snake blood soft sword was about to be completely disconnected from High Dragon. In other words, his weapon would be taken away. With the battle having reached this point, he wouldn't even have a weapon. Just what sort of difference in strength was this? High Dragon humorlessly laughed. Through the suppression of absolute strength, High Dragon's strange attack methods were rendered useless. In fact, if it weren't for Lin Ming wanting to experience High Dragon's strange combat techniques, then Lin Ming could have definitely defeated him in 5 breaths of time. I didn't lose to you in skills or laws, but I lost to you in absolute strength, High Dragon unwillingly said. Skills? Laws? Lin Ming chuckled. That is only because you aren't strong enough to force out my skills or laws. When Lin Ming had crossed a 9x9 life destruction, countless law fragments had gathered within his body. Although he hadn't yet been able to completely perceive these law fragments, they still formed an immeasurably solid foundation for Lin Ming's comprehension of laws. Now die. Lin Ming's eyes turned icy cold. The phoenix blood spear in his hands thrust out. He naturally couldn't allow High Dragon to leave here alive. He needed High Dragon's merit points. As High Dragon saw Lin Ming about to kill him, he shouted out loud as his body emitted explosive cracking sounds. His body fused together with the snake and the phantom of a massive red python appeared behind him. This was his last desperate attack with his life on the life. Pa pa pa! High Dragon's body burst apart. All the bones seemed to disappear as his body stretched out again and again, overlapping with the massive red python phantom behind him. Then he hurtled towards Lin Ming. But now having lost his weapon, this was the same as using his flesh to clash with the phoenix blood spear. The life laws that he studied were unable to give him the powerful mortal body that Lin Ming possessed. Celestial Tyrant Manual 100-layered waves. Lin Ming opened all 7 of the 8 inner hidden gates together and his strength rapidly rose by millions of genes. With the enhanced power of the 100-layered waves, His strength doubled again, reaching the 100 million gene threshold once more. With this attack gathered onto the Phoenix Blood Spear, the might of this strike was incomparably terrifying. At the start of this exchange, the truth was that the result was already preordained. With High-Dragon having lost his weapon, he was only able to fight with his flesh and blood body. Even if he risked his life, he absolutely wasn't Lin Ming's match. The disparity was simply too great. Pong! With a loud explosive sound, High-Dragon's body as well as that giant red python phantom were torn apart by Lin Ming's spear, sending bits and pieces of flesh and blood everywhere. High-Dragon's entire body had nearly turned into a fog of blood. In this battle, High-Dragon had died. As for Lin Ming, from start to finish, besides some minor injuries on his right hand, he was completely uninjured. As for those wounds on his right hand, those were completely avoidable. Even if he gave up the Grand Miss Space and the 8 inner hidden gates to suppress the Snake Blood Soft Sword, he still would have killed High-Dragon. It was just that he didn't choose to do so. From the moment that Lin Ming attacked, he had used absolute strength to completely suppress High-Dragon. High-Dragon hadn't even had the ability to display full use of his laws. The disparity was obvious. The scene of High-Dragon's defeat fell into the eyes of the disciples from the true martial Holy Lands standing not too far away. They were in a stunned condition. They were finding this hard to believe. Their senior apprentice brother High-Dragon had died. In a situation where Lin Ming's cultivation was 2 small boundaries lower, he had still killed High-Dragon. Moreover, he had been calm the entire time. The difference in their strength was unbelievable. As those disciples saw blood raining down to the ground, all of them looked towards Lin Ming with fear and panic in their eyes. How is this possible? Just where is he from? He surpassed 2 small boundaries to kill a great world king Holy Land disciple. This is probably the level of an Empyrean descendant. These true martial Holy Land disciples naturally didn't understand the true strength of an Empyrean descendant, but they couldn't think of a more monstrous kind of genius to describe Lin Ming as. A random youth that they encountered in true Martial City's Demon Ceiling Ridge was actually a monstrous genius comparable to an Empyrean descendant. This caused them to feel horrified in disbelief. Lin Ming turned around, looking at these people. His eyes were calm and indifferent, like a person looking at a group of ants. But this gaze actually caused those true martial Holy Land disciples to shrink back, their hearts racing and their souls seeming to freeze solid. It was like Lin Ming's gaze had substantialized into 2 sharp spear lights, directly piercing through them all and making it hard for them to breathe. Run! These true martial Holy Land disciples suddenly seemed to wake from their daze. All of them scattered in all directions. None of you will escape. All of you will die. Lin Ming's figure flashed, and he immediately appeared in the area where the fleeing true martial Holy Land disciples were. With just a wave of his Phoenix Blood Spear, countless tiny blood spears shot out in all directions. These tiny blood spears were extremely fast. They rapidly overtook those fleeing disciples, and with a few light sounds, all of those people were struck through by those numerous tiny blood spears. All of them let out miserable cries as they died one after another. In just 3 breaths of time, 8 or 9 disciples of the true martial Holy Lands had died. All of them had been cleanly killed by Lin Ming with utter ease. Of these people, the strongest was the dark-skinned youth. Even after being pierced through with 7 or 8 tiny blood spears, he still had a single breath of life remaining. However, he was already choking on his blood. Demon! Simply a demon, the dark-skinned youth whispered. He only had a few breaths of time left in his life. In just 2.5 days, the dark-skinned youth had died to Lin Ming twice. He only had 16% of his original merit points left. This was a serious loss. As you said, either you die or I die, Lin Ming indifferently said, his voice resounding in the dark-skinned youth's ears. If that dark-skinned youth didn't think that Lin Ming was easy to bully, and had simply realized he made a mistake after dying the first time and didn't try to seek revenge, then he wouldn't have died a second time. Puff! A tiny blood spear punctured the dark-skinned youth's head. Blood gushed out from his forehead. He had died. They're all dead. But the merit points of these people aren't anything at all. Lin Ming shook his head, not even bothering to refine their energy. Rather, he focused on the dead High Dragon. That was the true main event. Underneath the power of the Dreamland laws, High Dragon's body quickly turned into pure Dreamland energy that slowly floated towards Lin Ming. In Lin Ming's field of vision, this multicolored mass of light was the strongest and brightest group of energy he had seen ever since he joined the first martial meeting preliminaries. If he could continue to absorb Dreamland energy like this, Lin Ming would be able to fully bring his third and fourth divine dream marks to perfection. Those true martial Holy Land disciples also said that High Dragon is a top 10 ranked master of the true martial great world. I wonder just how many merit points he'll give me. Lin Ming stretched out his hand. This multicolored energy slowly flowed into his body. For a time, Lin Ming felt as if his entire body was filled with a deep awareness. The warm and gentle Dreamland energy spread through his entire body before converging on his soul, nourishing it, expanding it, growing it. Lin Ming felt as if he had returned to the time when he had first obtained the magic cube as a teenager. When he was 15 to 16 years old, that was when he first entered the world of martial arts. That feeling when he rapidly grew was just like this feeling now. This was a truly wonderful feeling. Lin Ming looked for a well-hidden valley without a single person present. He sat down and began to meditate, tempering his divine dream marks. Oh! At this time, good fortune great world, within the unbroken cult's floating palace. Mu Qianyu, Qin Xingxuan, and many elders of the unbroken hall were seated in a grand hall. There was a specialized unbroken cult disciple whose sole purpose was to keep track of Lin Ming's merit points and ranking on the divine seal decree. In these past days, Lin Ming's merit points ranking had been steadily rising. From 290,000, it slowly rose to 260,000. According to this speed, Lin Ming would soon re-enter the top 30,000 rankings before the second round of eliminations began. As evening approached, the fading sunlight peeked through the massive rolling clouds in the sky. It illuminated the incomparably vast golden divine seal scroll, making its golden light even more dazzling. That golden scroll that seemed as broad as golden mountains and rivers appeared incomparably grand. And at this time, Lin Ming's name suddenly changed on the divine seal decree. It flashed several times before suddenly disappearing. This meant that Lin Ming's ranking had changed and his position naturally changed with it. Young hero Lin's ranking has changed. Several unbroken cult disciples realized this and began to search for Lin Ming's new ranking. In these past few days, Lin Ming's ranking had jumped several times, but it was usually only dozens or hundreds of rankings. Wanting to search for his new position was a very simple matter. But this time, the several unbroken cult disciples swept their eyes over several thousand names yet couldn't find Lin Ming. Great Elder, young hero Lin's name has disappeared. The several unbroken cult disciples reported to the Great Elder after not finding Lin Ming's position. The Great Elder opened his eyes from meditation. We looked upwards several tens of thousands of names, but we couldn't find young hero Lin's name. It couldn't be that. The several disciples trailed off. If one's name disappeared so suddenly like this, besides a sharp rise, there was also another possibility, and that was that they had been killed. There was no limit in the universe. There was always a higher mountain and a stronger person. Within a great world of the divine realm, there were countless masters about. To the unbroken cult's disciples, the true martial Holy Land's High Dragon would be a legendary genius, but he had still been killed by Lin Ming. It wasn't that High Dragon was weak, but that his luck was bad, and he had simply kicked himself in the face by challenging Lin Ming. The Great Elder thought for a moment, then ordered, "Search separately. 2 of you search ahead and 2 of you search behind." Before the Great Elder finished speaking, he suddenly recalled that he had the Divine Dream Jade Slip. Because Lin Ming's position had appeared on the Divine Seal Decree, there simply wasn't any need to use the Divine Dream Jade Slip. Thus he had forgotten about it for a moment. No need. I will search for him with the Divine Dream Jade Slip. As the Great Elder spoke, he took out the Divine Dream Jade Slip. Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan looked towards him. Qin Xingxuan appeared extremely nervous. and her heart was chaotically beating. She was afraid that Lin Ming had been killed by some master. After all, even if Lin Ming was extremely strong, he might have run into some overwhelming powerhouse. Mu Qianyu took a deep breath. She silently kept her eyes on the Great Elder as he searched for Lin Ming. Soon, Lin Ming's name appeared above the jade slip. Ancient Phoenix Clan, Lin Ming. And behind Lin Ming's name, his merit points were continually changing. Or rather, it was better to say that they were crazily growing. The first number that appeared was already 21 million, and it began to increase by 1,000,000 at a time. In just a brief moment, it reached 28 million and then broke right through 30 million, 31 million, 33 million, 35 million. As the Great Elder saw this insane growth, he sucked in a breath of cold air. This Lin Ming, just what sort of powerhouse had he killed? Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan also widened their eyes. Their eyes shined as they looked at the divine dream jade slip. Lin Ming's merit points easily broke through 40 million, quickly rising towards 50 million, 43 million, 44 million, 45 million. Finally, Lin Ming's merit points stopped at 46 million. From 15.6 million to 46 million, that was a sudden rise of 30 million. This meant that Hydreigon's merit points had originally been around 50 million. As for Lin Ming's ranking, he was now ranked 15th of the true martial great world. When the unbroken cult Great Elder had first seen Lin Ming's ranking, that had been after the first round of eliminations when his ranking had stabilized. He wasn't like Violent Stone, who had kept track of Lin Ming's ranking the entire time. So in his opinion, wanting to increase his ranking so suddenly was extremely difficult. For him to suddenly rise up to rank 15, that meant that Lin Ming had killed a top 10 ranked master of the true martial great world. For Lin Ming to be able to kill such a character, that meant that his strength was ranked at least 6th to 7th on a great world, and could be considered among the highest peak geniuses of a great world king Holy Land. To the unbroken cult, this sort of talent was simply a myth. Great Elder, we have found young hero Lin on the Divine Seal Decree. He is ranked 30,862. After learning Lin Ming's ranking, it was easy to find his position. This was because the true martial great world was a very lively and bustling great world with many masters. If one was ranked 15th, then they would be ranked around 30,000 out of the entire divine realm. 30,000 from 260,000. He suddenly rose to 30,000. I thought that it would take a month to do so. The unbroken cult Great Elder whispered. This meant that Lin Ming's strength was far greater than what he originally thought. It was hard to imagine just what achievements Lin Ming would accomplish in the future. At this time, floating at the center of True Martial City was the grandest and most magnificent palace of the entire city. The palace was a dark gray all over, and it exuded a solemn and dignified aura. Just by approaching it, one could feel a vast and boundless energy, making one feel a sense of fear in their heart. This palace, within the real-world divine realm, was the central headquarters of the True Martial Holy Lands at True Martial City. The main sect location of the True Martial Holy Lands was True Martial Mountain. True Martial Mountain was a separate spatial dimension that the True Martial World King had created using his tremendous supernatural powers. The size of True Martial Mountain was equal to a massive planet. As for their True Martial City headquarters, that was only an outer headquarters of the True Martial Holy Lands, something that belonged to the secular world. But even so, these headquarters were the most sacred grounds of the real world's True Martial City. Usually, no one was allowed to come close to it. And in the divine dream space, the situation was almost the same as in the real world. No disciples that weren't from the True Martial Holy Lands were allowed to enter the space around this gray floating palace. And even then, only direct disciples of the True Martial Holy Lands were able to enter. This was the most dignified symbol of the True Martial Holy Lands. At this time, within the gray palace, a youth in white robes was sitting on a grandiose throne, his eyes closed in meditation. There was a blood-red diamond mark between this man's eyebrows. His eyebrows were like swords. His looks were a bit above ordinary. His shoulders were broad, his fingers slender, and beside him were layers of runes dancing in the air. And at this moment, there was a light humming sound as a sound-transmitting talisman lit up in front of this youth, blazing and brilliant. The white-robed youth opened his eyes. Junior apprentice brother High Dragon has died. Who dares? The white-robed youth stood up. His body turned into a stream of light as he flew out of the gray palace. He stood atop the dome of the palace, his white clothes fluttering in the wind. A moment later, a man and a woman wearing the sect clothing of the true martial Holy Lands flew before him. The true martial Holy Lands symbol on their clothes was larger than that of an ordinary disciple. These were the 3rd and 7th ranked martial artists of the true martial Great World. Within the true martial Great World, the true martial Holy Lands occupied almost 60% of the top 20 rankings. The percentage was quite terrifying. Elder Senior Apprentice Brother, Junior Apprentice Brother High Dragon has died, the man said. Out of all the true martial Holy Land disciples, for there to be someone that wasn't referred to by their surname and also without any changes to their name, and instead called Elder Senior Apprentice Brother, there was only one. That was the number 1 disciple of the true martial Holy Lands, Wu Final Cloud. This white-clothed youth was Wu Final Cloud. The man continued to say, 2 hours ago, ranked 11 Junior Apprentice Brother Dong Lian discovered that his rank rose by 1. However, his merit points hadn't changed. He suspected that one of the top 10 participants died, but out of the top 10 rankings, our true martial Holy Lands occupy 6 of the spots. Junior Apprentice Brother Dong Lian was worried that something happened to us, so he used a sound-transmitting talisman to contact us. In the end, only Junior Apprentice Brother High Dragon didn't respond. Moreover, all of the participants behind Junior Apprentice Brother High Dragon rose by 1 rank, and all of the participants ahead of him stayed the same. This is proof that Junior Apprentice Brother High Dragon died. Do we know how he died? Was it a nightmare beast or a participant? Wu Final Cloud grimly said. With High Dragon's strength, it was impossible for ordinary nightmare beasts to kill him. But there were always some strange and exceptional variation existences within the nightmare beasts that had the possibility to threaten a top 10 ranked master of a great world. For instance, that red-furred monster. It should be a participant, the man firmly said. Wu Final Cloud's complexion darkened. A month ago when Dragon Fong had challenged the majesty of the true martial Holy Lands, that incident had caused him to lose face and caused many thorns to appear in his heart. And now, he never imagined that a disciple of the true martial Holy Lands would be killed, and a peak disciple at that. Elder Senior Apprentice Brother, I've already investigated the matter behind this. It seems that Junior Apprentice Brother High Dragon went to Demon Ceiling Ridge to search for someone. 2 days ago, Junior Apprentice Brother High Dragon borrowed the intelligence network of the true martial Holy Lands to seek out a martial artist that used a red spear. We have already found out who that man is. That red spear martial artist is called Lin Ming. He was the one who bought the Boundless World pill at the Imperial City auction. This is something that Junior Apprentice Sister Rainbow knows of. As the man spoke, the woman behind him nodded. She was a slender woman with wheat-colored skin. She looked healthy, fit, and wild, like someone who lived out in the desolate countryside. If Lin Ming was here, he would recognize that this woman was one of the true martial Holy Land geniuses he saw when he first arrived at the Divine Dream World. She faintly smiled and said, I saw him when I first arrived in the Divine Dream World. I originally didn't place him in my eyes, but now it seems that his strength has far exceeded my expectations. Oh, the white-robed youth's eyebrows moved. How did he exceed your expectations? According to what I know, the several top masters of Immemorial Imperial City, otherwise known as Sacred Martial Mansion's 3 prodigies Sacred Tianhao, Sacred Yueping, Sacred Yanran, and also dual polarity palaces Zhong Wenshu, were all killed by Lin Ming. After that incident, all of them came to true martial city. Humph! Wu Final Cloud coldly snorted. What kind of Sacred Martial Mansion 3 prodigies? Sacred Martial Mansion's World King is only someone that stumbled across some lucky chance and reluctantly managed to break into the World King realm. He established his own influence several tens of thousands of years ago and could be considered as having ability, but to think that he actually dares to call himself the sacred martial world king. Wu Final Cloud was clearly filled with disdain towards the sacred martial world king. His sect was called the True Martial Holy Lands. Thus the sacred martial world king had only been able to come up with the name of sacred martial. If it weren't for the true martial world king having a calm demeanor and being indifferent to such matters, then he would simply have needed to use some methods, and Sacred Martial Mansion would either have to obediently change their name or cease to exist. This boy called Lin Ming, if he was able to buy the Boundless World pill at the Imperial City auction, he should also have stumbled across some great lucky chance. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to have the financial resources to purchase such a pill. Even for my True Martial Holy Lands, while we have Starbind Bank, the Imperial City Auction House, as well as the many trading companies and other industries on the true martial great world, although we have gathered resources for 1,000,000 years, we rarely provide such top-class luxurious pills like the Boundless World pill to direct disciples. Only when they have made enough contributions to the sect, or their talent defies the will of the heavens, are they provided a single one. That's right. This Lin Ming definitely stumbled across some massive lucky chance. His background seems to be extremely ordinary. After we investigated him, we found out that his background is only a Peak Holy Land sect, the ancient Phoenix clan. Peak Holy Land? That is even worse than Sacred Martial Mansion, Wu Final Cloud casually said. With his status, he simply didn't even bother with Holy Land level influences. Yes, but this Lin Ming's talent is beyond extraordinary, and he has encountered his own great lucky chances. He simply cannot be considered to be on the same level as a disciple from an ordinary Holy Land. His character is ruthless and decisive too. When he first arrived at True Martial City, he killed many people at Demon Ceiling Ridge, and even stole the hunting grounds that the low-level disciples of my True Martial Holy Lands were using. If anyone dares to resist him even a little bit, he will instantly kill them off. As the woman spoke to hear, Wu Final Cloud's eyes turned cold. He dares to kill the disciples of my True Martial Holy Lands. Even Dragon Fong didn't have such gall. True Martial City's Dragon Fong was considered the top master of the True Martial Great World. There was no one from the True Martial Holy Lands that dared to provoke Dragon Fong. And in return, Dragon Fong didn't attack disciples of the True Martial Holy Lands. The two sides were able to coexist peacefully. As for Lin Ming, not even mentioning the top 10 ranked High Dragon, he had already killed dozens of other disciples of the True Martial Holy Lands. In Wu Final Cloud's eyes, these low-level disciples weren't able to provide many merit points to Lin Ming. But Lin Ming still killed them. This was the same as brutally slapping their True Martial Holy Lands in the face. The wheat-skinned woman laughed. Elder Senior Apprentice Brother, do you plan on dealing with Lin Ming? I must kill him. He's even more arrogant than Dragon Fong was and has ridden on the back of our True Martial Holy Lands. If I do not kill him, then others will think that my True Martial Holy Lands is easy to bully. In the future, there will be more and more people that challenge our authority. These people participating in the first martial meeting are all top-level geniuses of their influences. In the future, they will be leaders and rulers. If we allow them to think that our True Martial Holy Lands is easy to bully, then the reputation of our True Martial Holy Lands in the Divine Dream World will begin to affect the real world. If that happens, future transactions in some of our businesses may become more difficult. In Wu Final Cloud's opinion, if a sect was rampant and domineering, then that would cause others to secretly denunciate them. But they would also be afraid of that sect and would fear offending them. On the other hand, if that sect was weak instead, people would not fear that sect and would even think of taking endless advantages from them. This was simply the nature of humans. Thus, the reason that Wu Final Cloud displayed such strength in the first martial meeting was first to achieve a better result for the True Martial Holy Lands, but also to inform all the future decision-makers of these other great influences just how powerful the potential of their True Martial Holy Lands was. This was to make it so that when these great influences ever had any transactions with them in the future, they would not think of playing tricks with them. I have had our disciples seek out Lin Ming's position. With his wild and widely known actions, we can find out where he is in just several hours. Do you want to go to Demon Ceiling Ridge now? No. I will wait for him at the city gates. Have him come here, Wu Final Cloud imperiously said. He was a very lofty character. For him to fly 3,000 miles to Demon Ceiling Ridge in order to challenge an unknown boy that was a disciple of an ordinary holy land, that was truly an action not worthy of his identity. The man beside Wu Final Cloud laughed and said, "That's right. Lin Ming should come to us. With elder senior apprentice brother's status, how could we possibly look for him? I only fear that the boy won't have the courage to come to us." "Humph. If he's so arrogant, then he shouldn't be scared to battle me. Okay, I'll immediately go then." As the man spoke, he ignited a sound-transmitting talisman and sent out a message. For these past months, the true martial Holy Lands had disciples especially responsible for moving information. This message was quickly transmitted to the disciples at Demon Ceiling Ridge. Elder Senior Apprentice Brother is finally taking action. Haha! A true martial Holy Lands inner court disciple said with delight as he obtained this message. To them, their elder senior apprentice brother was a godlike existence. They couldn't even believe that Dragon Fong surpassed their elder senior apprentice brother in strength. Awesome! That brat's days are numbered. He's been rampaging across Demon Ceiling Ridge for so many days and bullying us into such a horrible situation. It's like he thinks that our true martial Holy Lands has no one to stop him. Elder Senior Apprentice Brother wants us to find that boy as fast as possible and have him go to the gates of true Martial City to die. Let's split up and look for him, a disciple said, launching his movement technique to look for Lin Ming. Another disciple laughed out loud. Looking for Lin Ming isn't easy. Instead of looking for him, I think we should. That disciple flew into the skies. He concentrated energy into his dantian, his body swelling up like a frog before he shouted out as loud as he could, "Lin Ming, your death is here. My true martial Holy Lands elder senior apprentice brother is waiting for you at true Martial City for a grand battle. Hurry up and meet your death." Ha 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 ha. With a special technique, this disciple was able to fuse true essence into his sound waves. His voice easily covered over 1,000 miles, spreading to half of Demon Ceiling Ridge. Throughout the broad Demon Ceiling Ridge, there were many hidden glens and valleys. These valleys were deep and secretive. If one entered in and sealed up the entrances with array formations, it would become a relatively safe place to train. At this time, Lin Ming had sealed up a valley and was meditating within. With the dreamland energy he absorbed from High Dragon, Lin Ming nourished the third divine dream mark. This divine dream mark was now glowing with a brilliant light, just a hint away from reaching perfection. A human body's essence, energy, and divine, each one corresponds to a different cultivation system. Similarly, the magic cube, demon bead, and purple card each correspond to one aspect of essence, energy, and divine. This shouldn't be a coincidence, but one of the truths that originally existed in this universe. For these countless years, these three cultivation systems had constantly grown and been developed, but because of the current rules of the universe, cultivating the essence gathering system was the most practical. If I'm not wrong, the magic cube, demon bead, and purple card are the three highest divine tools that assist in soul cultivation, body transformation, and essence gathering, three different types of cultivation system. With them in hand, one can cultivate the corresponding system with twice the results and half the effort. When Empyrean Primordius fought with Empyrean Thunder Punishment in the past, the reason was 90% because of the demon bead. Empyrean Primordius should have also trained in dual body and energy cultivation. And with his Empyrean realm cultivation as well as the support of the demon bead, he finally stepped into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Lin Ming could feel that his understandings of these ancient secrets were becoming increasingly clear. For the Verdant Feather Holy Lands to be able to obtain the magic cube was a complete stroke of luck. Countless hundreds of millions of years ago when the magic cube first appeared, it was likely also obtained by some martial artist as a massive lucky chance and likely even set off a bloody catastrophe. If I can obtain the magic cube, demon bead, and purple card together, and then cultivate essence, energy, and divine, I wonder just what boundary my strength will reach. Lin Ming was unable to imagine how high such a boundary would be. Empyrean Primordius and Empyrean Divine Dream, had reasons for being known as the most formidable existences amongst Empyreans. This was because while they trained in the essence gathering system, they also trained in another system and had extremely high attainments in that too. This was something that other Empyreans could not compare with. I'm focusing on essence gathering and body transformation now, but if I could obtain the purple card and demon bead, then that would be great. Lin Ming realized that in truth, the magic cube was the least valuable of the three divine tools to him. This was because his achievements in soul cultivation were the lowest. Once I'm strong enough, I definitely have to return to the eternal demon abyss. I'll look around and see what secrets are within. Perhaps the demon bead might really be inside. As Lin Ming thought this, he suddenly heard a faint and fuzzy voice shouting from the distance. Because these shouts echoed through the forests and valleys and layers of clouds, they had connected together in a stretch of sound that made it hard to distinguish between the syllables. Within this blurry stretch of sound, Lin Ming heard his own name. Lin Ming's eyebrows arched up. His figure moved, and in the next moment he had left the valley. After flooding his ears with true essence, Lin Ming was finally able to clearly hear these shouts. Lin Ming, your death has come. Hurry up and accept your death. Lin Ming, my true Martial Holy Land's elder senior apprentice brother is waiting for you at the city gates. Do you dare to fight him? Lin Ming, you damn turtle, are you too scared? With multiple disciples of the true Martial Holy Lands continuously shouting with true essence in their voices, they were able to cover the entire scope of Demon Sealing Ridge. True Martial Holy Land's elder senior apprentice brother? Is that Wu Final Cloud? Lin Ming remembered the name that the disciples of Five Flower Mountain had told him about. He was ranked first in merit points within the entire true martial great world. His strength was considered inferior to that of Dragon Fong, but he should still be the second strongest master in the entirety of the true martial great world. Wu Final Cloud is awaiting my challenge at the gates to true martial city? Lin Ming rubbed his chin, a thoughtful smile on his face. How interesting. I was originally planning to look for you, but you're the one who looks for me instead. Moreover, you're declaring a challenge against me in such an arrogant manner. If I didn't go, wouldn't that just be unfair to you? Fighting Wu Final Cloud was one of Lin Ming's most fervent desires right now. Out of all the disciples of the true Martial Holy Lands, he was the one with the highest number of merit points. If Lin Ming killed him, then he would be able to obtain a considerable amount of Dreamland energy, enough to bring his fourth divine dream mark to near perfection. As the many disciples of the true Martial Holy Lands shouted in the skies, it wasn't just Lin Ming who heard them, but also all of the other participants hunting in Demon Sealing Ridge. Who is Lin Ming? He's actually someone that Wu Final Cloud deems worthy to challenge? Is he that fellow that has been repeatedly attacking disciples from the true Martial Holy Lands for these past days in Demon Sealing Ridge? Yes, that's him. I came from immemorial Imperial City, so I know of him. At the Imperial City auction, Lin Ming is the one who bought the Boundless World pill with 7 trillion violet sunstones. What? 7 trillion? Violet sunstones? As this figure of 7 trillion violet sunstones was spoke, many participants were dumbfounded. Most of them came from ordinary Holy Land level influences, so to them 7 trillion was an astronomical figure. It was definitely violet sunstones. This Lin Ming is extremely powerful. He killed many masters and he doesn't keep his profile low either. Now, because he kept bullying those low-level disciples of the true Martial Holy Lands, I think that the true Martial Holy Lands are finally mobilizing against him. The true Martial Holy Lands are used to being the strongest and most domineering force around, and they don't allow others to challenge their dignity. I don't know whether or not he'll accept this challenge, but let's go to the city gates to have a look anyways. I'm also thinking the same thing. The many martial artists of Demon Sealing Ridge, after hearing the challenge of the true Martial Holy Lands, rushed towards true Martial City. In this rush of people were also many of Lin Ming's enemies, Sacred Martial Mansion's 3 prodigies as well as Zhong Wenshu. This Lin Ming, he really brought about his own death. To think that he dared to provoke the true Martial Holy Lands. Ha ha ha. Zhong Wenshu gloated. taking pleasure in Lin Ming's troubles. Although I can't kill him myself, seeing him die will make me feel much better, Sacred Yueping echoed. However, Sacred Martial Mansion's Sacred Tianhao remained silent, lost in thought. He had a profound memory of Lin Ming's great strength. Moreover, there was that unfathomably deep feeling that he felt from Lin Ming. Even if it was Wu Final Cloud, whether he could kill Lin Ming was still an unknown. Let's go. We're going to return to the city and enjoy this play, Sacred Yueping excitedly said. Soon, many participants were gathered at the majestic True Martial City. The skies above the city were a zone that forbade fighting. Many martial artists gathered in this safety zone so they could watch the fight in peace. At this time, at the gates of True Martial City, 7 or 8 disciples of the True Martial Holy Lands were standing side by side. These 7 or 8 people were all core disciples of the True Martial Holy Lands. And in front of them was a dragon throne cast from metal. The back of this throne was engraved with images of dragons and phoenixes. Wu Final Cloud sat on this dragon throne. He wore white clothes and he reclined imperiously, his chest resting against a raised fist in a languid posture. Elder Senior Apprentice Brother, this boy might be too scared to show up. If he doesn't come, then we'll have waited in vain, several True Martial Holy Land disciples said. Wu Final Cloud faintly smiled. He said, "There is no need to worry. He is coming, and he will appear right now." Several people looked towards the horizon. In that direction, they could make out the vague shadow of someone's figure. It was a blue-clothed youth, and he was racing towards them at an incredible speed. In just a breath of time, he had appeared in front of them from the distant horizon. It's really him. He actually came. He's quite the brave one. Ho! Lin Ming steadily fell onto the giant square in front of True Martial City. His arrival attracted the eyes of all present. Those that hadn't seen Lin Ming before all rushed forwards to see just who this fellow was. They wanted to see just what kind of freak would dare to openly provoke the True Martial Holy Lands and even cause Wu Final Cloud to take action. He's Lin Ming. He doesn't seem like anything special. As these people first saw Lin Ming, they didn't notice anything special about him. They only saw that his true essence was thicker than usual and his eyes were far brighter and keener than expected. But just by depending on these two things, it was extremely difficult to judge his strength. Lin Ming, Wu Final Cloud directly asked, sitting up from his dragon throne. Wu Final Cloud? Lin Ming didn't answer, instead asking another question. As he spoke, his lips curved up in a sly smile, a tint of excitement coloring his face. How interesting. Wu Final Cloud stood up. It seems that you're confident in yourself. It's as if you think you won't lose this fight. And you're the same. Lin Ming slowly took out the Phoenix Blood Spear from the extreme violet ring. His right hand grasped the spear shaft and he drew an icy cold arc in the air. Then he pointed it towards Wu Final Cloud, the provocation evident in his eyes. It seems we are both confident in our strength. Wu Final Cloud sneered. He took out a spirit artifact sword from his spatial ring. Nearly everyone from the True Martial Holy Lands used swords. Words are useless. Let's fight. With those words, Lin Ming's aura suddenly surged. In that moment, he was like an unassailable mountain peak, leaving one unable to see his limits. Chi. Lin Ming's aura seemed to substantialize into essence, becoming as sharp as a spear edge and tearing through the air, thrusting towards Wu Final Cloud and grating against this protective true essence. Wu Final Cloud remained indifferent. He calmly said, "What a wonderful aura. You indeed have some skills. But let's see if you can withstand my aura." Wu Final Cloud shouted and his aura surged out like an endless ocean. This aura gathered together into a massive wave that hurtled into the horizon, washing away the clouds. All of the nearby participants were forced back again and again by this aura. This was a truly powerful man, able to look down at the world with utter disdain. Haha! Elder Senior Apprentice Brother is too fierce. Just by the power of his aura alone, Elder Senior Apprentice Brother is definitely the top powerhouse of the True Martial Great World. He even closes in on the power of an Empyrean descendant. If he sees a god, he will kill a god. If he sees a Buddha, he will kill a Buddha. Who dared to say that Dragon Fong was fiercer than Elder Senior Apprentice Brother? If Elder Senior Apprentice Brother was to release his full strength, who could possibly stop him? Let alone this Lin Ming with his mere early divine sea cultivation. If he could truly defeat Elder Senior Apprentice Brother, then his talent would be equal to that of an Empyrean descendant. Lin Ming was at the peak of the early divine sea. For him, the disparity between his cultivation and Wu Final Cloud's wasn't that significant. Lin Ming jumped ranks to fight masters like others ate meals and drank water. But, to a peak talent, the closer they reached to the limit, the greater an influencing factor their cultivation would become. If he were to jump 2 small boundaries to defeat someone as talented as Wu Final Cloud, then that would truly be unbelievable. As Wu Final Cloud displayed his invincible grandeur, all of the surrounding true martial Holy Land disciples stared with wide eyes. They closely looked at the battlefield lest they miss a single detail. Kacha! Wu Final Cloud stepped forth and the rocks beneath his feet cracked apart. This step seemed to step upon the hearts of everyone present, making their hearts skip a beat. Let me take a good look and see whether or not you have the ability to have me use my transcendent divine might. As Wu Final Cloud spoke these words, while the disciples from the true marital Holy Lands weren't surprised, all the other participants were all shocked. Transcendent divine might. These 3 words, to them, were absolutely legendary words. Wu Final Cloud actually knows a transcendent divine might? Heavens! Transcendent divine might. That is a top martial art created by an Empyrean. These disciples from ordinary Holy Lands and martial families were all shocked speechless, but their expressions were full of envy. A transcendent divine might was something that they couldn't even look up to. As for the disciples of the true martial Holy Lands, a sense of pride rose within their hearts as they saw these people's responses. Even if they didn't qualify to learn a transcendent divine might, they were still proud that their own Holy Land could possess one. The true martial Holy Land's transcendent divine might was obtained by the true martial world king during his youth, when he adventured through the divine realm. In fact, the reason that a great world king Holy Land could obtain a transcendent divine might was that their great world king was far too strong. When these great world kings were in their youth, they could easily obtain a top 3 ranking if they joined a first martial meeting. Such a person had a monstrous destiny, so obtaining a transcendent divine might wasn't too strange. However, even if a Holy Land possessed a transcendent divine might, only the number 1 disciple of every generation would have the qualifications to study it at the true martial divine palace. This was because there was only a single jade slip and it was also incomplete. For a single jade slip, only a single person was allowed to perceive it. The true martial Holy Lands had many people, and besides the current top geniuses there were also the high-level figures that had to train in it. How could they ever allow an ordinary disciple to take a turn perceiving? Moreover, because it was incomplete, if a young disciple wished to practice it, then they would need the guidance of a top master. This was an even greater cost of learning. Besides a disciple like Wu Final Cloud, other disciples like High Dragon weren't able to enjoy such treatment. Humph! Our true martial Holy Lands already had this transcendent divine might when our sect was founded. It isn't anything strange at all if Senior Apprentice Brother Wu Final Cloud knows a transcendent divine might. A true martial Holy Lands disciple said with a matter-of-course expression and tone. But in his heart, he was actually extremely satisfied. This is the legacy of a World King Holy Land. Although the true martial Great World has dual Polarity Palace, Sacred Martial Mansion, and many other World King Holy Lands, these other World King Holy Lands, whether it be in inheritances, qualifications, merits, wealth, number of geniuses, none of them are able to compare with our true martial Holy Lands at all. As this true martial Holy Lands disciple saw all of these geniuses from ordinary Holy Lands and martial families look at him, his heart was overjoyed. This was the same as a nobleman arriving in the countryside and seeing all the wealthy villagers looking at him with awe in their eyes. This would naturally form an inherent sense of superiority in their background. They wouldn't help but think, these are nothing but beetles that haven't seen the world. You people can be considered as having broadened your horizons this time. For you to be able to experience someone who knows a transcendent divine might, you should be thanking that dumb brat Lin Ming. Otherwise, none of you would have the qualifications to see senior apprentice brother Wu Final Cloud, a disciple though in his heart. But he also wished that Lin Ming could last a bit longer, because he too hadn't seen Wu Final Cloud use his transcendent divine might before. At this time, within the center of the battlefield, Lin Ming was looking at Wu Final Cloud with indifference. Transcendent divine might. What was the true martial Holy Land's transcendent divine might? In the past, when Lin Ming had fought the Crimson Light Holy Land's Crimson Strife Cloud, what Crimson Strife Cloud practiced wasn't a true transcendent divine might, but a cultivation method that the Crimson Light World King had perceived through a shattered jade slip. Ultimately, it could only be considered the Crimson Light World King's self-created technique. The self-created cultivation method of the Crimson Strife World King versus the original cultivation method of an Empyrean. The two were obviously incomparable. From this, one could see an obvious disparity. Although Crimson the Light Holy Lands were also a great World King Holy Land, they were clearly inferior to the true martial Holy Lands. At this time, Wu Final Cloud finally attacked. His sword released a 10,000-foot beam of golden light. The Vorpal sword energy cut through all barriers. Blade light illuminating the world. The sword slashed out and that 10,000-foot-long beam of light split through the skies and sundered the earth. The sword energy tore through the ground, leaving a gaping hole in the world. In the face of such an aggressive sword strike, Lin Ming remained calm. He opened the heretical god force and raised the phoenix blood spear high above his head before bringing it crashing down. With an indomitable momentum, it crashed into the ground. With a loud explosive sound, a massive shockwave even greater than Wu Final Cloud spread outwards, rolling up into the heavens. Where it went, countless rocks shattered and bits of stone soared into the skies. The spear light and sword light collided. For a time, all the sound between the heavens and the earth was swallowed up by this strike. The terrifying impact formed a monstrous shockwave that savagely erupted. Countless boulders collapsed and even nearby mountains cracked. All of the surrounding martial artists cried out in alarm and pushed their protective true essence to the limit, retreating again and again. Some people were sent flying backwards and were vomiting mouthfuls of blood. Although these were all genius disciples that stood thousands of feet away to watch the fight, they were still wounded by the shockwaves. From this, the momentum of the two martial artists' battle could be seen. At this time, Lin Ming stepped forwards. His body turned into a vague blue blur. He opened all 7 gates and his strength instantly rose to millions upon millions of genes. The current Lin Ming could be called a vicious beast in human form. Use your transcendent divine might. Celestial Tyrant Manual 100-layered waves. Bang! A supernatural strength that surpassed 100 million genes erupted, completely pouring into the Phoenix Blood Spear. Such a focused explosive power was something that a sword could not block. Wu Final Cloud's pupils contracted. He could see that it was impossible for him to block Lin Ming's spear strike, so his body suddenly blurred. As the highest top junior master of the true martial Holy Lands, Wu Final Cloud was no ordinary man. While he had extremely high attainments in striking power, his movements were equally extraordinary. As his figure blurred, he split apart into 108 afterimages, all of them completely indiscernible from each other. What bold words! Who cares how strong your spear strike is? If it cannot touch the enemy, then it is useless. My movement technique may not be a transcendent divine might, but it is still a top movement technique that was created by the true martial world king. Wu Final Cloud recklessly laughed. Although a spear was stronger than a sword, as long as his movement technique was formidable enough, he would be able to avoid it. Lin Ming faintly smiled, his energy focused within his inner world. The heretical god force opened. The heavenly demon martial intent erupted. Ho! As a blood-red lotus bloomed in the world, a vast and boundless energy enveloped the entire region. Grand Mist Space Open. Wu Final Cloud's movement technique was originally part of the concept of speed. However, underneath the shroud of the Grand Mist Space, 107 of the 108 afterimages suddenly vanished. leaving only Wu Final Cloud's true form. Even Wu Final Cloud felt his body being affected by the grand mist space. His strength dropped by a tremendous scale, and he found it increasingly difficult to move true essence within his body. What sort of force field was this? As Wu Final Cloud was stunned in surprise, Lin Ming had already rushed in front of him. The phoenix blood spear in his hand came crashing down. Wu Final Cloud's eyes widened. He slashed out with his sword, cutting down at Lin Ming. Gotcha! Underneath the strength of 100 million genes, Wu Final Cloud's sword light was easily torn apart. The phoenix blood spear continued onwards, crashing onto Wu Final Cloud's head. Wu Final Cloud's complexion changed. True martial body barrier art. As Wu Final Cloud saw the phoenix blood spear about to strike him, he shouted out loud and a thick golden barrier appeared around his body. This was the metal laws. The true martial holy lands included masters of countless mystic arts. Every disciple could find a law and cultivation method that suited themselves the most. Lin Ming disregarded this new development and continued smashing his spear downwards. As his spear struck the golden barrier, there was a loud crackling sound as myriad cracks appeared in the barrier before it completely broke open. However, because of the slight delay offered by this golden barrier, Wu Final Cloud was able to bring back his spirit artifact sword and send out a second sword strike. Gotcha! The brilliant sword light collided with the phoenix blood spear. Wu Final Cloud was sent hurtling backwards as if he had been struck by a mountain. This tremendous amount of strength had not been completely diverted. A great part of it passed into Wu Final Cloud's body, causing the blood within to tumble. Only after flying back several miles was he able to stop himself and stand tall. In this single exchange, Wu Final Cloud had suffered a serious loss. He forcefully calmed the roiling blood within his body and glared at Lin Ming, his complexion ugly. You? Wu Final Cloud was unable to believe just how terrifying the explosive force in Lin Ming's attack had been. Was he really only at the early divine sea? What force field is that? Lin Ming didn't answer. He only faintly said, "Use your transcendent divine might." Seeing Wu Final Cloud sent hurtling backwards by Lin Ming's spear strike, all of the disciples of the true martial Holy Lands were left panic-stricken. The invincible elder senior apprentice brother in their minds had actually been struck back by Lin Ming? How was that possible? Elder senior apprentice brother. Elder senior apprentice brother is fine. Some disciples cried out with concern thick in their voices. How could elder senior apprentice brother possibly have anything go wrong? Elder senior apprentice brother simply didn't use his complete strength just now. He didn't even use his transcendent divine might. A disciple that worshipped Wu Final Cloud said. Even if his idol wasn't as strong as he thought, he still wouldn't admit it, because recognizing this was the same as denying everything he knew. Moreover, Wu Final Cloud hadn't even used his transcendent divine might yet. The ordinary disciples of the true martial Holy Lands didn't understand Wu Final Cloud's real strength. They had simply run wild with their imaginations. But the several top-ranked masters of the true martial Holy Lands were absolutely clear as to what Wu Final Cloud's trump cards were. Once Wu Final Cloud used all of his abilities, his combat strength would multiply from before, and there wouldn't be any comparison between that and his previous self. Elder senior apprentice brother has met a worthy match. That Lin Ming is truly unfathomable. To think that even elder senior apprentice brother's cloud-dimming blade isn't enough. He will need to bring out his second sword, the Great Blood Sword. Wu Final Cloud had two swords. This brat. How could he possibly suppress Wu Final Cloud? Zhong Wenshu muttered as he hid in the crowd, staring at Lin Ming with hatred in his eyes. He couldn't accept the reality of what was happening before him. Originally, Zhong Wenshu thought he would be able to see something good by coming here. He thought he would see Lin Ming be utterly suppressed and killed, but he never imagined that Lin Ming would be so brutal that he could even force back Wu Final Cloud with his spear. The battle hasn't ended yet. Wu Final Cloud still has his transcendent divine might. It's unknown just who the winner will be, Sacred Yueping gloomily said. Although this battle had been one-sided so far, It wasn't strange for the losing side in a battle to use some miraculous move and turn the tables on the aggressor. Moreover, Wu Final Cloud still hadn't used his true transcendent divine might. To a disciple of an ordinary world king Holy Land, a transcendent divine might was a completely unreachable cultivation method. Transcendent divine might. Sacred Tianhao hesitated. He had a faint premonition in his heart that even if Wu Final Cloud were to use his transcendent divine might, his victory or defeat would still be an unknown. He had always felt that Lin Ming was too mysterious, too powerful, a being that surpassed all common reasoning. Facing Lin Ming, even if you thought you were stronger, he would still easily suppress you. You would never know just where the limits of his strength lay. Sacred Tianhao found it unbelievable that such a youth was only at the early divine sea. Wu Final Cloud is finally going to use his transcendent divine might. I wonder just what sort of cultivation method that transcendent divine might is. I really want to see. Many surrounding martial artists said, some even rubbing their eyes. The truth was that these people simply didn't know what level of existence a transcendent divine might was. They had never even seen one, much less understood it. It was impossible for them to distinguish whether or not a cultivation method was a transcendent divine might based on how strong it was. Let alone these juniors, even holy lords and world kings might not be able to do so, because most transcendent divine mights were secret existences that no one knew of. Just who are you? Wu Final Cloud's eyes burned as he gazed at Lin Ming, his complexion incomparably ugly. He could not believe that a disciple from a mere peak Holy Land could actually achieve such a mind-boggling level of talent. Perhaps even an Empyrean descendant would not be his match at the early Divine Sea realm. Haven't you already investigated me? Lin Ming asked back. Humph! Wu Final Cloud coldly coughed. Your talent is indeed unimaginably high, but what will decide the ultimate outcome of this victory is strength, absolute strength. You wanted to experience my transcendent divine might, right? Then, let me fulfill your wish. As Wu Final Cloud spoke, his aura became increasingly powerful. His joints exploded, his body began to grow, and an endless, boundless energy gushed forth from his inner world. Tiny scales began to form all over his body, making him look like a demon. This transcendent divine might even had the ability to change Wu Final Cloud's body. The energy within his body is strengthening. Lin Ming narrowed his eyes. He could feel the energy within Wu Final Cloud climbing to ever higher peaks. Without a doubt, this transcendent divine might was one that enhanced his striking power. Up until now, Lin Ming had learned two transcendent divine mights. The heretical god force was an arcane skill whose main role was to help in cultivation and also help in comprehending laws. Lin Ming's power of thunder and power of fire were endowed unto him by the heretical god force. As for the grand mist space, that was an auxiliary transcendent divine might. Up until now, Lin Ming had never seen a direct attack type transcendent divine might. This transcendent divine might is called the Heavenly Demon Metamorphic Art. It is a transcendent divine might that changes the body. Once one displays the Heavenly Demon Metamorphic Art, they will be able to obtain the power of a fiend demon, and their body will turn into that of a demon. Their speed, striking power, defensive power, even their comprehension of laws, everything will double. Although my Heavenly Demon Metamorphic Art is incomplete, its might when displayed underneath my hand is unimaginable. Now meet my strike. Wu Final Cloud wildly laughed. He put the long sword away in his spatial ring and took out a heavy sword. Wu Final Cloud had two swords, one light and one heavy. The light sword was called the Cloud Dimming Blade and was used in coordination with his extraordinary speed. It was to help in displaying metal laws, wind laws, and the concept of speed. And this crimson heavy sword was called the Great Blood Sword. It was the sword Wu Final Cloud used when he was at his highest level of strength. Two swords. Lin Ming was a bit surprised. Up until now, he had seen several martial artists who used two swords. For instance, the Seven Profound Valleys Zhang Baoyun used two swords. Dual Polarity Palace's Zhong Wenshu was the same. He used twin black and white swords in order to display his distinctive yin-yang laws. This was also the reason for dual polarity palace's name. Yin and Yang, representing extreme polar opposites. A double sword-type martial artist often didn't use both swords together. Rather, each sword had its own unique uses. A long sword was fast, tricky, and could change myriad times, but its striking power was lacking. When facing a crazy and savage frontal attack like Lin Ming's 100-layered waves, the sword light of a long sword would be far weaker in comparison, and it would be extremely difficult to block such heavy-handed attacks. Thus, they would bring out a second sword. Although the Great Blood Sword had the shape of a sword, it wasn't used for stabbing or slashing. Rather, it was used to violently smash onto others. This was another extreme of swordsmanship, the edgeless heavy sword. Now, with Wu Final Cloud's energy having increased by several times thanks to the heavenly demon metamorphic art, his strength and striking power had risen to a ridiculous level. It was incomparable from the past. Let me give you a warning. This great blood sword is forged from crimson blood metal and is 1.2 million genes heavy. When I am in the condition of the heavenly demon metamorphic art, my great blood sword can display its greatest strength. It was impossible for an essence-gathering system martial artist to have the bodily strength of a body transformation system martial artist. But, if they poured enough true essence into their weapon, they could also similarly stimulate the movement of their weapon, no matter how heavy it was. The only disadvantage would be that they would lack the flexibility of a body transformation martial artist. Lin Ming faintly smiled. So you want to meet me in a head-on melee? Let's go. Wu Final Cloud roared and sprang upwards. With such a massive counterweight, the rocks beneath his feet shattered into tiny fragments. Bang! Wu Final Cloud's sword came smashing down. But at this time, Lin Ming's entire body was boiling over with excitement. This sort of fulfilling and wild battle was what he wished for. All 7 of the 8 inner hidden gates opened. The power of the supreme dragon bone completely erupted. Ha! A deafening dragon roar filled the air, as if a true dragon were awakening within Lin Ming's body. All of the martial artists present heard this resounding dragon roar. They felt the blood energy within their body restlessly moving, gushing, tumbling about, even affecting their heartbeats. This strength was... Everyone was left horrified. Within the body transformation technique, the 9 stars of the Tao Palace was the highest legend. Besides Empyrean Primordius, it was possible that no one had managed to step into that mystical boundary. As for the 8 inner hidden gates, although they weren't considered to be a myth, the last 2 gates were still fabled existences. There was basically no one that had opened them, thus none of the martial artists present had seen it before. After opening 7 gates, Lin Ming's pupils contracted. The muscles on his body popped up as he grasped the Phoenix Blood Spear, aimed it at Wu Final Cloud's sword, and brought it crashing down. Kacha! The great blood sword collided with the Phoenix Blood Spear. With these 2 people at the center, a massive nova of energy erupted outwards. Countless black rocks filled the air, completely shattering. A giant series of fissures cracked through the earth, spreading out like an infinite spiderweb. In such a terrifying strike, even a top-grade saint artifact would instantly break apart. But Lin Ming and Wu Final Cloud's weapons were spirit artifacts and extremely high-rank ones at that. Even after such an intense strike, they still weren't damaged. Ka. The Phoenix Blood Spear curved into a crescent arc. Lin Ming's feet both sank underground. The rock beneath him broke apart again and again, nearly becoming dust. Wu Final Cloud grasped his sword in both hands. His eyes colored with disbelief at the sight of Lin Ming. How could you be so strong? How is this possible? Kacha! Wu Final Cloud's sword cut out once more. Lin Ming swept out his spear once again. Spear and sword crossed. The sound of metal grating on metal pierced through the world. Clang, clang, clang. The 2 collided again. This was a brutal melee. A fight to the death to see who was stronger, who was faster. As the 2 fought, all of the surrounding land was blasted away to nothing as countless fragments of stone rained down from the heavens. Every collision was like the ringing of a divine bell, a ruinous sound that echoed between the heavens and earth. Each ringing of this divine bell seemed to knock on the hearts of everyone present, causing their blood to tumble and surge within them. The martial artists with weaker cultivations all paled, finding it impossible to stay nearby. Even if they wanted to stay close, they had no choice but to withdraw again and again. Otherwise, if they stayed, their organs would shatter and blood would leak from their heads until they died. This was because as the two people fought, there was a massive amount of energy contained within the sound waves. A weaker martial artist would be shaken until they exploded to death. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Mountains and rivers shook. The earth trembled as countless black boulders tumbled down from nearby mountains, as if an earthquake was passing all throughout true martial city. This battle scene was incredible, unimaginable. No one ever thought that a showdown between two peak masters of the true martial great world would evolve into such a scene. Normally, when Essence Gathering System martial artists fought, they would display gorgeous and beautiful martial skills as they exchanged more and more moves. It would never be like the fight between these two, the most barbaric and savage method of directly struggling with strength. There can actually be such a form of combat. To the disciples of ordinary holy lands, this sort of fighting was something they had never heard of before. By just relying on one's body, is it actually possible to erupt with such a terrifying combat strength? Many people thought this was unbelievable. In their opinion, true essence reigned above all, and even most laws that martial artists comprehended were related to true essence and energy. Only true essence could possibly pair with laws. As for a person's bodily strength, laws were incompatible with it. This was said to be because the rules of the heavenly Tao changed a long time ago, and now the body transformation technique cultivation system was far too difficult to cultivate. Thus, it was publicly recognized that bodily strength was inferior to true essence. No, this is wrong. A top 10 ranked participant shook his head. What Lin Ming is relying on is his physical strength to fight, but Wu Final Cloud is using his true essence to fight. His transcendent divine might gives him an explosive strength, enough to reach this current state. But it is by no means his own bodily strength. If a martial artist used true essence to drive the movement of a weapon, they could erupt with an equally terrifying strength as someone that used their immense physicality to do so. For instance, if someone were to pour their true essence into a steel ball and throw it, it would crash down as hard as a meteor. This was the same effect as a body transformation martial artist hurling a steel ball with all their might. This fellow Lin Ming cultivates in dual body and energy, and he has simultaneously reached incredibly high achievements in both the essence gathering system and the body transformation system. I really have no idea how he could possibly have reached his current boundary in body transformation. He is truly a monstrous genius. As everyone was talking, Lin Ming and Wu Final Cloud had already exchanged 100 moves. The two people were like meteors in the sky, flinging back and forth, intensely colliding with each other, separating, smashing into each other once again, and then splitting apart once more. Every collision produced an earth-shattering shockwave that pierced through the heavens. Bang! Wu Final Cloud's sword slashed down. Lin Ming's figure faded, turning into a shadow that completely avoided the strike. This sword strike fell upon a black mountain, shearing a 10,000 section and creating a massive sloping cliff. Trees fell down, rocks cracked apart, and the earth trembled. And following that, Lin Ming attacked. Wu Final Cloud avoided the spear strike, but this attack continued forwards with unstoppable might, piercing through that 10,000-foot slope and creating a massive hole that penetrated all the way through, causing the cliff to collapse. Such an intense battle left all the participants speechless. These two were simply beasts in human form. However, in this savage battle, the more Wu Final Cloud fought, the more shocked he became. He originally thought that after using the heavenly demon metamorphic art, even if he couldn't defeat Lin Ming, he could still rapidly build an advantage and seal his victory with that. But he never imagined he would be engaged in such a white-hot battle instead. Lin Ming's strength, tenacity, endurance, everything had surpassed his imaginations. Now they had already fought for 100 moves, and every move required a terrifying amount of energy to be consumed. Lin Ming didn't seem tired at all. Instead, he continued his onslaught with ease. But as for Wu Final Cloud, he was barely managing to keep up. His strength had long begun to weaken. Impossible! How could this be possible? If he's using up so much energy, what sort of arcane skill is he using to support himself? Is his body a bottomless pit? Can it hold endless amounts of true essence? Wu Final Cloud found this incomprehensible. Lin Ming seemed like a tireless mechanical puppet. No matter how much he fought, his strength didn't weaken in the slightest. No, it could even be said to be growing stronger over time. Wu Final Cloud had already consumed over half the true essence within his body. He was relying on his will to continue. He had already overdrawn his bodily strength and true essence. If this continued, it would be hard to maintain his combat strength. Is this boy gritting his teeth and deliberately trying to show an appearance of ease? Or is his endurance really powerful to such a degree? Wu Final Cloud began to panic. If this continued, then he would undoubtedly lose. His only chance was to risk his life. Bang! With a loud explosion, the two martial artists collided once more. The Phoenix blood spear slightly bent as their weapons crossed and locked in place. Lin Ming grinned as he looked at Wu Final Cloud. Only fighting like this with his physical strength would cause his fighting spirit to burn, his blood to boil over, and this amazing refreshed feeling to wash over him. However, it seemed that Wu Final Cloud wouldn't be able to accompany him much longer. Is this it for you? You! Wu Final Cloud clenched his teeth. He could feel that with his overconsumption of true essence, it was becoming nearly impossible to continue resisting Lin Ming's strength. Lin Ming suddenly shouted out, the muscles on his arms bulging and blue veins twisting under his skin. Loud crackling sounds emitted from all over his body. He bent his legs, coiling his body, and with his body that was fused with the supreme dragon bone and the increased strength from the Gate of Limit, he used all of his strength to push forwards. Pong! The rocks underneath Lin Ming's feet completely cracked apart, and Wu Final Cloud only felt a great strength pass through his body. He was sent hurtling backwards by Lin Ming like a leaf in a storm. Bang! Wu Final Cloud crashed into a shattered mountain peak, causing a countless amount of rubble to tumble to the ground. The blood energy within Wu Final Cloud's body tumbled, his appearance in a very pitiful state. Although he had managed to save himself from injury thanks to his protective true essence, the fact that he had been thrown backwards was proof that he was on the losing end. Wu Final Cloud is going to be defeated? His physical strength isn't enough? Unbelievable. Even in such a fierce melee, Lin Ming hasn't seemed stressed at all from beginning to end, as if his physical strength hasn't been consumed in the least, like he hasn't been fighting all this time. How is this possible? The many martial artists looked at Lin Ming, confusion and fear in their eyes. Just by looking at the ruined outskirts of True Marital City that had been changed beyond all recognition, one could imagine the massive quantities of energy involved in this battle. However, Lin Ming didn't seem affected in the least. Was he even human? Lin Ming pointed his spear straight at Wu Final Cloud, stating, "You have lost." Endurance and toughness were Lin Ming's greatest advantages. After Lin Ming absorbed the Azure Dragon Marrow and fused with the Supreme Dragon Bone, and in addition to the Gate of Healing as well as the portion of power he absorbed from the Demon Bead replica, his blood vitality had reached an incredible degree. He was absolutely able to rely on his restorative abilities to continue this battle without consuming much or any of his strength at all. We still don't know who will be the winner, Wu Final Cloud spat out. Veins stuck out on his forehead as his grip on the great blood sword tightened. All of his remaining strength swelled up from within his body, surging within him without reserve. This was his final desperate attack. Ka-ka-ka. All of the blood vessels in his body stuck upwards. His skin began to rupture as blood splashed out from his body. Facing Wu Final Cloud's final attack, Lin Ming grasped the Phoenix blood spear, pointing it to the ground, his eyes incomparably calm. Sword shattering the universe. Wu Final Cloud cried out loud. He leapt upwards. With all of his strength poured into the strike, he cut straight towards Lin Ming's head. As Lin Ming saw this sword strike heading towards him, He concentrated his thoughts into his inner world. The heretical god force opened and all 7 of the 8 inner hidden gates were released, combining together into an explosive strength. Celestial Tyrant Manual 100-layered waves. All of Lin Ming's strength gathered together, surging forth like a tide, wave after wave superimposing on each other. All of this strength finally fully concentrated as one before chopping down at Wu Final Cloud. One side was a desperate final attack and the other side was an all-out attack of gathered potential. With the fight having gone on until now, these were the strongest strikes that the two used. Bang! Like a meteor crashing into the earth, the world seemed to lose all color. Countless stones rose into the skies as a massive amount of energy erupted outwards. The heavy sword in Wu Final Cloud's hand was sent soaring away as his protective true essence cracked open like an eggshell. Wu Final Cloud was directly struck by the Phoenix Blood Spear. All of his organs were torn apart and all of his bones broken to pieces. His body was like a pile of scrap meat. Pong! Wu Final Cloud's ruined corpse struck the ground. His skull was already shattered and rivers of blood flowed out from his head. As he looked at the sky, a fading vacant disbelief filled his eyes. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but he finally didn't even say a single word. His consciousness rapidly faded away before turning to darkness. Wu Final Cloud had died in this battle. Everyone looked at the dead Wu Final Cloud that was leaking blood on the ground. They looked at the sundered earth that spread out for hundreds of miles, and they looked at Lin Ming, standing triumphantly with his spear raised high. The entire audience of martial artists was left dumbfounded. Wu Final Cloud had died to Lin Ming's hands. Even through a difference of 2 small boundaries of cultivation, Wu Final Cloud had been killed by Lin Ming. This was a completely unbelievable result. This meant that in the future, Lin Ming was extremely likely to become a world king. All of those disciples of the true martial holy lands that worshipped Wu Final Cloud were left stricken. They could not accept the reality of what had happened. In their minds, Wu Final Cloud was a godlike existence, undefeatable. But this godlike existence had lost to Lin Ming. As for those martial artists that had come to watch a good play and see Lin Ming be ruined, they were all stunned silent. Zhong Wenshu and Sacred Yueping felt a cold chill crawl down their backs. They simply weren't able to find the words to describe what they were feeling. They had originally thought of taking revenge against Lin Ming once they all left the divine dream world. But now, everything had changed. In the future, if Lin Ming didn't become a great world king, he would still become an ordinary world king. And their dual polarity palace and sacred martial mansion were also ruled by an ordinary world king. How could they possibly offend him? And someone like Lin Ming was highly likely to arouse the interest and desire of countless super influences. In front of these super influences, their dual polarity palace and sacred martial mansion were nothing at all. Sacred Tianhao let out a long sigh before whispering, "From this day forth, we shall avoid Lin Ming's path. After we leave this dream world, we will immediately prepare a generous gift and personally deliver it to the ancient Phoenix clan. This should be able to resolve the conflicts between us. Between us and Lin Ming, we weren't life or death enemies to begin with. We can only hope that he doesn't bear a grudge against us. As for killing him, we cannot do that. For someone like him, who will become a world king in the future, their destinies are terrifying. Not to mention sheltering him, but those super influences who want to be on good terms with him will definitely intervene on his behalf. And even if no one decides to shelter him, killing him will be a near impossible task. And if we cannot kill him, then in the future the ones to die will be us." Sacred Tianhao shook his head. He had originally felt that Lin Ming was an unfathomably deep character, but he never imagined he would be strong to such a degree. Even in his battle against Wu Final Cloud, it was still unknown whether or not he used his full strength. It wasn't even possible to describe Lin Ming as just a monstrous genius anymore. Sacred Yueping felt his own confidence ruthlessly savaged by Lin Ming, crushed to bits until nothing was left. Even so, he could only swallow his complaints and deal with it. Although he was arrogant, he knew that what Sacred Tianhao said was their only chance of surviving. And at this time, above the ruined earth, Wu Final Cloud's corpse slowly vanished, turning into pure dreamland energy that slowly floated towards Lin Ming. Within Lin Ming's vision, this energy was composed of countless beams of colorful light. The lights were incomparably radiant. This was the strongest mass of dreamland energy he had seen yet. Wu Final Cloud, how much dreamland energy will you give me? The reason that Lin Ming hunted down masters and killed them was so that he could obtain their dreamland energy. To him, nourishing his divine dream mark and cultivating the soul training system was something he was obsessed with. At the beginning of learning a new domain of martial arts, the speed of enhancement was always the fastest. Lin Ming stretched out a hand and absorbed all of the dreamland energy. An unprecedented feeling of bliss swept through his body. This was just like a lost man wandering through the desert for a long time, dazed with hunger and thirst, and finally finding a lush oasis where he could obtain sustenance and even bathe himself in cool spring water. Lin Ming also wanted to thank Wu Final Cloud. If it weren't for Wu Final Cloud gathering the entirety of the true martial Holy Land's intelligence network and accumulating a massive amount of merit points through his domineering rampage across the land, he would not have gathered so many points. This was 60% of all the dreamland energy that Wu Final Cloud had painstakingly gathered for these last 5 months. As Lin Ming glanced at his merit points, he could see them soaring at a ridiculous rate. The speed at which they climbed was even several times higher than before. Lin Ming was originally ranked 15th on the true martial great world, but now, with unstoppable momentum, he broke through the top 10, turned towards the top 5, and zoomed straight to the top 3. At this time, at the Good Fortune Great World, there was a special disciple from the Unbroken Cult whose sole purpose was to monitor Lin Ming's ranking 24 hours a day. The Divine Dream Jade Slip was now being used to purposefully track Lin Ming's progress. And in the Ancient Phoenix clan, Lin Ming was also receiving similar treatment. Every time that his ranking changed, including that of his merit points, was studiously recorded. They also saw that Lin Ming's merit points were rapidly rising. This rate of increase could be called maddening. It was running by millions upon millions. The merit points value suddenly broke through 50 million, 60 million, and then 70 million. Lin Ming's merit points left one feeling panic dread and at a complete loss for words. It was like these numbers had already lost their original significance. 80 million. Almost 90 million. Young hero Lin should have killed a top 3 ranked master of a great world. The Unbroken Cult Great Elder exclaimed, his voice shivering. As for Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan, they were holding their breath in awe. If Lin Ming broke into the top 15 of the great world, he would hold far more than enough gravitas in the Unbroken Cult. If Lin Ming were to come to the Unbroken Cult, then all of the high-level and low-level figures would have to gather. This included the founder, the vice-founder, the highest elders, the great elder, and every other disciple and elder would have to come greet him and bow when they saw him. And now, Lin Ming's achievements had actually continued far past the top 15 of a great world. He had broken past the top 10 and would soon reach the top 5. If he continued onwards, then that would truly be incredible. Even now, the rate at which Lin Ming's merit points were rising didn't slow down at all. They immediately broke through 90 million with unstoppable momentum. Then 93 million, 96 million, 99 million. Break through 100 million. Lin Ming's merit points had broken through that critical point of 100 million. Within a great floating palace on Crimson Light World, Violent Stone boisterously laughed. He said, "Heh, what did I say? I knew this was coming. I already said that during Lin Ming's second round of eliminations in this tournament, he would definitely break past 100 million. Now that I look again, this boy can definitely reach at least 150 million. Without thinking of it, Lin Ming has definitely killed the top number 1 master of the true martial great world. What is the number 1 master of a great world? Just another nobody for Lin Ming." Violent Stone spoke so loudly that his beard flared up. His cheeks were ruddy with light as his eyes lit up with high-spirited excitement. It was as if Lin Ming were about to immediately tussle with that saintess from the Divine Dream Palace, or kick away the descendant of Empyrean Divine Universe. As for the other 3 God-Beast clans, all of them had a strange taste in their hearts as they looked at Violent Stone's happy reaction. Everyone here was a member of a god-beast clan, so how could the disparity between disciples be so great? As for the ancient dragon clan's laughing dragon, when he saw Lin Ming's ranking, he found it hard to laugh again. The ancient dragon clan had always led the four great god-beast clans, and the ancient phoenix clan could be considered second or third place only. But now, their ancient dragon clan had paid such a massive price to raise Dragon 1, and yet Dragon 1 was only in the top 50 ranks of a great world. There was no hope of him going any further. As for the ancient Phoenix clan, they had a disciple that broke through to the first 5, and it seemed that continuing into the top 3 wasn't any problem at all. Top 3 to top 50. One couldn't even describe this difference with clouds and mud. After breaking through 100 million, that still wasn't Lin Ming's limit. The final number stopped at 143 million. By killing Wu Final Cloud, Lin Ming had earned 96 million merit points. As for his ranking, he had leapt into second place of the true martial great world. Killing the number 1 ranked Wu Final Cloud didn't mean that Lin Ming would leap into first place. In fact, the difference between Wu Final Cloud's merit points and the second-ranked participant was only 10 to 20 million. When Lin Ming obtained 60% of Wu Final Cloud's merit points in addition to his original number, he was still a tiny bit away from reaching first place. Thus he ended at second. Lin Ming's change in ranking was no longer limited to the attention of Mu Qianyu, Hua Violent Stone, and a few others. Now, his change in ranking was reflected on the divine sealed decree that showed all 3,000 great worlds of the divine realm. And this divine sealed decree was under the gaze of every great influence in the divine realm. After Lin Ming killed Wu Final Cloud, his name on the divine seal suddenly vanished from its position around 30,000. It rushed forwards with extreme speed, rushing straight towards rank 3,670. The divine seal decree was a list that included the entirety of the divine realm. Just from the words divine sea, one could understand just how illustrious it was. If one could rank in the top 3,000 of the divine seal decree, that would mean that on average, they would be the top-ranked master of a great world. Now Lin Ming was only several hundred ranks away from the top 3,000. That was already more than enough to arouse the interest of the entire divine realm. Martial artists of the divine realm had an extremely good memory. In these past days, they had remembered nearly all 5,000 top names on the divine seal decree. These were future leaders and helmsmen of the divine realm, among which even world kings would be born from their ranks. As for the ones remaining, although they might not become world kings, it wouldn't be a problem to become a half-step world king. Although a half-step world king was far from being comparable with a true world king, they were still characters that many great influences would go all out to win over. Many ordinary world king holy lands, besides their own world king, wouldn't even have a half-step world king in their ranks. If a new unaffiliated half-step world king were to appear, all of these ordinary world king holy lands would do everything in their power to win them over. Within Atlas World, underneath the golden scroll and surrounded by the divine sealed decree, countless martial artists were noticing the change in rankings. Phoenix Cry Palace had been Lin Ming's first stopping point after ascending to the divine realm. One of the 72 palaces of the ancient Phoenix clan, Phoenix Cry Palace had been Lin Ming's starting point in his adventures through the divine realm. The disciples of Phoenix Cry Palace were also paying attention to the divine seal decree. Fairy Feng, White Daohong, and all other important persons of Phoenix Cry Palace were present. Besides Phoenix Cry Palace's Lin Ming, there was also Charming Phoenix Palace's Yen Little Moon who was being watched. The elder senior apprentice sister Lu Xiaoyun was leading a group of beautiful young female disciples, all of them chatting together. They had originally come to look for Yen Little Moon. As one of the most outstanding disciples to ever appear in Charming Phoenix Palace, Yen Little Moon had already been taken to headquarters. These disciples came here because they were interested in Yen Little Moon's results and wanted to see if she could enter the divine seal decree. But now, those from Phoenix Cry Palace and Charming Phoenix Palace could all see an incomparably radiant name that blazed near the front of the divine seal decree, Ancient Phoenix Clan. Lin Ming. He was a character that swept away the many geniuses of a great world king holy land, becoming the true king of a great world. Even Xiao Daoji and Hua Burning Heaven of the past hadn't been able to accomplish this. Lin Ming. Is he really only someone from the lower realms? Fairy Feng whispered to herself. She still remembered the first time that she saw Lin Ming at time-worn Phoenix City, during the king-level smelting trial at the lower realms. At that time, she only believed that Lin Ming would be able to become a late divine Lord Master in the future, and also an important figure of Phoenix Cry Palace. Because she saw this potential in him, Fairy Feng personally guided Lin Ming to ascend to the divine realm and also led him to Phoenix Cry Palace. At that time, she never would have imagined that such a humble and amiable young man would achieve such incredible results. And nearby the disciples of Phoenix Cry Palace, the disciples of charming Phoenix Palace, in particular many of them who had participated in Fire Spirit Star's smelting trial with Lin Ming, were all watching his name glowing on the divine sealed decree, deep emotions surging in their hearts. There were many among them that had seen Lin Ming with their own eyes at Fire Spirit Star. When Lin Ming was at Fire Spirit Star, he had completed the 1,000 slaughter and obtained a single drop of ancient phoenix blood essence. Even though he accomplished such a miracle, they never thought he would achieve the heights he did today. Thinking about Lin Ming's dashing and wild fight with Crimson Strife Cloud and the scenes of him sweeping away all opponents in the illusionary god combat array, some young girls from charming Phoenix Palace felt their beautiful faces blush red with infatuation and their minds shake with newfound emotions as they fell deep into Lin mania. In the world of martial artists, a person's strength, talent, and moral character were the most attractive charms to the opposite sex. Lin Ming possessed all of that in abundance. Not just that, but his handsome looks, his temperament, all of him was truly outstanding. Thus, he naturally attracted the yearning hearts of these girls. Lin Ming didn't know that his ranking was manifested on the 3,000 Great Worlds divine sealed decree, nor did he care about this. All of his concentration was focused on practicing the divine dream law. After he absorbed Wu Final Cloud's dreamland energy, he flew straight towards True Martial City so he could close up and begin nourishing the divine dream mark. And all around True Martial City, the disciples began to give a wide berth to Lin Ming. It was only when Lin Ming left did they stop withdrawing. They stood there, dazed, unable to believe what had just happened. If someone with an early divine sea cultivation was able to have such combat strength, it was simply unimaginable just what degree of power Lin Ming would obtain once he became a divine lord or holy lord. But no matter what, from this day forth, the name of Lin Ming was destined to spread throughout the true martial great world. Lin Ming returned to his dwelling chamber and sat down on his stone bed. He didn't immediately start cultivating, but instead closed his eyes, thinking about the fight he had experienced and reliving it in the arena of his mind. The most profound impression that the battle had left on Lin Ming was the transcendent divine might that Wu Final Cloud had used, the heavenly demon metamorphic art. According to Wu Final Cloud, this was a body-transforming type transcendent divine might. It summoned the power of a demon god, transforming one's own body into that of a demon god. It was a transcendent divine might of the demonic path. This transcendent divine might was extremely incomplete to a ridiculous level. The complete heavenly demon metamorphic art could massively increase a martial artist's speed, explosive power, defensive power, and so forth, multiplying their comprehensive combat strength by several times. But the version that Wu Final Cloud practiced mainly manifested in increasing his explosive power, increasing his explosive strength by several times. With that alone, he was able to use his true essence to struggle with Lin Ming's 100 million genes of strength. If I can obtain the heavenly demon metamorphic art, then my celestial tyrant manual will advance to another level. If I were to use the 100-layered waves in such a state, the power would be unimaginable. Lin Ming couldn't help but have such an idea. As he thought of this, he could only wryly shake his head. All the transcendent divine mights that he had experienced so far would be a tremendous benefit to him. He wanted them all. It could only be said that a transcendent divine might was far too heaven-defying. As the comprehensive summary of an Empyrean's lifetime of knowledge, it had to be this strong. At this time, southeast of True Martial City somewhere, underneath a 7-colored tree with tall rainbow-hued flowers blooming all around him, a black-clothed youth was sitting on a lush patch of grass, his back resting against the tree. His hands were wrapped with bandages, His right knee was bent up and his left leg was straight. He was casually resting his arm on his knee, in a very comfortable posture. It seemed as if he had been sitting here a long time. His shoulders were dusted with flower petals. A butterfly landed on his fingertip, gently fluttering its wings in an incomparably tranquil scene. He died. This Lin Ming is actually able to kill Wu Final Cloud. Seems like an interesting match. The black-clothed youth thought out loud. His pitch-black eyes were bright and lively and his inky hair fell down to his ears. He was a very clean-cut and handsome young man. It was only that his face was surprisingly pale. One could even clearly see blue veins underneath his skin, as if he were at the beginning of some terminal illness. His fingertip moved and the butterfly flew off from it, fluttering back towards the sea of flowers around him. As the black-clothed youth saw this, he smiled with understanding. At this time, his thoughts stirred and he looked towards the distant canopy of flowers and trees. "Come out! I've already discovered you." With a rustling sound, the flowers separated and a monster with red fur and red scales slowly walked out. It looked like a red monkey and its 4 limbs reached the ground. It had an extremely fierce appearance. As the black-clothed youth saw this red-furred monster, he rubbed his forehead, revealing an expression like he had a headache. "I can't seem to get rid of you no matter what. You've chased me for 7 days and 7 nights already. Do you really want this thing?" The black-clothed youth was still comfortably sitting as before. As he spoke, a purple crystal appeared in his raised palm. This was an extremely beautiful purple crystal, only the size of a baby's first. In the center of the purple crystal was a blue line that wriggled about like a tiny snake. The black-clothed youth gently tossed the purple crystal. It jumped up and down in his hand, mesmerizing. As the red-furred monster saw this purple crystal, its ghostly blue eyes flashed with a greedy light. But it didn't immediately attack. It was clear that it was cautious against this black-clothed youth. The black-clothed youth slowly stood up, saying, "You've chased me this far because you want this thing, right? Can you tell me what this is? And you, what are you? Don't tell me you are a nightmare beast. I know that you are different from them, but as for how, I can't really say." The red-furred monster remained silent, only staring at the purple crystal in the black-clothed youth's hand. "I know that you can understand my words. Every time I speak, I can see your face change. You definitely have a consciousness of your own. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Fong, a single word, a single syllable. I am a wanderer that travels through the stars. I have no home and no place to tie me down. In this true martial great world, people call me Dragon Fong, and you can call me that too. That is, if you can speak." The red-furred monster didn't respond as before. Dragon Fong seemed particularly patient. He began speaking to himself. "I feel that there is something strange about the divine dream world. Ever since I entered the divine dream world, I have had this feeling. This world is all too real. Everything seems just like it is in reality, as if everything here truly exists and isn't created. I can feel that there is some secret in this world, but as for what it is, I do not know. Even this purple crystal has a secret. I can feel that it is strange, but I don't know how it is strange. I can't say I like this feeling much at all. So tell me, what is this purple crystal and what are you? Since you can understand my words, there should be some way to pass information between us. Even if you can't speak, can you at least use some sort of energy sound transmission?" As Dragon Fong spoke to hear, the red-furred monster roared out loud and rushed forwards. Dragon Fong's pupils contracted, and he brought a sword slashing downwards onto the body of the red-furred monster. However, that red-furred monster's body was as hard as astral diamonds. After cutting down on it, the sword light simply exploded with a grating metal sound. Even with Dragon Fong's formidable aura and strength that could sunder a mountain, he was still only able to cut off a few bits of hair. "Great!" Dragon Fong wasn't startled at all, instead laughing out loud. He slashed out his sword once more, even swifter and more powerful than the last strike. A 10-foot thick beam of golden sword light turned into a dazzling arrow of light that smashed into the red-furred monster's body. Pang! With a loud ringing sound, the red-furred monster was sent flying back by this strike. However, it was still uninjured as before. And Dragon Fong was like an eagle as he suddenly drew hundreds of feet backwards. He stared at the red-furred monster, licking his lips and muttering, "Che! It's quite tricky." Dragon Fong chuckled. His eyes blazed with a brilliant fighting spirit, happy to find a worthy match. Very few geniuses did not crave the excitement of battle. Only a battle with an opponent of similar strength would arouse their fighting spirit, causing their blood to boil with excitement. "If you won't speak, then I'll hit you until you do." Dragon Fong shouted out loud and attacked once more. The long sword in his hand came chopping down, sword after sword. The endless sword light was incomparably keen and fast. For a time, the red-furred monster withstood the barrage of sword strikes, emitting roars of angry pain. All of its fur began to stick out like steel needles. Dragon Fong smiled. "Since your body is so tough, let me see whether or not you can withstand the power of my laws. In this world, the sharpest weapon is not a blade but broken space. When space cracks down, everything within it will break down too. Now show me just whether you can withstand this or not." Dragon Fong raised his sword. Around him, space began to twist, a distortion visible to the eye. Within this distorted space, even his sword seemed to bend. As for that red-furred monster, it felt a grave threat and issued a vicious growl. "Show!" Dragon Fong's sword slashed out. The sword light cut across the world as a dazzling divine light soared into the clouds. The red-furred monster uttered a deafening roar, its voice cracking mountains and washing away clouds. The intense battle between the two could be witnessed from 1,000 miles away. One could clearly feel the earth trembling from the violent fluctuations of energy. "What is going on? Over there. Someone's fighting over there. What a fierce battle. Even from such a distance I feel my heart shaking. Heavens, just who could be fighting?" The intensity of this battle is no less than that of the battle between Lin Ming and Wu Final Cloud. Now that Wu Final Cloud has died and Lin Ming has returned to the city, I really have no idea which two participants are capable of erupting in such a terrifying battle. It might be Dragon Fong, but who is his opponent? Let's go over and take a look. Several hundred martial artists restrained their aura and flew towards scene of the battle. Martial artists from other regions also caught up. The divine light soared into the heavens as if it would split apart the world. The echoing sounds of battle could still be heard. However, as everyone was approaching, that explosive sound rapidly diminished until it completely vanished. As everyone arrived at the scene of the battle, they could see that all of the mountains and rivers and land for hundreds of miles was completely razed, absolutely sundered with ruptured cracks running everywhere. There was a massive fathomless fissure that cut through the entire battlefield. This was clearly caused by sword energy. "There's blood here. Whose blood could it be? This is red fur. It's that red-furred monster." Some people discovered bloodstains as well as red fur left on the ground. It was clearly from that monster. Yes, it should have been Dragon Fong fighting against that red-furred monster. I have no idea who won or lost, but that red-furred monster shouldn't have died. Maybe it ran away. How terrifying. Whether it is Dragon Fong or that red-furred monster, neither are existences that we can deal with. If we run into that red-furred monster, we have no chance but to run. I wonder how Lin Ming would compare with them? These martial artists were all startled as they felt the fading true essence fluctuations in the air. In the true martial great world, hidden powerhouses were emerging one after another. The number one genius of the true martial Holy Lands actually wasn't the strongest person here. Now, it seemed that even that red-furred monster was stronger than Wu Final Cloud. There really is no limit in this universe. There is always a higher mountain and a stronger person. The divine realm is far vaster than we could imagine. It seems that we underestimated these wandering martial artists and smaller sect martial artists too much. A core disciple of the true martial Holy Lands said as he sighed. Indeed, they simply come from far too large a number of people. There will always be that one person who stumbles upon a lucky chance and defies the heavens, or that one genius whose talent defies all logic or reason. Out of a trillion lives, those that can emerge are all peerless individuals, many of whom are even more terrifying than geniuses of Great World King Holy Lands. Even Senior Apprentice Brother High Dragon and Elder Senior Apprentice Brother have been defeated. The road before us is still long. For many core disciples of the true martial Holy Lands, this divine realm first martial meeting had left an incomparably deep impression on them. At this time, within the vast galaxies of stars, there was a beautiful and magnificent palace carved from the purest spirit jade. On a terrace of this jade palace, a white-clothed youth was leaning against the railing. This white-clothed youth had an extraordinary temperament. There was a little bead between his eyebrows. Combined with his handsome looks, he had a devilishly exotic appearance to him. In front of this white-clothed youth was a large blue crystal mirror. The images reflected in this crystal mirror were the peak showdowns being held on all 3,000 great worlds of the divine realm. Within this mirror of the divine dream palace, one could see scenes all throughout the divine dream world. However, this mirror had its limitations. In the 3,000 great worlds of the divine realm, there were countless epic battles occurring all the time. The images that were reflected in this crystal mirror weren't even a drop in the ocean. At this time, within the crystal mirror, there was the image of a purple crystal. Within this purple crystal, there was some strange energy swimming as if it wanted to break free. Junior Apprentice Sister Frost Dream, is this a spirit source? The white-clothed youth asked, pointing at the purple crystal reflected in the mirror. Could High Master Divine Dream have put spirit source in the divine dream world? As a reward, the white-clothed youth asked with disbelief thick in his voice. Standing beside the white-clothed youth was a girl in an icy blue dress. Her skin was as pure and white as snow, and her every breath exuded charm and beauty. She was the direct disciple of Empyrean Divine Dream, Frost Dream. The truth was that even the title of direct disciple was insufficient to describe her status in Divine Dream Palace. She was the saintess of Divine Dream Palace, the chosen successor of Empyrean Divine Dream. The blue-clothed girl gently shook her head. She said, "It is only the elementary form of spirit source. They are personally refined by Honorable Master." As the blue-clothed girl spoke, the white-clothed youth was silently dumbfounded. Spirit source is in existence on the same level as Grand Mist Energy. Grand Mist Energy is the source of all matter, but spirit source is the universe's divine, as well as the foundation for the divine dream law. If Grand Mist Energy can be created, then it seems spirit source can also be created. If High Master Divine Dream personally refined spirit source, then even if it is spirit source in its elementary form, it is still extraordinary. High Master Divine Dream is truly generous. The blue-clothed girl faintly said, "Everything is up to fate. If one wishes to obtain one, it won't be that easy." That's right. Obtaining it is difficult, and absorbing it is even more difficult. If one's soul isn't powerful enough, or their perception is lacking by even a little bit, then they will suffer absolute failure. Even if it were me, I would have to put everything into absorbing one. If I was just the least bit careless, then I would simply fail. However, if I could even fuse the tiniest wisp within me, then the benefits to my soul would be unimaginable. I have to say I'm really jealous. If I knew this earlier, then I would have also participated in the preliminaries. The white-clothed youth said. Grand Mist Energy and Spirit Source were two existences that had nearly vanished from the universe. They were simply impossible to find. They only existed in far-off hidden corners of the universe, or they were collected and refined by certain extreme characters. For instance, Empyrean Primordius refined Grand Mist Energy, and as for Spirit Source, that was refined by Empyrean Divine Dream. Time passed a day at a time. 5.5 months after the first martial meeting began, a new change occurred with the Divine Seal Decree. As the ranking list that all the great influences of the Divine Realm were closely paying attention to, whenever there was the slightest disturbance in the Divine Seal Decree, this change would be instantly reported to the high-level figures of all these influences. During this time, any unknown geniuses were slowly blooming into glory, entering the sights of these Divine Realm influences. and the name that appeared this time was Fang. As a martial artist that also entered through the true martial great world, Fang had no known background. He was known as the king of all wandering martial artists. Either way, he was either truly a wandering martial artist, or he came from a family that wanted to keep its status a secret, or he was one of the hidden disciples of a top supreme elder. Fang was someone similar to Lin Ming, who had just risen into the spotlight. He was a dark horse that had surpassed everyone's expectations. Moreover, this dark horse was even darker than Lin Ming. In a single breath, he had broken into the top 1,000 ranks of the Divine Seal Decree and ended up at rank 997. He was undoubtedly the #1 master of the true martial great world. Fang's appearance had completely overshadowed Lin Ming's limelight. At this time, Lin Ming's highest rank was only around 3,000. Compared to Fang's top 1,000 ranking, it was far worse. After all, the higher one went, the more difficult it was to rise in rank. The top 1,000 ranks of the Divine Seal Decree was a completely new boundary. After stepping into the top 1,000 ranks, every character there was an incredible existence. Each of them was a peerless genius of their generation. If they went to a holy land, even the holy lord of that holy land would have to bow. This damned brat, he just came out of nowhere. As Hua Violent Stone saw Fang overshadow Lin Ming on the true martial great world, he felt extremely unwell. Not only had Lin Ming's ranking not increased lately, it was actually falling straight down, and had now fallen to lower than rank 8,000 on the Divine Seal Decree. This caused Hua Violent Stone to feel even more ill. That damned brat Lin Ming. Is he spending his time taking a piss or something? Just what has he been doing all this time? After Lin Ming killed Wu Final Cloud, he didn't go out to hunt for more Dreamland energy, instead peacefully closing up in true Martial City. The Dreamland energy that Wu Final Cloud had given him was far too rich. After Lin Ming brought the 3rd Divine Dream Mark to perfection, he refined the 4th Divine Dream Mark until it was just a step away from perfection also. Recently, more and more people have died. Lin Ming looked up, seeing the souls constantly flying over his head and returning to true Martial City where they would be revived. More and more strong people began to die, many of them able to rank in the top 1,000 martial artists of a great world. Of course, even after these people were killed several times, they would still be able to easily pass through the elimination round and not be kicked out. There seem to be some changes in the outside world these days. I wonder just what is happening. Lin Ming thought out loud. He didn't know that while he trained, the nightmare beasts outside the city had become increasingly brutal and monstrous. There were even mutated nightmare beasts that began appearing. After killing these nightmare beasts, one could obtain several million merit points. The martial artists whose merit points rapidly rose were mostly from killing these mutated nightmare beasts. Of course, the strength of these mutated nightmare beasts had reached an unbelievable level. Even the top 20 ranked martial artists of a great world would die to these mutated nightmare beasts' claws if they weren't careful. Although there were no permanent deaths in the Dreamland space, the feeling of having their bodies shredded apart still left a lingering fear in the hearts of these participants. Besides the mutated nightmare beasts, the red-furred monster that appeared at Demon Ceiling Ridge and fought with Dragonfang also appeared once more. This monster had nearly infinite strength and its body was as hard as divine metal. Although it had vanished for over a dozen days, it had now reappeared. It killed multiple peak disciples of the true martial Holy Lands, including the ranked 7th Master Wu Zhanfeng. As this red-furred monster killed more and more participants, it grew increasingly strong. Just speaking of it caused one to pale in fear that they would go out and encounter it. If one ran into a formidable participant, that person might not kill you. This was because participants with low merit points simply weren't worth bothering. But the red-furred monster was different. Anyone that ran into it would die. Even the rank 7 master of a great world couldn't escape from its claws after expending the entire arsenal of his martial arts, let alone anyone else. The slaughter all over became increasingly fierce. And at this time, the 6-month deadline was drawing to an end. The 3rd and final round of preliminary eliminations was finally approaching. Elimination proportion: 999 out of every 1,000 participants. This number didn't include the 99% elimination ratio of the first round of eliminations. In the first 2 rounds of eliminations, there was only a single martial artist remaining from every 100,000. To be able to stand out from 100,000 martial artists, the person able to do so was undoubtedly a genius amongst geniuses. My ranking had become 4th? After the 6-month deadline arrived, Lin Ming looked at his own ranking. He had already fallen to 4th place. However, he didn't care too much about this. No matter what, he could still pass the screening round even if he sat here and closed his eyes. That Wu final cloud has likely caught back up already. Out of the 2 people that passed me, one should be Wu final cloud. With his strength, surpassing my merit points again shouldn't be a problem. As for that other person, I wonder who he is. Perhaps it might be that Dragon Fong. In the divine dream world, one's strength basically corresponded to one's ranking. After one reached an appropriate ranking for their strength, it was extremely difficult to improve it any further. At this time, in the skies of the divine dream world, a blinding light and a limitless energy fell down from the heavens, bringing with it a breathtaking pressure. Many martial artists, once covered by this pressure, felt their bodies suddenly explode. They turned into countless spots of starlight before vanishing. More and more martial artists blew up. All of the surrounding space was flooded with endless starlight. As for true Martial City, where most martial artists were gathered, the starlight filled the streets, making it seem as if a river of stars had fallen down onto the world. After this second round of eliminations, out of the over 2 trillion plus participants of the first martial meeting that signed up in the true martial great world, only 20 million remained. In the first and second rounds of eliminations, there would be many martial artists with low merit points that other martial artists wouldn't even bother to kill. But when the third round of eliminations started, all those with low merit points would have been eliminated, and those remaining would have a considerable number of merit points. This would cause the ferocity and brutal nature of this tournament to rise to another level, because those remaining would have millions of merit points. Killing another participant would give quite a large number of merit points. Carnage, blood, cruelty. The entire true martial great world was destined to become an Azura battlefield with endless slaughter. After 2 hours' time, the second round of eliminations finally ended. All participants that lacked merit points turned into starlight that faded away to nothing. These people were all returned to the real world, ejected to a place 10,000 miles away from the divine dream light. And at this time, a voice like billowing thunder spread through all 3,000 great worlds of the divine dream world. This was the voice of Empyrean vast universe. Only an Empyrean was able to project a sound transmission to the entire divine realm. The third round and the final round of the preliminaries will now begin. As long as you can pass through this third round of eliminations, you shall pass the preliminaries. From this point on, the rules have changed. Slaughter is no longer forbidden within the city limits. Now, all of you, enjoy this grand slaughterfest to your heart's content. Empyrean vast universe's words were brief and succinct. However, they left an enormous mental impact upon the countless remaining participants. During this third round of eliminations, the cities would no longer be safe. For the last 3 months, everyone knew that the slaughter between participants and the slaughter between participants and nightmare beasts would rise to a horrendous level. But now, everyone also learned that not even the boundaries of the cities would be safe. There would be no place for the weak to take shelter. In every great world, the entire great world would be completely turned into a battlefield. If the city isn't safe, then where can we go to rest? In the open wild? But the wild has nightmare beasts, and one doesn't need to be a genius to know that after the third round begins, these nightmare beasts will be several times more formidable than before. I fear that we will die and die again until we can't even become ghosts. As the martial artists who barely squeezed into the third round of eliminations heard this new change, they felt the mood become extremely heavy and their hearts thick with tension. Even if this wasn't true death, having to die every day for 3 months wasn't something to be happy about. However, those martial artists that were confident in their own strength were left hopping with excitement. How interesting! Ha ha ha! I want to see how all those people that offended me and ran to hide in the city will continue to hide. Kill, kill, kill until pleasure overtakes us. During this third round of eliminations, the incredibly brutal competition caused the blood of many powerhouses to bubble over with elation. As soon as Empyrean Vast Universe's voice faded away, countless violent fluctuations of energy erupted from all over true Martial City. These loud rumbling sounds were mixed in with the screams and cries of martial artists. It was clear that there was a number of people that had already begun fighting. At the same time, there were martial artists that began fleeing from true Martial City. While there were nightmare beasts in the wild, looking for a discreet valley to hide in was much safer than staying in true Martial City. Lin Ming stood up from his stone bed and walked out of his seclusion chambers. He could feel the air sweet with the scent of blood and thick with killing intent. As he looked into the skies, he could see that the endless starlight had disappeared. Stacks of dark clouds filled the skies and a strong, desolate wind howled through the city. After Lin Ming appeared, many participants noticed him. Upon recognizing him, they all began to run in droves, in fear of being casually killed off by him. Lin Ming had no interest in these small fries. He released his sense and used his understanding of the divine dream law to search for all nearby powerful dreamland energy. After practicing the divine dream law for some more time, Lin Ming's sense could already cover a 500-mile radius. But as soon as Lin Ming investigated the nearby situation, his complexion changed. Within the sensory field of his mind, besides those rainbow-hued groups of energy scattered throughout true Martial City that symbolized other participants, he could also sense that several hundred miles outwards, all around him, there was an inexhaustible amount of dreamland energy gathering together. This dreamland energy was like a vast tsunami that was rushing forwards with an incredible speed, hurtling towards true Martial City. This tsunami of dreamland energy covered the skies, masking the world, endless and infinite. It was unknown just how much there was. Were these nightmare beasts? Lin Ming was suddenly shocked. From their color, the massive amount of dreamland energy had to represent nightmare beasts. But how could there be so many? Lin Ming flew into the skies, looking out as far as he could see. As he saw the sight around him, he sucked in a breath of cold air. On the distant horizon, he could make out a black sea that was surging towards him. An endless black sea of nightmare beasts. This black sea spread out for thousands upon thousands of miles. There were hundreds of millions of nightmare beasts. These nightmare beasts were all rushing towards true Martial City. The 100 million large nightmare beast tide surged forwards like a rolling tsunami. Once it arrived, it would likely even submerge the entirety of true Martial City. Even for Lin Ming, if he were to be caught in this endless beast tide, he would die without any hope of living. It had to be known that within this beast tide there were extremely powerful mutated nightmare beasts, equal to top 20 to 30 ranked masters of a great world. It wasn't a problem for Lin Ming to kill 4 or 5 of these super mutated nightmare beasts, but if he were to face hundreds or even thousands of them, then it would be extremely difficult to escape. There was no need to mention other martial artists. This first martial meeting is extremely brutal, especially this last round of eliminations. Lin Ming only explored the distribution of the beast tide for a brief moment. Then, without much hesitation, he immediately turned and fled. Staying here would only mean death. The beast tide rolled forwards at an incredible speed. In just the blink of an eye, it was 200 to 300 miles away from true Martial City. With the keen eyesight of a martial artist, they could already make out just what these surging dark clouds were. Endless and infinite blood birds, flying pythons, four-clawed griffin beasts, winged black tigers, metal-armored rhinos, raging mammoths, monstrous wolves, the variety and number of nightmare beasts was near impossible to count. Heavens! What is that? Nightmare beasts. A tide of nightmare beasts. As the many martial artists of true Martial City saw this terrifying beast tide, all of them were shocked. How could any human even hope to defend against such a beast tide? In the first 2 rounds of eliminations, it had been participants hunting and killing nightmare beasts. But now, it seemed that the nightmare beasts would counterattack the city, swallowing up every participant they could. Flee! This is madness. Will all of true Martial City be destroyed? Facing the siege of such a beast tide, there was not a single martial artist who thought of staying. Even the core disciples of the true martial Holy Lands immediately fled. If they stayed here, there would be death awaiting them. The majority of the beast tide came surging forth from the south, east, and west. The only path that the martial artists of the city could escape to was the north. Thus, every single martial artist instantly turned to the north and flew as fast as they could. And the area north of true Martial City wasn't safe either. There was a massive number of strange birds and flying lizards that blanketed the skies. It seems as if Empyrean Divine Dream wants to simulate an extremely harsh and dangerous living environment. Is this to temper the powerhouses here? Lin Ming looked at the mass of flying nightmare beasts in front of him. The leader of these nightmare beasts was extremely powerful, equal to a peak genius from an ordinary holy land. With these nightmare beasts grouped together, Lin Ming felt that not even 1 out of every 1,000 martial artists would be able to break out of here. In this way, the third round of the preliminaries was especially prepared for the highest level of participants. Ordinary martial artists that couldn't pass through the eliminations wouldn't even have the strength to survive in this world. Only those that had the qualifications to pass the preliminaries would be able to live in the face of such a monstrous surge. Law of Annihilation, Chain of Stars. Lin Ming swept out his spear. The fire laws and space laws fused together and countless star fragments shot forwards like innumerable knives. The dozens of nightmare beasts in front of Lin Ming were ripped apart by these knives, completely torn to pieces. Blood and flesh rained to the ground even as it turned to dreamland energy that was absorbed by Lin Ming. These nightmare beasts had more merit points than the nightmare beasts of the second round of eliminations. However, a weaker martial artist would barely be able to remain alive in the face of such a nightmare beast, much less think of taking its merit points. All of these thoughts raced through Lin Ming's mind. The spear in his hand danced like a swimming snake. Wherever it went, nightmare beasts would burst apart in gory deaths. That person. He killed over 100 nightmare beasts with 3 spear strikes. Too fierce, who is he? That's Lin Ming. He's the monstrous genius that defeated Wu Final Cloud. Let's follow him. Within the fleeing crowd, many people recognized Lin Ming and began moving closer towards him. Lin Ming didn't mind these people following him, but he wouldn't bother saving them either. He was flying at an extremely fast pace. As to whether or not they could keep up with him, that all depended on them. With the Phoenix Blood Spear leading the way, massive numbers of nightmare beast corpses would fall down all around Lin Ming. As these corpses fell halfway to the ground, they turned into dreamland energy that flowed into Lin Ming. Even though Lin Ming was fighting as he flew, his speed still far surpassed that of an ordinary martial artist. Many people were unable to follow him. Once they fell behind, they were swallowed up by the waves of flying nightmare beasts. Their miserable screams lingered in the air. As the participants looked at the massive number of casualties occurring around them as well as the endless black tide that submerged the entirety of true Martial City behind them, all of them felt their hearts turn cold. If true Martial City was now swamped underneath a sea of nightmare beasts, then how would they revive once they died? Would it be in some strange place outside of true Martial City? But there was no longer time to think about such things. The painful screams echoing out from behind them reminded them all that if they were only a single step slow, all that would be waiting for them was death and despair. Lin Ming madly rushed 1,000 miles north, killing thousands of nightmare beasts on the way. In just this time alone, he had gathered more than 1 million merit points. Behind him, several hundred masters were following closely. There were many individuals in this group that were extremely strong and they cut down all the nightmare beasts in their way. Although they were far weaker than Lin Ming, with this group added together, the number of nightmare beasts they killed surpassed Lin Ming. And at this moment, in the distant skies, mixed within a flock of blood birds, a group of 3 purple monster birds shot towards Lin Ming. These monster birds had a human face, 4 arms, and wings like a bat. Shit! Those are mutated nightmare beasts. Several martial artists cried out. Mutated nightmare beasts were extremely difficult to deal with. Although these human-faced bats in front of them were only the weakest of mutated nightmare beasts, It was still difficult to withstand the pressure of 3 of them suddenly appearing together, especially with a beast tide chasing them from behind. If they were delayed just a little bit, then they would be sucked into that roiling beast tide. "Be careful," some martial artists cried out. But as Lin Ming saw these 3 mutated nightmare beasts, he didn't care at all. His spear came sweeping out the same as before. Chila, an electric purple light cut through the skies. These 3 mutated nightmare beasts were split in half by Lin Ming's spear light, their torn flesh and shattered bones falling down from the skies. This is... Several martial artists felt their mouths fall open. Although they knew that Lin Ming was extremely strong, they hadn't personally experienced how freakishly strong he actually was. Although they had seen Lin Ming fight Wu Final Cloud and defeat him, they had no idea just how strong Wu Final Cloud had been either. But now they had personally experienced mutated nightmare beasts like these before them. In order to take down a mutated nightmare beast, they would often need to band together in a group and lay an ambush in advance. They would have to combine various array formations, join their attacks together, and perfectly act in unison to kill one. And yet, Lin Ming had used a single spear strike to kill 3 of these monstrous birds. This sort of disparity in strength was simply indescribable. They were all killed like that, too strong. It's hard to imagine he is only at the early Divine Sea realm. The several martial artists didn't have any time to think of this further. All of them followed Lin Ming as closely as they could. If they fell behind, they were dead. And at this time, the crowds of nightmare beasts slowly became sparser. They arrived at a strange and quiet canyon. In the Divine Realm, there were far too many of these remote canyons and mountain ranges. 3,000 miles north of True Martial City is the White Crag Mountain Range. We should be somewhere near there. A martial artist that was familiar with the environment around True Martial City said. It wasn't just them, but many other surviving martial artists had arrived here. They came in groups of participants that were led by a top powerhouse. Otherwise, the casualties would have been even more serious. We need to hurry up and rest. Who knows when that tide of nightmare beasts will reach here? Yes, and any place where martial artists are gathered is also not safe. This White Crag mountain range has an extremely complex terrain. It's likely that someone will decide to start killing others here, several martial artists said. Then, dozens of miles away from them, screams suddenly rang out in the air, followed by the sounds of energy explosions, as if purposefully confirming their suspicions. A fierce and wild roar resounded through the world. This terrifying sound caused one's scalp to tingle and their heart to skip a beat. What is that? All of the martial artists were nervous. Even Lin Ming's eyes began to shine with a somber light. Bang! With a loud rumbling sound, the stretch of mountain range in front of these people completely exploded. The earth ruptured and countless towering trees were instantly burnt to ash. In the horrifying shockwave of energy, a red-furred monster leapt high into the air, and in front of it, 4 martial artists were caught on its long crimson-scaled tail. 3 of these martial artists were pierced through the heart by the sharp tail, with blood spraying into the air. As for the last martial artist, he was using a saber to block the deadly tail, wanting to break free from its grip. At this time, the red-furred monster slashed out. The sharp claws struck the head of that martial artist. The martial artist's body shook, and then his skull blew up into pieces, bits of brain and fluid raining down. Then, the red-furred monster waved its claw again and again. The other 4 martial artists were all split in half. It had only taken an instant to kill 4 people. Heavens! Beside Lin Ming, a participant looked up at this scene playing out in the skies, his eyes filled with panic and dread. That martial artist with the saber is Dong Bishu, a core disciple of the true martial Holy Lands. He is a ruthless character ranked 12 or 13 on the true martial Great World. But even someone like him was slaughtered like a dog or chicken. It was a well-known rumor that the red-furred monster had killed Wu Zhanfeng, the 7th-ranked master of the true martial Great World. But in most people's minds, the red-furred monster should have killed Wu Zhanfeng after an extremely fierce and arduous battle. The difference in strength between the two shouldn't have been too ridiculous. But now, as they saw the red-furred monster kill the highly ranked Dong Bishu the same as it did the other 3 martial artists. All of them felt their hairs stand on end. This red-furred demon, just what kind of existence was it? While the red-furred monster's attention isn't on us, let's hurry up and run, a martial artist hurriedly said with a true essence sound transmission. There's no way we can escape. The moment we start to flee, it will definitely notice us. With its speed, even if we all run in separate directions, it will still kill all of us. Our only choice is to restrain our auras as much as we can and move a few dozen miles away from here. Perhaps it might ignore us then. That's the best chance we have. Fleeing meant certain death, and not fleeing meant they might somehow wriggle their way out of this. But the reality was that they were in a hopeless situation. They simply had no other choice. At this time, Lin Ming was staring at the red-furred monster, his eyes shining. In the field of his divine dream vision, Lin Ming could see that this red-furred monster was completely composed of rainbow-like lights, and there was something quite special about it. This dreamland energy in its body wasn't considered too great, but it was vigorous and boundless. Lin Ming wanted to obtain it from the depths of his heart. What secrets does this monster have on its body? Lin Ming thought to himself, one hand tracing the phoenix blood spear. Lin Ming's eyes locked onto the red-furred monster. This red-furred monster was around 10 feet tall, and the hairs all over its body were as sharp and shiny as steel needles. Its chest, neck, and back were completely covered with thick black scales. Its body was grandiose, its claws sharp and fierce, and there was a thin and long tail that extended from its back. This tail seemed to have joints in it just like an iron whip, and on the end of this tail there was a long spike. This spike shined with a cold light. Just a moment ago, this spike had pierced through the hearts of 3 martial artists. At this time, Lin Ming saw the red-furred monster stretch out its claw and take a purple crystal from Dong Bishu's tattered corpse. This crystal had something like a small red snake sealed within it. The tiny red snake fluttered about, twisting within the purple crystal, just like a living creature. As Lin Ming saw this purple crystal, his eyes grew even brighter. Lin Ming's eyes shot open. Although this was the first time he had seen this crystal, he felt a very special connection to it, as if this crystal was a part of his soul. Lin Ming released his senses and locked onto that crystal. In the sensor map of his mind, he could see all the surrounding dreamland energy turn into countless masses of colored light. The dreamland laws were able to divide into 7 colored lines, and as for that purple crystal, its energy signature looked just like a little purple baby. It had clear facial features, smooth and soft skin, and looked extremely cute and lovable. This purple crystal seems to have a life of its own, Lin Ming immediately thought. With his current understanding into the dreamland laws, he was able to see that there was something beyond extraordinary within this purple crystal. He had a faint feeling that if he could obtain this purple crystal, it would be an immeasurable advantage to his cultivation of the divine dream law. And as Lin Ming was thinking this, that red-furred monster actually swallowed up the purple crystal at a speed that no one could respond to. After the purple crystal entered the red-furred monster's body, it completely melted down, fusing into its soul. The red-furred monster growled a comfortable roar and its body began to emit crackling sounds. The armored bone scales on its body grew thicker and stronger, its tail elongated, and its muscles bulged outwards. Afterwards, 2 meat sacks began to pop up from its back. The red-furred monster cried out, writhing as if it were withstanding a tremendous amount of pain. It gathered all of its strength and emitted a guttural roar. Then, those 2 meat sacks on its back burst apart in a shower of green goo, and from this green goo a pair of meat-covered bones shot out. The bones then spread apart, revealing a wide set of blood-red wings, just like the wings of a vampire bat. This red-furred monster had actually formed wings. It was clear that the reason was that it had eaten that purple crystal. Thus the red-furred monster had evolved. As Lin Ming saw this, he gripped the phoenix blood spear and began to circulate the true essence within him. That purple crystal definitely had an inestimable advantage to his cultivation of the divine dream law, and that red-furred monster had eaten it. The red-furred monster had some slight differences from ordinary nightmare beasts. But in the end, it was merely a monster formed within the divine dream space. If he were to kill it, he could obtain its dreamland energy, and that purple crystal's energy would also be contained within this dreamland energy. Lin Ming narrowed his eyes. With his own sense and ability to feel the divine dream law, he analyzed the dreamland energy and dreamland laws within that red-furred monster. He could feel that this red-furred monster had swallowed more than one purple crystal. As the participants were slaughtering each other for merit points, this red-furred monster had silently and unknowingly collected purple crystals, swallowing each and every one it could find. As Lin Ming thought of this, he felt it a bit incredible. What was this red-furred monster? Was it some creature made by Empyrean divine dream? How come he could feel that this red-furred monster seemed to have its own thoughts and will? He was nearly about to attack, when at this moment there was a loud ringing explosion from the distance. A blazing gold light shot through the skies and a white-robed youth shot through the horizon like a fiery meteor. This youth was not some nobody, but the number 1 disciple of the true martial Holy Lands, Wu Final Cloud. Whoosh! Whoosh! Following close behind Wu Final Cloud were 2 core disciples of the true martial Holy Lands. They were both top 10 ranked characters of the true martial Holy Lands, and their strength was in no way weaker than High Dragons. As Wu Final Cloud saw this red-furred beast, a thick killing intent glinted in his eyes. "I've finally caught you, you damned monster. You killed my true martial Holy Lands core disciple Wu Zhanfeng. And now you've even killed my junior apprentice brother Dong Bishu. You've run wild and out of control for all this time, and now today I will have you pay the price for all that you've done. Killing you is also considered as cleansing evil from this true martial great world." Wu Final Cloud took out the great blood sword from his spatial ring. He certainly knew just how terrifying this red-furred monster was. Facing this beast, Wu Final Cloud had no intentions of starting off slow. He immediately took out his greatest weapon from the start. And at this moment, the red-furred monster let out a diabolical roar as it launched its thin and transparent blood-soaked wings and hurtled straight towards Wu Final Cloud. This red-furred monster originally had a terrifying strength and horrifying degree of defensive power. And now, after having swallowed that purple crystal, its speed had risen to the limit. Too fast. So fast that no one was able to react. Wu Final Cloud's pupils shrank. He instantly began revolving his transcendent divine might, the heavenly demon metamorphic art. With his strength crazily rising by several times, Wu Final Cloud shouted out loud and smashed his great blood sword at that red-furred monster. Dang! With a ringing explosion, Wu Final Cloud's great blood sword was caught single-handedly within the claw of that red-furred monster. The thick sword edge was caught in its claw, unmovable, just like it was stuck in divine iron. Wu Final Cloud's complexion changed. How could this thing be so strong? In that strike just now, he felt a strong jolt of pain shoot up his arm and his hand nearly went numb with paralysis. This monster's strength was even higher than that of Lin Ming. And as for speed, it was no worse than Dragon Fong. What in the world was this red-furred monster? Was it a nightmare beast? How could Empyrean Divine Dream think of creating such a powerful nightmare beast? If even he couldn't defeat it, how many people were able to kill it? Nightmare beasts were originally formed for participants to kill so they could gather merit points. If there was a nightmare beast that no one could kill, and that would instead kill everyone on sight, then wouldn't these preliminaries simply lose all significance? All of these thoughts flashed through Wu Final Cloud's mind. At this time, he felt himself being pushed backwards, constantly being forced to retreat as he nearly lost control of the great blood sword. And at this time, from behind Wu Final Cloud, the 2 core disciples of the true martial Holy Lands jointly attacked the red-furred monster from both sides. Of the 2 martial artists, one used a long sword and the other used a thick saber. As they saw Wu Final Cloud being pushed back, both of them responded with a counterattack. "Be careful!" Wu Final Cloud shouted out. But it was too late. The red-furred monster roared and its tail slashed forth like a sentient whip. Show! A sharp sound filled the air, as if space was being torn apart. Attack together! Cut apart its tail! These 2 people were not idiots. They could also feel how terrifying the red-furred monster was. With sword and saber, they cut down on this iron tail. Ding! The two weapons intersected with the hard tail. The two martial artists felt their hands go numb as they nearly lost control of the weapons in their hands. The Freilier sword let out a keening cry, as if it would snap apart if the force was any greater. As for that iron tail, not only was it not injured at all by the sword and saber, but because of its absurdly fast speed, the end of the tail flew past the two weapons and shot directly towards one of the disciples' hearts. That disciple's pupils contracted. He stormed backwards, wanting to avoid this strike. However, the speed of that tail was far too fast. That disciple barely managed to avoid having his heart pierced through. That sharp thorn pierced through the disciple's protective true essence like it was paper, and then penetrated through his body, passing right through his shoulder. The disciple stuffily coughed. Before he even had time to respond, there was another light sound as the tail retracted. That disciple's entire left shoulder, included his collarbone and muscles, was all twisted off by that tail. With half his body covered in blood, the disciple cried out in pain, his face turning bone white. Fourth junior apprentice brother. A raging anger blew up in Wu Finalcloud's heart. He shouted out loud as all the joints in his body emitted great exploding sounds. His body grew and his muscles popped outwards as he activated the heavenly demon metamorphic art to the limit. Pong! Wu Finalcloud used all of his strength and forcefully pulled out his sword from the grip of the red-furred monster. Then he cut down on its head, sword shattering the universe. This was Wu Finalcloud's strongest attack. However, this red-furred monster didn't seem to care at all. It thrust out its claws, one claw towards Wu Finalcloud's heavy sword and the other claw reaching towards his throat. As Wu Finalcloud saw the brutal and savage counterattack of the red-furred monster, his complexion became beastly. He put forth his full force and continued cutting down with his sword as before. Clang! The great sword smashed into the claw of the red-furred monster and a loud ringing sound filled the air, as if that great sword had struck a metal rock. The red-furred monster's scales were chopped to pieces by the force, but at this time, that red-furred monster's other claw approached Wu Finalcloud. This claw came swinging out. It was no longer possible for Wu Finalcloud to retreat. At this time, a thick golden barrier suddenly appeared around him. This was the metal laws that Wu Finalcloud had comprehended, the true martial body barrier art. When he fought with Lin Ming, he had used the brief instant when the shield shattered to barely defend against Lin Ming's 100-layered waves. And now, this attack coming at him was clearly stronger. Kacha! The red-furred monster's claw bluntly crashed into the golden barrier. The incomparably solid golden barrier shook for an instant before it was immediately ripped apart by the red-furred monster. Puff! After this claw tore through the barrier, it ruthlessly slashed Wu Finalcloud's left shoulder. Wu Finalcloud's body shook as he was sent flying backwards. His left shoulder had nearly been torn off. How could this thing be so strong? Wu Finalcloud's lips trembled. His arm was hanging uselessly at his side. It was simply impossible to use any strength with it. As for the martial artists around the White Crag mountain range, all of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Although Wu Finalcloud had lost to Lin Ming, and it was rumored that his strength was inferior to Dragonfang's, he was still an undoubtedly strong top master. Even so, he had been defeated in just a few moves. Just what was that red-furred monster? After the red-furred monster heavily injured Wu Finalcloud, it roared and continued rushing towards him. It raised its sharp claws. As long as these claws struck him, Wu Finalcloud would likely be split in half. In this crucial moment, Wu Finalcloud completely tore off his right arm. He forcefully pinched it and the entire arm exploded into a shower of blood. Demon body mutilation. Wu Finalcloud's face was fierce and grim. His body absorbed all of this blood rain and the blood-colored scales began to appear over his body. In this instant, Wu Finalcloud's aura suddenly shot upwards. His strength also doubled from before. He was even more powerful than the time when he had fought Lin Ming. What ability is this? He can actually absorb his own flesh and blood to enhance his strength to the limit? It's definitely a demonic path cultivation method. The heavenly demon metamorphic art is also from the demonic path. The true martial world king should have obtained the inheritance of some ancient demonic supreme elder. This move will consume a considerable amount of blood vitality. When Wu Final Cloud battled Lin Ming, he didn't use this move from the start, and after he used up too much energy in the protracted battle, it was already too late to do so. If Wu Final Cloud had used this technique from the beginning of when he fought Lin Ming, then perhaps that battle might have turned out differently. All of the surrounding martial artists rapidly discussed with true essence sound transmissions. This was Wu Final Cloud's ultimate move, to explode a part of his body and overdraw the absolute limits of his combat potential. This was not something that he would use in a normal martial arts battle. Otherwise, even if he won, he would suffer lasting effects, and it would be shameful to do so. As Wu Final Cloud saw this red-furred monster approach him with his own eyes, he shouted out loud, grasped the great blood sword, and then violently chopped down. Kacha! The great blood sword violently collided with the red-furred monster's two claws. The red-furred monster finally cried out in pain as its body was smashed backwards by the great blood sword. As for Wu Final Cloud, he was also sent hurtling backwards like a meteor. The brutal collision had caused all the bones in his sole remaining arm to completely shatter, and even the great blood sword was sent spinning away. Wu Final Cloud coughed up gobs and gobs of blood. He had completely exhausted all of his strength. Every single technique in his arsenal had been used. As for that red-furred monster, although it had been forced back, its claws bloodied, and its skin split open. For a creature with such a powerful life force, these were only small wounds. Its defensive power was terrifying to the point of leaving one gasping in despair. It was able to use its bare hands to block a medium-grade spirit artifact. Moreover, this medium-grade spirit artifact was the one used by the #1 genius of a great world king Holy Land. Even though Wu Final Cloud had used the entirety of his strength, even burning his blood essence to fight, he still wasn't able to harm the red-furred monster in any significant manner. As the martial artists saw this, all of them had determined that Wu Final Cloud would lose. They didn't want to be affected by his calamity and were all preparing to escape. The landscape around the White Crag mountain range was extremely complex, with hidden roads everywhere. With tens of thousands of martial artists all fleeing in separate directions, the red-furred monster wouldn't be able to kill them all no matter how powerful it was. The red-furred monster quickly stabilized itself as it came to a screeching halt. It turned towards Wu Final Cloud, wanting to thoroughly kill off this human martial artist that had dared to challenge its dignity. When at this time its mind began to ring with overwhelmingly loud warning signals, it turned its head to see that just several miles away, a blue-clothed youth was hurtling towards it, a red spear in his hands. This blue-clothed youth had a red mark shining from between his eyebrows. His entire body was covered in layers of flames and arcs of thunder, his speed faster than a falling meteor. In all the hidden valleys and caves and fields around the White Crag mountain range, every martial artist saw this blue-clothed youth. "It's Lin Ming!" Someone cried out in alarm. This red-furred monster's strength was already clear to all present. Taking a look at the entirety of the true martial great world, only Lin Ming would dare to attack at this time. He's mad. The strong are bold. Even if it was Lin Ming, the martial artists present still didn't favor him winning. No one knew just where the true limits of the red-furred monster's strength lay. But even disregarding that, just the strength that the red-furred monster had revealed so far was enough to leave them all despondent. In everyone's opinion, when Lin Ming and Wu Final Cloud fought, the difference between them wasn't too great. If he wanted to defeat the red-furred monster, the chances weren't too high. Lin Ming flew forth at an increasingly fast speed. He opened all 7 of the 8 inner hidden gates, released the heretical god force, and even burnt the blood of the ancient phoenix. With spear and man as one, he split through the skies like a divine messenger, all of his terrifying strength completely erupting together. Celestial tyrant manual 100-layered waves. The red-furred monster roared out again. It didn't change its tactics. It stretched out its claws and slashed at Lin Ming. Even though this attack seemed extremely simple, no one thought it was simple at all. Even a top 10 ranked master of a great world would be instantly killed by such a strike. The same attack had been used against Wu Final Cloud before, but now it had changed to Lin Ming. Everyone's eyes widened until they were as round as full moons. Kacha! The phoenix blood spear crashed into the red-furred monster's claws. In that moment, Lin Ming felt his hands shake as a fierce shaking strength transmitted up the phoenix blood spear and spread into his organs, his limbs and his bones, causing his blood vitality to tumble and all the energy to chaotically rage around within him. Lin Ming knew that although this seemed like a simple claw attack, the truth was that it contained the power of laws within it. The reason that those masters were all killed or sent flying back by this claw attack was not just because of the impact force but because of the laws contained within it. However, Lin Ming's 100-layered waves wasn't simple either. 100 million genes of strength were completely poured into the phoenix blood spear. The striking power of his attack had reached unimaginable levels. Moreover, such an attack was like the endless tides of the sea, coming in wave after wave, stretching to infinity. Bang! Energy detonated. In this brief collision, Lin Ming and the red-furred monster were both forced backwards. Lin Ming felt blood tumble within his body and his hand went slightly numb. As for that red-furred monster, its skin had broken and it was oozing thick red blood. As Lin Ming saw this red-furred monster's bleeding wounds, his eyes sharpened. What a freakishly high defensive power. Out of all the opponents Lin Ming had faced so far, this red-furred monster had the highest and most terrifying defensive power he had seen. Its defensive power was even far greater than Lin Ming's. It was like a child god beast. This monster is quite troublesome. Lin Ming's eyes shined with a solemn light. In a situation where he had used the 100-layered waves in his peak state, he still hadn't been able to seriously injure it. Lin Ming's attack didn't have any effect at all. That attack just now was the one that Lin Ming used to defeat Wu Final Cloud. But now he couldn't even seriously injure the red-furred monster. Moreover, that monster only hastily counterattacked just now and didn't truly collide with Lin Ming. If the two engage in a brutal melee, he most likely won't be able to bear it. I'm afraid that even Lin Ming is hopeless here. Dragon Fong? Where is Dragon Fong? If Lin Ming joined together with Dragon Fong, then perhaps the two of them might be able to do it. In this situation, the numerous martial artists scattered throughout the White Crag mountain range naturally thought of Dragon Fong. Dragon Fong was an extremely mysterious individual. His background was an enigma and so was his strength. But recently, Lin Ming was able to slowly deduce that the number 1 merit point ranked master of the true martial great world was Dragon Fong. Thus, most people imagined that Dragon Fong and Lin Ming were close in strength. In the skies, Lin Ming looked at the red-furred monster and the red-furred monster also looked at Lin Ming. Its ghostly green eyes glimmered with light, its pupils as tiny as needle tips and its vision sharp enough to pierce through someone. And several miles away, Wu Final Cloud was lying in a heap of rubble, his entire body drenched with blood. With his left arm shattered and his right arm torn off, he had lost all combat strength. As Wu Final Cloud looked at Lin Ming hovering high in the sky, his look was extremely complex. The truth was that the reason Wu Final Cloud attacked the red-furred beast was because the red-furred beast had killed his junior apprentice brother in front of everyone. With so many other true martial Holy Land disciples present, and also as their elder senior apprentice brother, it was impossible for him not to make an appearance. Thus, he recklessly rushed forwards even though he knew that the red-furred monster was extremely difficult to deal with. But Lin Ming was different. He could have fled this area, but he didn't. Instead, he showed up like a bolt of lightning out of the blue, all for the thrill of the battle. He actually dares to rush towards such a ridiculously powerful monster? What a lunatic! If he used the limit of his strength when he fought with me, then he'll lose, Wu Final Cloud thought to himself. He took out a pill from his spatial ring and swallowed it. At this time, besides the true martial great world, on every other great world in the divine realm, monsters that were just as powerful as the red-furred monster had appeared. In front of them, even the top-ranked master of that great world would find themselves hard-pressed to survive. As for other ordinary martial artists, they were even less worthy of mentioning. they would be killed in an instant. Such a monster already far surpassed the level of a descendant from a great world king Holy Land. Their existences were not meant for the preliminaries, but aimed at the peak talents of the entire divine realm. High Master Divine Dream's methods are truly wonderful. First are the beast tides to attack the cities, and then the appearance of these monsters, all in order to simulate a brutal and cruel world. For those weaker participants, even living a single day is a luxury. In Divine Dream Palace, a white-clothed youth with a sword over his shoulder casually commented. From his side, Frost Dream calmly said, "Only such a brutal environment can temper a person. That's right, this is how we grow." Many common people or martial artists of ordinary holy lands think that us Empyrean descendants enjoy incomparably wonderful and superior conditions when we are born. They think our lives are easy because we can study the best inheritances and also easily become world kings in the future. But the truth they don't know is that on our road as we grow up, we have to face incomparably ruthless and dangerous experiences. In the adventures that we undertake, dying is a common matter. And in those adventures, even core disciples of World King Holy Lands would easily perish. A lingering fear remained in the white-clothed youth's voice as he recalled all of the trials and tribulations he had experienced to get where he was. "Oh, that's right. Junior Apprentice Sister Frost Dream, what are these special monsters that have appeared in the great worlds? I feel that they aren't ordinary nightmare beasts." Frost Dream slowly nodded. She said, "They are soul lives that Honorable Master captured long ago. They are living beings and not energy forms created from the laws." Soul lives? The white-clothed youth was faintly startled. If they were called soul lives, then they naturally had to be different from the souls of humans. Could there really be existences that aren't born with a body but just their soul? Where did High Master Divine Dream capture so many soul lives? Is there really such a land in the divine realm? The white-clothed youth asked, curious. But Frost Dream remained quiet, clearly having no intention of speaking any further. The white-clothed youth understood Frost Dream's character. If she didn't want to talk about something, asking her any further was useless. He could only give up on his thoughts. Looking through any of the 3,000 great worlds, there were some great worlds where even the number 1 ranked master had been killed. As for those that hadn't been killed, that was only because they hadn't encountered these horrendous monsters yet. As the white-clothed youth saw this, he couldn't help but shake his head and say, although High Master Divine Dream kept Elementary Spirit Source in the Divine Dream world as a reward, I think that besides Junior Apprentice Sister Xianxia, there is no one that will be able to obtain them. The difficulty is simply too great. In the skies, robed in blue clothes and grasping a red spear, Lin Ming stood straight and tall, like a heroic challenger. And in front of him, the red-furred monster was curled up like a crouching tiger, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Facing this red-furred creature, no matter who it was, they would feel a tremendous pressure. The several core disciples of the true martial Holy Lands had already retreated a good distance away. Even the other martial artists scattered all around the White Crag mountain range drew back dozens of miles more from the battlefield. There were very few people that believed Lin Ming had any hopes of winning. And once Lin Ming was defeated, regardless of whether he escaped afterwards or died in the conflict, everyone else remaining would be stuck in dire straits. It was possible that the remaining participants would be drawn into a deadly bloodbath. At that time, when they all scattered to escape, having a bit more distance between them and that red-furred monster would increase their chances. And at this time, the red-furred monster moved. It launched its red and blood-covered bony wings and rushed towards Lin Ming. The speed reached an incredible level. Without any special move at all, it merely stretched out its claws and grasped towards Lin Ming's throat. This was the first time that the red-furred monster had officially attacked Lin Ming. The time before had merely been a hastily summoned counterattack. When the red-furred monster had fought Wu Final Cloud, it had also used this simple-looking strike to attack Wu Final Cloud in a state where he had released the heavenly demon metamorphic art and also the demon body mutilation technique. In the end, after using every skill available to him, Wu Final Cloud had been the one to be severely wounded. This was a terrifying strike. If Lin Ming could defend against this strike then, he would just about meet the qualifications to struggle with this red-furred monster. If he didn't then he would be instantly killed. Everyone watched this with their eyes wide open. As Lin Ming saw this red-furred monster hurtling towards him, his pupils shrank. Explosive popping noises sounded out from all the joints in his body as the power of the supreme dragon bone and phoenix blood began to surge forth. From behind Lin Ming, the phantoms of an azure dragon and golden phoenix appeared. A deafening dragon roar accompanied with a melodious phoenix cry split through the skies, echoing to the ends of the world. Lin Ming's arms tightened and he rapidly thrust out the phoenix blood spear in his hands. In that instant, he had shot out his spear 100 times. These 100 spears gathered together, merging into a 10-foot thick azure spear light that shot towards the red-furred monster. In this strike, Lin Ming had used the limit of his bodily strength. It could be called the strongest attack of his body transformation technique. Bang! Stormy shockwaves shook the world. Lin Ming's spear crashed into the red-furred monster's claws, causing energy to erupt and space to tremble. The scales on the red-furred monster's claws broke apart, but at the same time, that powerful vibrating force also passed into Lin Ming's body through the phoenix blood spear. This vibrating force was like a titanic earthquake, vast and seemingly endless. Lin Ming's protective true essence was swept over by these waves of power, instantly bursting apart. The power of vibration subsequently broke into his body, passing into all the meridians, organs, and bones within him. In that moment, his blood tumbled and the energy within him became chaotic. There were even some meridians, muscles, and tendons that were damaged, nearly snapping apart. If it weren't for the fact that there was the supreme dragon bone fused into Lin Ming's body and also that he had opened the gate of view, this strike alone would have burst apart his organs and shattered all the bones in his body. His fate wouldn't have been much better than Wu Final Cloud's. What a formidable vibrating power. Is this the Earth laws? No wonder this red-furred monster defeated Wu Final Cloud even in his strongest state. Lin Ming's eyes began to shine with a quiet and earnest light. The reason that this red-furred monster was so powerful was that every single one of its strikes was supported by the power of laws. That crazy and brutal power of vibration would spread into the bodies of its opponents. Lin Ming's protective true essence was considered deep and formidable. Even so, in the face of this red-furred monster, his protective true essence had still instantly shattered without any chance of resisting it. Fortunately, Lin Ming's bodily defense was extremely formidable. Even so, he had still been damaged in this attack. He withstood it. Lin Ming actually withstood the attack of the red-furred monster. Heavens! His protective true essence shattered, and yet he was still able to withstand it? Was it by relying on his bodily defensive power? He's a monster himself. It's impossible to completely block it. If his protective true essence shattered then, the shockwaves of that attack would definitely have rushed into Lin Ming's body. Even if he cultivates the body transformation technique and his mortal body's defensive power is formidable because of that, that attack must have injured him and left behind hidden wounds. If those hidden wounds accumulate then it will put his life in danger. Look at his arm. It's bleeding. Lin Ming's arm was indeed bleeding. When he withstood that tremendous impact force just now, his web of his palm had split apart and even some small blood vessels in his arm had ruptured, causing blood to flow down Lin Ming's hand. As this blood dripped onto the phoenix blood spear, it was incomparably bright red. It's not as simple as you think. Look at that red-furred monster. Both of its arms have also burst open with blood. Someone said with a true essence sound transmission. Don't compare people with that monster. How could a human's body possibly compare with the physique of that monster? Even if Lin Ming is a monstrous genius, I have a feeling that the monster's regenerative ability and tenacity far surpass anyone's imaginations. As for Lin Ming, if he continues to fight then those hidden wounds will continue to gather until he is finally defeated. As the martial artist just finished speaking, that red-furred monster seemed to deliberately confirm his words. The muscles of the red-furred monster twisted around, wriggling about until the flowing blood stopped and even its scales seemed to slowly regrow and repair themselves. After colliding with Wu Final Cloud and Lin Ming several times and being wounded, that red-furred monster's arms regenerated in several breaths of time. As the participants all around the White Crag mountain range saw this, they sucked in a breath of cold air. It had taken a great deal of effort to slightly injure it. This was particularly true for Wu Final Cloud. He had even desperately staked his life in order to injure that red-furred monster. But just now, it had nearly completely regenerated. This sort of phenomenon would definitely instantly rout the confidence of any martial artist that hoped to defeat it. With such an abnormal regenerative ability, just how could a human hope to fight against such a monster? No matter who it was, in front of a being with such terrifying speed and strength, nearly invincible defensive power, ridiculous endurance and incredible recovery abilities, this sort of opponent left one wallowing in abject despair. It's over. No one can hope to win against that. I fear that even if Lin Ming and Dragon Fong joined together, they still wouldn't be able to do it. Its recovery ability is too monstrous. It is like a child god beast. As people were speaking, Lin Ming's arms slowly began to stop bleeding. His flesh and blood moved, stitching themselves together as his wounds healed. His shattered skin and muscles also seemed to be reborn anew. A moment later, Lin Ming's arm was completely healed to its original state. Even his broken meridians and blood vessels were slowly regenerating. All of his hidden wounds had been eliminated. As everyone saw Lin Ming regenerate, all of their eyes popped open, their gazes filled with incredible disbelief. No way! Can Lin Ming also regenerate? I'm certain that he hasn't taken a pill. And even if he did, there are far too few pills that have such a powerful regenerative effect that can be taken in the heat of battle. How can a human's body have the same restorative ability that a vicious beast has? Is this the life laws? Some people suddenly thought. If one practiced the life laws to a high boundary, they could truly control the replication of their cells to a certain degree. They could even completely repair some non-vital organs. That is, everything besides the heart, brain, and spinal cord. Moreover, regenerating all of this came at the cost of a massive amount of true essence. It couldn't be used too often. If this is the life laws, then it is still useless. Lin Ming will soon exhaust all of his energy. A person simply cannot compare to a vicious beast in endurance, especially since Lin Ming encountered such a freakish beast. The red-furred monster's great strength had struck a chord of fear within all the martial artists present. Just by looking at it, they could feel their aura diminish. At this time, the red-furred monster's ghostly green eyes were blazing as it stared at Lin Ming. It hadn't imagined that its own full-powered attack would be withstood by Lin Ming, and then Lin Ming would also be able to follow it in regenerating its body. It issued a deep growl and slowly twisted its claws and neck, creaking its bones. Lin Ming also cracked his knuckles and hands together. Facing the red-furred monster, his eyes were sharp and fierce. With a loud roar, the red-furred monster launched itself forwards once more. This was a battle of savage head-on collisions. The red spear and red claws smashed into each other. Each time they struck, there was a loud, thunderous pulse that split the air. Bang! 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 The attacks all had a force behind them that surpassed 100 million genes of strength. Mountain shelves cracked, causing clouds of crushed stone to billow into the air. Just the shockwaves of this battle between man and beast were able to level this mountain range. The red-furred monster's formidable strength had exceeded Lin Ming's expectations. In every attack, a powerful vibrating strength would spread into his body. His protective true essence shattered every time. These powerful attacks were several times stronger than Wu Final Cloud's final attack. If it were anyone else, they would have instantly died in the face of such a barrage. Luckily, Lin Ming had dragon marrow and phoenix blood fused into his body. Thus his regenerative ability and defensive strength had reached an unbelievable degree. Even so, in the face of such a brutally ruthless melee, he felt all the blood tumble within his body and energy wildly rush through his meridians, nearly causing them to break. However, as Lin Ming withstood these extreme attacks each and every time, the red-furred monster wasn't much better off. The red-furred monster's strength and explosive force were several times greater than Wu Final Cloud's, but it had a serious weakness in its inferior combat skills. Every time it collided with Lin Ming, it had to resist at least 2 of Lin Ming's attacks. The Phoenix Blood Spear was an extremely high-ranked spirit artifact, and its sharpness was without doubt. After Lin Ming poured his gold battle spirit into it, even if the red-furred monster had a body as hard as divine iron, the Phoenix Blood Spear would still leave trails of blood etched into its body. As these trails of blood accumulated again and again, they gathered into a heavy wound. The red-furred monster's muscles wriggled, repairing all of these wounds. The phoenix blood and dragon marrow within Lin Ming raced through him, also repairing all of his wounds. This was a battle of attrition, a match between their endurance and their restorative abilities. This violent fight continued for several dozen breaths of time. Man and beast had collided over 100 times already. Every collision was like 2 planets bumping into each other. Each strike caused the mountains to shake, the rivers to vibrate, and the earth itself to tremble. Every explosive sound echoed in the hearts of the numerous martial artists scattered throughout the White Crag mountain range, like a steel ball smashing into their chests, causing their blood to restlessly move and even their heartbeats to be affected. In such an intense fight, Lin Ming didn't slowly exhaust his true essence and weaken as everyone had imagined he would. Rather, from beginning until now, he didn't reveal any signs of burning out at all. He still remained incomparably aggressive and ruthless as before, like a vicious beast in human form. All of the participants around the White Crag mountain range were stunned. Heavens! This was an absurdly terrifying endurance. In his battle against Wu Final Cloud, although Lin Ming had also revealed his great strength, that battle contrasted to this one could only be considered a slap fight between babies. Only this homicidal collision between Lin Ming and the red-furred monster could truly be called a blood-on-blood melee. Every single time they crashed into each other, they would both undoubtedly be injured. Not only did they have to withstand a huge consumption of energy, they also had to stimulate the energy within their bodies to restore themselves. To continue this fight to this point, the amount of energy they used was unimaginable. That's crazy. Lin Ming's body actually isn't any worse than the red-furred monsters. They must have struck each other at least 120 times by now. Lin Ming's body has to withstand the tremendous impact of the energy shockwaves every time, which will inevitably injure him. Yet he's able to recover after every strike. Is he even human? The participants scattered around the White Crag mountain range were all left speechless as they stared at this fierce battle taking place in the skies. As for the true martial Holy Lands, Wu Final Cloud had taken some medicine and had restored some of his origin energy. He also looked at Lin Ming battling in the sky, a strange color on his face. It was clear that when he had used the heavenly demon metamorphic art to battle Lin Ming, it was simply a useless and suicidal action on his part. When he fought with Lin Ming, even if the peak of his strength had lasted 10 times longer, he would still have lost. The difference between them was that great. As everyone was discussing this, Lin Ming had already exchanged 200 attacks with the red-furred monster. The red-furred monster's 2 claws were covered with blood. The flesh on its chest had cracked. Its scales had been torn off, and blood was leaking from its mouth. Even so, its body was constantly regenerating, but the rate at which it was regenerating was slowing down at a visible rate. As it looked at Lin Ming, its ghostly green eyes were shining with an inexplicable light. In contrast, Lin Ming had consumed a great deal of energy too. But this was a form of combat that he favored. This strong vibrating power, this feeling of true pain seeping through his body, this truly made his blood seethe with excitement. Lin Ming wiped away the bloodstains from the corners of his lips, a cheery smile on his face. You seem to have an intelligence of your own. You're different from those other ordinary nightmare beasts. Can you understand my words? Lin Ming said with a true essence sound transmission. As he did, a strange look passed over the red-furred monster's face. It seems that you understand me. Then tell me, what is that purple crystal? Lin Ming had extremely little understanding into the mysteries of the divine dream space. He wanted to obtain more information about this world. At this time, the red-furred monster released a deep roar and launched its bony wings once more. Its blood vitality suddenly rocketed up into the skies, billowing upwards like a volcano. With the support of this powerful blood vitality, its body began rapidly regenerating once again. As everyone thought that the red-furred monster was about to attack again, an unexpected change occurred. The red-furred monster swiveled around and flew off in the other direction. It was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it swiftly flew dozens of miles away, nearly seeming as if it were teleporting. The speed of its flight caused a sharp, grating sound to fill the air. What? The martial artists around the White Crag mountain range were all shocked. Lin Ming forced away that monster. This is too fierce. That monster was actually forced back. This Lin Ming is even more monstrous than that monster. Everyone was so shocked that they didn't know what expression to make. This was the first time they had seen that nightmare beast running away. As everyone thought that the battle had ended like this, Lin Ming's figure flashed. He turned into a beam of light and chased right after the nightmare beast. With the 8 inner hidden gates and the mystic lightning shade rapidly revolving, and also with the speed from the Gate of Wonder, Lin Ming's speed had reached an unbelievable level. He was even a bit faster than that red-furred monster. Lin Ming's figure turned into a series of afterimages as he vanished into the horizon. He's chasing it. He's really chasing it. Everyone was bewildered to see both man and monster rush away with incredible speed. Lin Ming had forced back that nightmare beast and had even decided to pursue it. This was far too fierce. A desperate enemy shouldn't be pushed too far. Moreover, that nightmare beast didn't seem much weaker than Lin Ming to begin with. If he rashly chases it, I fear that he will encounter danger instead. The beast tide is everywhere now. As long as that red-furred monster hides itself in the swelling beast tide, then Lin Ming can only be forced to give up. On the other hand, if Lin Ming isn't careful and he's sucked into the beast tide instead and forced to face off against hundreds and thousands of mutated nightmare beasts, he will certainly perish. That's right. Defeating and killing are two completely different concepts. That red-furred monster is just too fast. If it decides to escape, then it's impossible to cut it down. The only method is if someone's strength far surpasses it. Otherwise, chasing it is far too audacious an action. In everyone's view, Lin Ming's endurance and formidable strength were without question. And just now, when Lin Ming and that red-furred monster had flown away, that red-furred monster hadn't fallen into a great disadvantage and didn't seem much weaker than Lin Ming. Perhaps it only escaped because it feared that it would consume too much of its energy and then be open to sneak attacks from the surrounding masters. In this sort of situation, no one thought that there was any meaning to Lin Ming chasing after it. Instead, chasing that monster might cause Lin Ming to wind up dead in the midst of the beast tide. And at this time, Lin Ming had already chased that red-furred beast for several hundreds of miles. Lin Ming frowned. If those participants could think of such scenarios, then he could too. He knew that chasing this red-furred monster was extremely dangerous. But there were far too many secrets on that red-furred monster, even ones that were related to his cultivation of the divine dream law. He had no choice but to chase after it. What Lin Ming feared the most was that the red-furred monster would submerge itself into the all-encompassing tide of nightmare beasts. If that were to happen, then he would have no choice but to give up his chase. However, what happened surprised Lin Ming. The central beast tide was located at True Martial City still, and this red-furred monster was flying in a direction that clearly wasn't towards True Martial City. How strange. This monster has an intelligence of its own, so why isn't it luring me to True Martial City instead? If that happened, then it would be in an invincible situation. Could it be that there is an even more dangerous area that it wants to bring me to? Lin Ming grit his teeth as this thought flashed through his mind. He revolved his energy and accelerated his speed. With his speed, traveling 100 miles only took several breaths of time. And this speed was actually only a bit faster than the red-furred monster. If he wanted to overtake the red-furred monster, he would have to chase after it for some time. During this time, they could have flown back and forth to True Martial City several times. How troublesome! Lin Ming didn't worry that the red-furred monster was leading him to some special danger zone because he had his own methods of saving his life. Taking a step back, even if he died, it wouldn't really matter. In this divine dream space, true and final death did not exist. And as for his ranking dropping, Lin Ming didn't care about trivial things like that. The special energy within this red-furred monster was what Lin Ming valued the most. The chase continued for some time. Before long, both man and monster had flown 8,000 to 9,000 miles. Their speed was so fast that the ordinary nightmare beasts they encountered along the way were unable to react at all. They even had to pass through a small group of nightmare beasts. And at this time, a change occurred. As the red-furred monster passed through this small group of nightmare beasts, a purple iron-winged dragon suddenly hurtled towards the red-furred monster. It was impossible for an ordinary nightmare beast to follow the red-furred monster's speed. But this iron-winged dragon was a mutated nightmare beast and also one that excelled in speed. It wasn't a problem at all for it to chase after the red-furred monster. Lin Ming's eyes brightened. The nightmare beasts would actually attack the red-furred monster? No wonder. This red-furred monster wasn't a nightmare beast to begin with, so it wasn't strange that it was being attacked. This was also why it didn't choose to escape towards True Martial City. Then, just what was this red-furred monster? These thoughts instantly raced through Lin Ming's mind. At that moment, the red-furred monster roared like a rolling cloud of thunder. It reached out its claws and tore off the head of that iron-winged dragon. This mutated iron-winged dragon was equal to a top 40 to 50 ranked master of a great world. But in front of this red-furred monster, it was slaughtered like a chicken. However, killing the iron-winged dragon caused the red-furred monster a moment of delay. During this brief moment, Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a severe light. This is my opportunity. Lin Ming revolved his energy to the limit. As he rapidly consumed his energy, he instantly erupted with his strongest level of strength. In a single breath of time, he rushed to just a mile behind that red-furred monster. To him, a mile away wasn't anything at all. I only have one move left. Although it's not fully complete yet, there's nothing else stronger. At this time, Lin Ming had no more intentions of holding back. In the previous battle, because he wanted to fight with his body transformation technique in order to feel the thrill of a melee battle in his bones, and also because he didn't want to reveal his cards too early, he didn't use this move in front of everyone. But now was different. If he missed this chance, he might not get another one. If so, he naturally had to use all of his techniques to their fullest. Heavenly Demon Martial Intent, Grand Mist Space. The Prime Emperor Lotus Flower slowly bloomed from behind Lin Ming. The Grand Mist Space instantly covered the red-furred monster. Underneath the Grand Mist Space that suppressed all laws, the red-furred monster's speed suddenly dropped. And taking advantage of this chance, Lin Ming rushed right towards the back of that red-furred monster. In this instant, the power within Lin Ming's body rapidly ascended. The blood of the ancient phoenix, the heretical god force, all of this power came surging outwards without end. All of this power, after converging with Lin Ming's inner world, fused into the phoenix blood spear and then erupted outwards. Chi. Endless bolts of thunder suddenly appeared in the skies, rushing to gather onto Lin Ming's phoenix blood spear. His spear light cut through space, emitting a terrifying sharp whistling sound. All of the thunder was swept up in Lin Ming's spear strike, forming a massive purple vortex that spanned between the heavens and the earth. It was like the world itself was about to break apart. Heavenly Tao Judgment. Heavenly Thunder Tribulation. Lin Ming roared out loud. From within Lin Ming's inner world, the power of thunder tribulation that had been absorbed by the heretical god seedling from his 9x9 fall suddenly exploded outwards. The power of thunder tribulation that stood above the heavenly Tao laws cut straight towards the red-furred monster. This was also Lin Ming's self-created elementary transcendent divine might. Chila. The phoenix blood spear cut across the sky with endless arcs of thunder spinning around it. Space trembled, and the entirety of the surrounding skies for hundreds or even 1,000 miles turned into a roiling purple thunder dominion. From that small group of nightmare beasts, half of the nightmare beasts were caught up in this strike, instantly turning to ash. The red-furred monster cried out in pain and agony. Placed within the Grand Mist Space, its speed had dropped a lot from before. Lin Ming's spear was now equal to heavenly tribulation. Underneath the absolute suppression of laws, no one was able to avoid heavenly tribulation. They could only resist it. Roar! The red-furred monster roared in suffering. It stretched out its claws and grasped down at that thunder spear light. Bang! A blazing divine might lit up the heavens and a blinding light filled the world, seeming to swallow up everything in existence. For the surrounding hundreds of miles, all of the mountains and rivers and valleys completely collapsed due to the terrifying strength of this strike. Everything was razed to the ground. Lakes instantly evaporated and countless towering great trees were burnt to cinders. The red-furred monster's 2 arms were also charred black by this terrifying strength before instantly blowing into pieces. Lin Ming's long spear continued unabated, stabbing into the red-furred monster's chest. Puff! The phoenix blood spear penetrated right through the red-furred monster and emerged from its back. Blood shot out before being instantly evaporated by the turbulent energy shockwaves. Its fur, its scales, everything was completely scorched black by the power of thunder tribulation. A thick and terrifying purple pillar of light shot into the skies. A terrifying explosion swept through the skies for several hundreds of miles. The violet shockwaves sundered the earth, shattering all barriers. In that moment, it was like a purple sun had dropped onto the earth. Even from 10,000 miles away, this divine light was clearly visible. A woo! The red-furred monster roared out in pain. A massive half-foot-sized hole had been burnt through its body. Half its heart had been scorched and nearly all the blood in its body had been burnt away. It furiously stretched out its claws, wanting to use its dying breath to grasp at Lin Ming's head. Lin Ming sneered. The phoenix blood spear in his hand was pulled out. Puff! The scorched half of the red-furred monster's body was ripped off. Bits of flesh and blood rained out. However, the life force of this monster had reached a nearly unimaginable level. It dragged its grievously wounded body and threw itself towards Lin Ming. Without any expression, Lin Ming thrust out his spear again. The violent and wild power of thunder pierced into the red-furred monster's head. With a stab and a thrust, the red-furred monster's head exploded like a watermelon. Its strong and sturdy body twitched for several moments. Then, it finally died. I've killed it at last. Lin Ming let out a long breath. And at this time, because of that strike just now, the skies above him were covered by thick rolling thunderclouds. These thunderclouds gathered together into a massive vortex with waves of purple thunder glittering everywhere. With this strike, he had actually recreated a temporary thunder dominion. From the far-off distance, one could make out the endless purple light sizzling within this thunder dominion. And at the White Crag mountain range, many of the participants hadn't yet left. They were busy planning their future paths after having lost the safety of true Martial City. And at this moment, in the distant horizon they could see a massive purple pillar of light shoot into the skies. Look over there. What is that? It wasn't known just who shouted that, but everyone turned to look. They could see that in the distant skies, the world had turned purple. Countless arcs of lightning fell like torrents onto the world. Is this divine light born from thunder? That is definitely the thunder laws. Even from so far I can sense its immense strength. Heavens! I wonder just who is fighting. Watching from the White Crag mountain range, this pillar of light was narrow. But the impact it caused was unimaginable. Because of this purple pillar of light, dark clouds shrouded the skies, blanketing the lands for hundreds and hundreds of miles. All of the martial artists could feel the terrifying energy contained within these clouds. Even from 10,000 miles away, this feeling still caused their minds to shake with fear. That direction. Isn't that the direction that Lin Ming and the red-furred monster flew in? Yes, that's it, that's the direction. Could it be that it is Lin Ming fighting the red-furred monster? Heavens! Just what sort of ability, what sort of fighting method is this? Is it Lin Ming's attack or that red-furred monster's attack? Someone shouted in panic, a sense of awe and dread in their voice. Everyone looked at each other, bewildered, disbelief written all over their faces. This strength was simply far too terrifying. At this time, A top 20 great world-ranked core disciple of the true martial Holy Lands hesitated for a moment before saying, "It shouldn't be. If that red-furred monster had such strength, then it wouldn't have needed to flee." As for Lin Ming, I feel that his strongest aspect lies in his body transformation technique. In terms of the essence gathering system and his comprehension and use of laws, he's a bit lacking. The two of them shouldn't be able to send out such an attack. Then who could it possibly be? Is there an even more powerful existence on the true martial great world? Is it a super monster even greater than the red-furred monster? Something like a sovereign of nightmare beasts? Someone whimsically asked, lost in his own daydreams. In the divine dream world, if a variation monster like this red-furred monster could be born, then it wouldn't be strange if a nightmare beast sovereign could appear too. If there really was such a monster, then Lin Ming would truly be in dire straits. There's a possibility. If so, I fear that Lin Ming would have already died by now. Don't push a cornered enemy too far. The sayings of the ancients aren't wrong. Lin Ming was too reckless. It's just that the beast tide was too fierce right after the third round of eliminations started. Otherwise, something like this wouldn't have happened to Lin Ming. But, even if Lin Ming was foolish this time, with his strength he will still be able to jump back into the top 3 ranks of this great world. Everyone shared their speculations. However, no one dared to go 10,000 miles to take a look at the real situation. With their strength, let alone that red-furred monster or that possible nightmare beast sovereign, if they were to encounter a small group of nightmare beasts, then they would be completely swallowed up as food until there weren't even bones left of them. If a nightmare beast sovereign has truly appeared, then our chances of survival have gotten even worse. To confirm this, could our top 10 ranked senior apprentice brothers look and see if their rankings have changed? A true martial Holy Lands disciple suddenly said. It was easy for them to discern the rankings of the top 10 on the true martial great world because they occupied most of the positions. They would only need to verify their own rankings to find out. Lin Ming was originally ranked 4th on the true martial great world. If he were killed, he should fall to or around the 10th place. The 5th to 10th place martial artists could see if he fell by checking if their own rankings had jumped by 1. When the beast tide first erupted, the core disciples of the true martial Holy Lands had immediately gathered together when they fled, and there were even several top 10 ranked masters amongst them. These martial artists all checked their rankings before frowning and saying, "My ranking hasn't changed. Mine hasn't changed either. It hasn't changed? Does that mean Lin Ming hasn't died?" At this time, a core disciple of the true martial Holy Lands seemed to realize something. He looked up his own ranking and sucked in a cold breath as he saw it. He was originally the 3rd-ranked martial artist of the true martial great world. But now, his ranking had dropped to 4th place. If his ranking dropped and those from 5th to 10th place didn't, then that could only mean that he swapped places with whoever had been ranked 4th. And that person had been Lin Ming. Lin Ming's merit points have suddenly surpassed mine. In the top 5 rankings of a great world, there was a difference of at least 10 million merit points between two people. In a normal situation, the only way that Lin Ming could have leapt ranks was if he killed a top 10 ranked master of a great world. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to jump up ranks so fast. And now, Lin Ming had been chasing that red-furred monster, so it was impossible for him to kill other masters. That only left a single possibility. Lin Ming had killed that red-furred monster and obtained a massive number of merit points. The martial artists present weren't idiots. As the ex-3rd-ranked disciple said that Lin Ming's ranking had changed, everyone realized just what might have happened. And at this time, the still not recovered Wu Final Cloud examined his own ranking. As he did, his fingers faintly trembled. Lin Ming's merit points had surpassed his own. Elder senior apprentice brother. A number of people also thought of Wu Final Cloud and turned to look at him. As they saw the strange expression on his face, a foreboding premonition appeared in their hearts. "This is..." Wu Final Cloud bitterly smiled and shook his head. "He's passed me. Lin Ming's merit points have passed my own. I have dropped to 3rd place." Wu Final Cloud's words confirmed everyone's guesses. To suddenly jump up over 20 to 30 million merit points in a single go, there was only a single possibility. and that was that Lin Ming had killed the red-furred monster. To defeat someone was a completely different concept from killing them, as everyone recalled the red-furred monster's terrifying speed, horrifying defense, and also despair-inducing endurance. Wasn't wanting to overtake it and kill it easier said than done? Perhaps even 4 or 5 martial artists that had a similar strength to it wouldn't be able to keep it from escaping. But now it had actually died to Lin Ming's hands. Moreover, Lin Ming had chased the red-furred monster through the endless beast tide that surrounded them from all over. He had not only done that but had overtaken it and killed it. Just how was this possible? Everyone looked up towards the pillar of purple light that shot into the skies once more. That pillar of light, could it have been sent out by Lin Ming? As everyone realized this, they felt their jaws drop down. That roiling thunder dominion that encompassed the skies 10,000 miles away was still lingering there, scorching the world. The feeling that Lin Ming gave off to everyone had always been that he was a martial artist who focused primarily on the body transformation technique. When he defeated Wu Final Cloud, and even with the red-furred monster, he had relied on his body transformation technique to contend with them. In terms of the essence gathering system and especially in the comprehension of laws, Lin Ming didn't seem too extraordinary at all. But as they saw that terrifyingly titanic thunder dominion that was caused by the thunder laws, all of them were left speechless. This level of the thunder laws, just what sort of ridiculous power was this? Could it have been that Lin Ming's greatest strength lay in his laws, but from the beginning until now, no one had been able to force him to use them? This is too unbelievable. What a monster. He is invincible in the body transformation technique, invincible in endurance and recovery, and even his essence gathering system and comprehension of laws have reached such a level, with such a terrifying explosion of power. Just what sort of technique could have caused it? The difference between him and us is just too great. The purple clouds of thunder continued to roil through the skies. The thunder dominion carried on, as if it would last until the end of time. Facing this thunder dominion, all of the core disciples of the true martial Holy Lands felt powerless and weak. And at this time, 10,000 miles away, the red-furred monster's corpse dissolved into pure dreamland energy. This dreamland energy was larger than any mass of dreamland energy that Lin Ming had ever seen before. It was bright and radiant, blinding to the eyes. This sort of feeling was like the difference between a violet sunstone and a violet sun crystal. Lin Ming thought for a moment. He didn't rush to absorb the dreamland energy. Instead, he dragged this dreamland energy into a hidden valley and concealed his own position using layers of array formations. Currently, the entire divine dream space was being flooded with tides of nightmare beasts. If he wanted to absorb this dreamland energy, he would need to find a safe place to do so. After finishing all of this, Lin Ming then focused his thoughts on the dreamland energy. The dreamland energy exploded, turning into countless motes of starlight that fused into his body. This powerful and pure energy turned into streams that submerged into Lin Ming's soul. The fourth divine dream mark emitted a blazing light as it climbed towards perfection at unimaginable speeds. Not just that, but there was still a tremendous amount of divine dream energy remaining. After Lin Ming checked his own merit points, he was slightly surprised. In a single go, his merit points had suddenly risen to 238 million. From his fourth-place position, he had now become first. After killing the red-furred monster, he had obtained almost 100 million merit points in a single fell swoop. Lin Ming's change in ranking was also reflected in the Divine Seal Decree. Within the entire Divine Realm, besides the Unbroken Cult and the Ancient Phoenix Clan, there were also many other great influences paying attention to Lin Ming's ranking. Before this, only the top 10,000 participants had the qualifications to be checked up on all 24 hours of the day by the various Great World King Holy Lands, and Lin Ming's previous best ranking had been just less than 3,000. Now, Lin Ming's ranking suddenly vanished from its spot around 8,000 on the Divine Seal Decree. It immediately jumped up past 1,000 and stopped at 890. With this, he had surpassed Dragon Fong. The top 1,000 rankings were a completely new level. After rising to this boundary, with some luck, one could become an ordinary world king. And if one was a world king, then even if they weren't a great world king, they could still be an overlord of their own domain. On average, the achievement of an Empyrean descendant was also to become a world king. As for the future achievements of great world king descendants, they would become holy lords, and the stronger ones amongst them would become half-step world kings. The future boundary of a descendant was often a level lower than their master. Even for the true martial Holy Lands with their deeply accumulated resources for several millions of years, while the true martial world king had trained over 100 descendants, there hadn't even been an ordinary world king born from them. From this one could see just how difficult it was to produce a world king. At this time, in a remote great world, within the outskirts of a great city, 10,000 martial artists were gathered together, all of them wearing similar-looking red clothes. Their cultivations were all at the life-destruction realm. Look, there's been a great chance in Senior Apprentice Brother Lin's ranking. Rank 890 on the Divine Seal Decree. He has surpassed Dragon Fong as first on his great world. He's finally reached first place. Awesome! These red-clothed martial artists were all disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan. The ancient Phoenix clan was broadly distributed all over the divine realm, and they were found on multiple great worlds. Now, even in these remote branch palaces, as well as the many disciples that had gone out adventuring, all of them knew of Lin Ming. They knew that an extraordinary genius had appeared from within the ranks of their ancient Phoenix clan. As fellow disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan, all of their hearts were filled with pride and joy. First place on a great world, and even in the top 1,000 rankings of the entire divine realm. This achievement was enough to be recorded in the annals of their clan's history. And in Crimson Light World, in a magnificent tower of gold and jade, a towering middle-aged man with a full head of crimson red hair was sitting grandly on a wooden seat. In front of him was a table with bronze cups and a pot of wine. The crimson-haired man narrowed his eyes as he looked at the divine seal decree. He muttered to himself, "This Lin Ming is the one that completed the 1,000 slaughter and cut down the wisp of divine sense that I had left behind in the illusionary god combat array. I didn't think that I would see him ranked in the top 1,000 positions of the divine seal decree." This man was the Crimson Light World's Crimson Dragon envoy, Crimson Strife Cloud. Crimson Strife Cloud let out a deep and long sigh. The current him was no longer the insolent and brash youth that he was in the past, all those tens of thousands of years ago. This was because he was now well aware of how difficult every step was after becoming a holy lord. He had already been stuck behind the hurdle that prevented him from becoming a world king for 15,000 years by now. Without some heaven-defying lucky chance, there simply wasn't any possibility for him to make another breakthrough in his life. And now, it seemed that this Lin Ming's talent had already far surpassed his own. The ancient Phoenix clan has truly risen from the past. I thought that Lin Ming would become a character like Xiao Daoji or Hua Burning Heaven in the future, but now it seems that I underestimated him. Really, the waves come and the waves go. The new must replace the old. Crimson Strife Cloud shook his head, draining a cup of wine in front of him. Oh! At this time, within the divine dream world, Lin Ming felt as if his own soul had left his body. His entire body was floating on nothing without any weight at all. His soul form arrived in a world filled with endless color, with countless lines of infinite hues twisting and changing around him without end. And between these lines was a floating purple crystal. This purple crystal was in the shape of a six-sided prism, and there were 3 fine lines sealed within it. Of these 3 lines, each was a different color: blue, red, and purple. These thin lines constantly twisted, moving about just like living creatures. This purple crystal is different from the one that the red-furred monster swallowed. That purple crystal only had a single thin line within it, but this one actually has 3. If I'm right, then that red-furred monster must have swallowed down similar crystals before, and each of the living lines within those crystals must have gathered together to form this final purple crystal. Then, the truth is that the secret of the purple crystals lies within these thin lines. Lin Ming could faintly feel that these strange purple crystals were in fact only used as a carrier to seal in these fine lines. The lines were the key to the puzzle. Lin Ming stared at these fine lines for some time. He didn't know why, But as he looked at them, he felt a faint sense of apprehension and dread creep over him. How can I perceive the secrets within these lines? Should I swallow them? Lin Ming thought out loud. The method the red-furred monster had used was to swallow them up. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Ming finally came to a decision. He slowly reached out and guided these fine lines to his fingertips. When the lines touched Lin Ming's skin, they suddenly started moving like spirit snakes and drilled into his body. Lin Ming felt an incomparably cold energy spread up through his arms and into his soul. At that time, Lin Ming felt his spiritual sea shake and a fierce aching pain rack his body. It felt like countless vipers were biting into his body. With a stuffy cough, he nearly tumbled to the ground. When this agonizing pain struck him, it felt as if something was going all out in trying to drill into his brain. This feeling was similar to when Lin Ming first opened the magic cube and absorbed that ownerless soul fragment. When Lin Ming had first opened the magic cube, the power of his soul and will had been tiny and weak. His past state was incomparable to how he was now. But correspondingly, this mysterious energy was tens of thousands of times more powerful than those ownerless soul fragments of the past. Lin Ming staunchly defended his mind, wanting to use his willpower to resist the harrowing soul pain. However, as he was doing so, he felt an immense strength impact into his soul form. Underneath the force of this terrifying strength, he lost all control over his body. In that instant, a dreadful icy cold spread all throughout Lin Ming's body, invading every inch of him. This feeling was just as if he had been turned back into a mortal and was tossed stark naked into an endless field of snow and ice. Lin Ming's body was soon covered in a thick layer of frost and ice. The layer of ice became increasingly thick. With his soul frozen, Lin Ming was completely unable to move. He didn't even have the motor abilities to blink his eyes. After the ice gathered for some time, cracks began to appear in the layers of ice. Ka. The cracks continued to spread. Lin Ming's body also began to disintegrate with this cracking ice. At this sudden change, even if Lin Ming's will was amazingly strong, a hint of panic and fear began to appear in his mind. In this colorful rainbow-hued world, the truth was that his body represented his soul. If his soul disintegrated, how could he still live? Lin Ming's mind raced. He tried everything he could, but whether it was trying to summon his battle spirit or guarding his mind, everything he tried was useless. As he saw cracks appear all throughout his soul form, Lin Ming could only pin his hopes on the strange laws that governed the divine dream world. With the existence of these laws, even if his soul disintegrated, he still wouldn't die. It was the same principle as reforming his soul after crossing life destruction. As his body was disintegrating, a soul-tearing pain swept through his entire body. This sort of pain that came directly from the soul was at least 10 times, 100 times more tortuous than one's mortal body being torn apart. Lin Ming watched with his own eyes as more and more cracks spread over his body. His soul form had already reached the limit of its endurance. At the end, Lin Ming's body completely burst apart, turning into countless motes of soul lights that scattered in all directions. The degree to which his soul had disintegrated was even more thorough than the last 3 stages of life destruction that Lin Ming had crossed. Lin Ming felt his consciousness turn fuzzy and his thoughts become muddled. The power that fractured his soul into countless bits was far too strong, to a degree that he couldn't summon any resistance to it. In a haze, Lin Ming could sense those 3 wisps of purple, red, and blue energy that had been sealed within the purple crystal slowly gather together before fusing into the floating soul lights. Then, with these 3 wisps of energy as the core, the countless motes of soul lights began to converge as one. Lin Ming's soul was being slowly restored. His body, his limbs, his face, everything reformed. His consciousness also gradually became clear again. A moment later, Lin Ming's soul had completely recovered, and those 3 wisps of energy had disappeared. This is... what's going on here? Lin Ming looked down and examined his reformed hands. His eyes filled with disbelief. My soul force has become stronger, and it's actually become several times stronger. As Lin Ming felt the change in his soul force, he sucked in a breath of cold air. These three strange wisps of energy are actually able to shatter my soul and reform it using themselves as the center. This process is similar to the wonders of ninefold soul reformation, and with an entirely similar result. My soul force has become 3 times stronger. Whatever it is I absorbed, the effects are just too strong. Lin Ming found it hard to believe that such incomparably thin lines of energy were able to achieve such a heaven-defying effect. As he sank his mind into his spiritual sea, he suddenly noticed some differences. This is. Lin Ming closed his eyes. Vague images, obscure and ancient languages. Many things suddenly passed through his mind. For a time, Lin Ming wasn't able to understand just what these strange and mysterious images were. It was only when a crowd of creatures similar to the red-furred monster appeared in his mind that he realized these were the memories of that red-furred monster. After absorbing the dreamland energy left behind by the red-furred monster, I've actually obtained some of its memories? Is this because of the magic cube? Lin Ming recalled that the feeling of absorbing that dreamland energy was the same as swallowing an ownerless soul fragment from the magic cube for the first time when he was 15 years old. But Lin Ming couldn't bother with figuring out why he could see these memories. He wanted to hastily search these memories for anything related to the magic cube. There were simply far too many secrets on the red-furred monster. He focused his mind and sat down on the ground, trying to fully digest these memories. Perhaps because of the different natures of the monster's soul and his human soul, Lin Ming found it extremely difficult to fuse with these memories. Even for the strange writing, Lin Ming had a great deal of difficulty understanding any of it. He had to comb through the memories for corresponding hints in order to make out some meaning from the words. These memories were incredibly incomplete. Only after searching for a long time did he find some clues. Elementary spirit source. Those 3 wisps of soul energy I absorbed are actually wisps of elementary spirit source. If the elementary form is so powerful, what sort of degree would true spirit source be like? And just what is spirit source to begin with? Lin Ming was familiar with the term elementary. Grand mist energy also had a so-called elementary grand mist energy form. This spirit source, is it something similar to grand mist energy? Lin Ming couldn't help but think this. He continued searching through these memories for more information. This is... Lin Ming's mind shook. As he looked further and dug out more information, he was inexplicably shocked. Grand mist energy, Genesis energy, spirit source. 3 types of source energy. Originally, Lin Ming thought that grand mist was the foundation of the universe and the earliest, most source existence. But now, he discovered that the source of the universe was comprised of not just grand mist energy but also 2 other kinds. Grand mist energy, the source of matter. Genesis energy, the source of energies. Spirit source, the source of soul. The universe had a soul. Not only did the universe have a soul, but planets and stars also had souls called star souls. As for the soul of the universe, if that were to be called a different name, then that would be the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao was omnipotent and omnipresent. When a martial artist cultivated the laws, they would comprehend the heavenly Tao and follow its rules to display their skills. Cultivation methods, martial skills, every concept, everything was through methods defined by the heavenly Tao. If one wanted to surpass the heavenly Tao, then one had to withstand the punishment of the heavenly Tao. This was also known as heavenly tribulation. By crossing heavenly tribulation, one could gain the right to surpass the heavenly Tao and perhaps even form their own rules. If a human could achieve such a boundary, then they were called an Empyrean. Empyrean, a word that meant the heavens. The inherent meaning within this title was that the person this title was bestowed upon had a status on par with the heavenly Tao. Empyrean, a word that also meant respect. In total, to be an Empyrean meant to be respected just as much as the heavens. This was the meaning of an Empyrean. From the very start, Lin Ming never understood just what the heavenly Tao was. He only knew that it was an extremely abstract existence. But at the same time, the heavenly Tao seemed to have a thought and will of its own, punishing anyone that dared to violate its edicts. And now Lin Ming was finally aware. The heavenly Tao, that was the soul of the universe. and this so-called spirit source was present at the forming of the universe, a source energy that eventually became the heavenly Tao, the soul of the universe. Out of the three aspects of essence, energy, and divine, it could be called the divine. As the universe had a soul, at the same time it also had a body. Every star, every moon, every planet, all the vast galaxies and boundless worlds, everything was the body of the universe. Even humans, plants, vicious beasts, all lives that existed were also a part of the universe's body. Grand mist energy formed all matter within the world, and was also the source of the universe's body. Of essence, energy, and divine, the body of the universe could also be represented by essence. Finally, there was Genesis energy, the source of all energy, all origin energies, all true essence. All the various forms of energy were evolved from Genesis energy. Of essence, energy, and divine, this was the energy of the universe. Humans possessed essence, energy, and divine. Correspondingly, the universe also had its own essence, energy, and divine. Grand mist energy corresponded with essence, Genesis energy corresponded with energy, and spirit source corresponded with the divine. There just happened to be three of these source energies. This was also what the myths meant by three creating all of myriad existence. As Lin Ming understood these truths, he felt his spiritual sea suddenly shake. It was like a thin layer of membrane had been pierced through. In that moment, many truths and laws were immediately comprehended by him. In that instant, Lin Ming could feel his own strength crazily rise, and his soul force was again strengthening at a terrifying speed. Lin Ming's first four concepts of thunder and fire completely fused together. And in his spiritual sea, his battle spirit also violently trembled. As it trembled, all of its power constantly gathered onto itself, becoming more and more solid and more sharp. With this sort of change, Lin Ming's battle spirit had broken through gold large success to gold perfection. Now he was only a single step away from a blue soul battle spirit. And after achieving a blue soul battle spirit, that would be a completely different situation. Lin Ming sank his thoughts into his body. He discovered that the countless law fragments that had buried themselves into his flesh during his ninefall had begun to slowly fuse into his flesh. As for his thunder and fire laws, in that moment just now they had instantly reached perfection of the first four concepts. Lin Ming could even faintly feel himself touching upon the fifth level concepts. In just a few breaths of time, Lin Ming had obtained an immeasurable advantage. Although he had yet to break through a cultivation boundary, his practical strength had substantially increased. This was mainly manifested in the comprehension and use of his laws as well as his battle spirit. If Lin Ming were to use his heavenly Tao judgment now, it would be even mightier than before. Even if he were to use the most basic penetrating rainbow, chasing thunder, chasing sun, or bury the heavens, just a single strike would be able to easily kill a top 10 ranked core disciple of a great world king Holy Land. Lin Ming was overjoyed as he sensed the changes in his body. Unfortunately, his true mortal body wasn't in the divine dream world, otherwise he would have likely broken through to the middle divine sea. However, now that his soul had made a breakthrough, his inner world was brimming with energy. If he left the divine dream space, then he wouldn't need much effort to break into the middle divine sea realm. Could be called an inevitable event. I see. So the magic cube, demon bead, and purple card in truth represent spirit source, grand mist energy, and Genesis energy. They are divine tools somehow condensed from the essence, energy, and divine of the universe. Lin Ming became increasingly aware of the origin and use of the three divine tools. When Empyrean Primordius obtained the demon bead, that was also the universe's essence. Thus he was able to dual cultivate in body and energy, reaching a boundary at which he could rip out his heart and it would still beat onwards for 100,000 years. This was likely thanks to the support of the demon bead. As for the grand mist energy he cultivated, that is the source of the universe's body. No wonder Empyrean Primordius was such a remarkable person that could achieve such heights in the grand mist laws. Lin Ming unraveled more of the secrets of Empyrean Primordius and the eternal demon abyss, and most of his guesses were likely true. It seemed that if he obtained the demon bead in the future, it would play a critical role in him cultivating the Grand Mist laws. The Grand Mist laws were in truth the laws of the universe's essence. There might even be true Grand Mist energy within the demon bead. Empyrean Primordius cultivated dual body and energy, but Empyrean Divine Dream cultivates spirit source. Thus she is likely a dual energy and soul cultivator. This is why she was able to form the Divine Dream world and also leave behind these elementary spirit sources within it. These elementary spirit sources were likely rewards for the trial challengers here, but there are probably far too few people that could hope to obtain them. Lin Ming thought out loud. With the red-furred monster's titanic strength, the ordinary geniuses of a great world simply wouldn't be able to kill it. However, this was also well within reason. Elementary spirit source was an incomparably precious treasure. It was impossible for Empyrean Divine Dream to reward it too freely. Thus she would only allow the most peak geniuses to obtain it. Divine Realms 3000 Great Worlds. Vast Universe World. Although the 3000 great worlds of the Divine Realm were grouped together, the truth was that they vastly differed in size and number of masters present. Vast Universe World was one of the top 10 ranked great worlds. In terms of area, it was over 20 times larger than the Crimson Light World that the ancient Phoenix headquarters was located on. Compared to the true martial world, it was still 7 or 8 times larger. The number of masters present was incomparable with the lower-ranked great worlds. The highest-ranked great worlds all had a title, and that was a first-order world. Out of the 3000 great worlds, only 100 of them were considered first-order worlds. A world like the true martial world was a great world only inferior to first-order worlds. They were called second-order worlds, and there were several hundred of them. As for the Crimson Light World and Atlas World, they were considered third-order worlds. There was the greatest number of third-order worlds, over 2,000 of them. Not only were the first-order worlds larger, but there were far more masters present on them. Moreover, many first-order worlds were occupied by Empyreans. This was one of the implicit assessment marks of a first-order world. On the Divine Seal Decree, the highest-ranked participants were mostly from these first-order worlds. The most sacred land of the Vast Universe world was also where Empyrean Vast Universe's Holy Palace was located, the center of Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. At this time, within a grand hall of Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, there was a group of people gathered. These people all had an unfathomably deep cultivation. But at this time, within Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, all of them were restraining their aura as much as possible, resembling nothing but ordinary people. Within Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, unless one was an Empyrean, all other characters, no matter how famous or honorable they were, had to humble themselves. In this group of people, there was a tall and sturdy man wearing a spacious robe with a square face and round ears. He sat in the seat of honor and was lifting a cup of wine. He laughed as he said, "The several top-ranked participants are really all Empyrean descendants. However, Grand Universe World King, your Grand Universe Holy Land is doing quite well. Since the Empyrean descendants aren't counted, one of the top-ranked participants comes from your Grand Universe Holy Land. The Grand Universe World King was the Great World King of Vast Universe World. However, because of the unstated taboo of having a name similar to Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, they certainly couldn't name themselves the Vast Universe Holy Lands. Thus, their name instead was the Grand Universe Holy Lands. Correspondingly, the Great World King of Vast Universe World was also called the Grand Universe World King. Haha, Lord Envoy, I truly cannot withstand such high praise. My Grand Universe Holy Lands only has a single person that has barely managed to reach rank 12 on the Divine Seal Decree. Even if the Empyrean descendants aren't considered, Boer is just chasing the tail of the top 10 rankings. All of my other disciples have met defeat." At a seat just to the side of the tall and sturdy man, a hardy-looking blue-clothed old man stroked his beard as he spoke in a modest tone. Even so, he couldn't conceal the smile in his words. It was clear that he was satisfied that one of the disciples from his Grand Universe Holy Lands was almost in the top 10 ranks. Virtuous nephew Yuan Bo has considerable hopes of entering the top 10 ranks of the first martial meeting. If he does, then he'll likely come to Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. The tall and sturdy man chuckled. Haha, I don't dare to hope for him to enter the top 10. But, if there really is such hope, then I humbly request that Lord Envoy looks after him at that time. As the blue-clothed old man spoke to hear, he respectfully cupped his hands across his chest. This tall and sturdy robed man was Empyrean Vast Universe's chief disciple and the first Lord Envoy of Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. His name was Vast Cosmos. To be able to be named after Vast Universe Heavenly Palace and also be named Cosmos, one could infer his status. The so-called chief disciple of Empyrean Vast Universe was not like Wu Final Cloud, who was merely a chief disciple of a single generation. Rather, Vast Cosmos was the disciple that had attained the highest achievements ever since the founding of Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. In fact, Vast Cosmos had long since reached the boundary of a half-step Empyrean. Although a half-step Empyrean was extremely far from being comparable with a true Empyrean, it was still a boundary vastly superior to a great world king. In addition, Vast Cosmos had the special distinction of being able to personally represent Empyrean Vast Universe. Vast Cosmos's status far surpassed that of a great world king. Even if it were the great world king of a first-order world, they would still have to be respectful towards him. And in this first martial meeting, the top 10 ranking disciples would obtain a special reward to enter Vast Universe Heavenly Palace and also be able to receive the personal guidance of Empyrean Vast Universe's chief disciple. This chief disciple was naturally Vast Cosmos. Vast Cosmos laughed and said, "Grand Universe World King is too modest." Although it was said that the top may 10th enter Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, the true Empyrean descendants, even if they were in the top 10, definitely wouldn't take a liking to a humble and common teacher like myself, and they certainly wouldn't come to Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. At that time, if nephew Yuan can achieve a position near the top 10, he can certainly enter Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. Hearing Vast Cosmos say this, the Grand Universe World King was overjoyed and repeatedly expressed his thanks. If one could enter Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, then even if they couldn't learn a transcendent divine might, they could still learn the self-created martial arts of Empyrean Vast Universe. If those martial arts were placed in the Grand Universe Holy Lands, they would definitely be the highest level of martial arts. This first martial meeting is unprecedented in its magnificence and grandeur. It is far more marvelous and ambitious than the last several dozens of first martial meetings. This time, it could truly be said that there are countless talents gushing forth. Also, Tian Mingzi, your Skydark Holy Lands, has a disciple that has reached rank 15 on the Divine Seal Decree. Is that little fellow your direct descendant? If I remember, his name was Nether Limitless, right? Vast Cosmos asked a black-clothed man who was sitting on another side of the hall. This black-clothed man was handsome and elegant, looking no more than 20 years old. His arms were laid calmly on his knees. His palms were clear and fair. His 10 fingers were slender and beautiful, and his eyes had blood-red pupils, making him seem a bit fiendish. This man was Mo Eversnow's absolutely irreconcilable blood enemy, and also the chief culprit that caused the destruction of the Verdant Feather Holy Lands, Tian Mingzi. In the past, when Tian Mingzi annihilated the Verdant Feather Holy Lands, he had been a world king. Now, 50,000 years later, his cultivation had reached an even more terrifying boundary. The black-clothed man faintly smiled and eloquently said, "I didn't expect Lord Envoy to remember Limitless' name. I must thank Lord Envoy for the wonderful praise." "Haha, Tian Mingzi, there is no need to be so polite. Haven't you just passed 100,000 years in age? You became a world king only tens of thousands of years ago, and now you are already a great world king. Moreover, you preside over the first-order world of Demon Dawn Great World. In the future, it wouldn't be strange if you were to become a half-step Empyrean. This sort of talent is truly deserving of envy," Vast Cosmos bluntly said as he laughed. As he spoke, this roused a round of discussion amongst everyone else in the hall. "That's right, Skydark World King only established the Skydark Holy Lands 50,000 years ago, and yet you have progress that one can truly be proud of. Old me can only be ashamed of my own inferiority. My Grand Universe Holy Lands have existence for over 7 million years, and now you've nearly reached the same level." The Grand Universe World King smiled as he tossed out some more praise. That's right, Skydark World King is the youngest among us, yet his strength has faintly risen above ours. I think he will surely become a half-step Empyrean in the future. Haha, even Tian Mingzi's direct descendant nephew Nether Limitless is also extraordinary. I think there is an extremely high possibility that he will become a world king in the future. Of those sitting in this hall, the ones with the lowest status were ordinary world kings, and there were even many great world kings of second-order and first-order worlds. These were all characters with extremely lofty statuses, and yet all of them were praising Tian Mingzi. From this alone, one could see just how prominent his reputation was. For the last 100,000 years, out of all those that had become great world kings, he was the youngest. From the time he founded the Skydark Holy Lands, it had only taken him 50,000 years to develop it to such a giant scale. Moreover, rumors said that he had obtained the appreciation of Demon Dawn Great World's true overlord Empyrean Demon Dawn. If such a character favored him, then Tian Mingzi's future prospects could be imagined. He even had a slight ray of hope of becoming an Empyrean in the future. Just what sort of concept was an Empyrean? In the entire divine realm, an Empyrean was born only every million years or so. This was a level of existence that a world king could never compare with. To this sort of character, even if they couldn't form good relations with him, they at least shouldn't offend him. Tian Mingzi smiled as he said, "Everyone, I can hardly accept all this praise. I am merely a junior in this prestigious gathering, and I still have a long road ahead of me in the future. I will have to ask all the seniors here to look after me. As for Limitless, he has only made a tiny bit of progress, nothing worthy of complimenting at all. Compared to fairy maiden Xiao Maxian from Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace, there simply isn't any comparison at all. Tian Mingzi's Great World was exactly Demon Dawn Great World. The Holy Land he established naturally couldn't have the name of Demon Dawn. Thus he came up with his own name for it. Oh, as all of this was happening in vast universe Heavenly Palace, Lin Ming was still in the divine dream world, sifting through the memories of the red-furred monster. He had been doing this for the last 3 days. The new information he discovered left him incomparably shocked. The memories of the red-furred monster were filled with all sorts of strange and mystical images. As these images combined together, Lin Ming was able to extrapolate that the red-furred monster came from a different realm. This different realm was called Soul World by the red-furred monster. In Soul World, all lives there were soul life forms. As for the red-furred monster, it was also a soul life form. Its appearance within the divine dream world was its soul form. Soul World was not one of the divine realm's 3,000 great worlds. Soul World was broad, boundless, nearly infinite in its area, far greater than any great world of the divine realm. It seemed as if it were a completely independent dimension outside of the divine realm. There is actually such a place in this universe? Is it a divergent mystic realm? Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath, feeling greatly shocked. He originally thought that the divine realm was the entirety of the universe, but now it seemed as if this might not be true. If Soul World was a divergent mystic realm, then the vastness of these divergent mystic realms far surpassed Lin Ming's imagination. In the red-furred monster's memory, Lin Ming saw that Empyrean Divine Dream had once been to Soul World. This matter was already from an extremely long time ago. At that time, Empyrean Divine Dream's cultivation had been very low. The red-furred monster, as well as numerous other soul beasts from Soul World, had tried to attack Empyrean Divine Dream. However, she had ended up completely demolishing all of them. But Empyrean Divine Dream did not kill them. Rather, she locked them all into the Divine Dream World, and the Divine Dream World had become their prison. As Lin Ming learned all of this, he was lost in thought for some time. He guessed that Soul World was a divergent mystic realm of some sort, and when Empyrean Divine Dream's cultivation was extremely low in the past, she likely entered this divergent mystic realm to adventure and seek her own lucky chances. Finally, she had stumbled across some heaven-defying lucky chance and learned the secrets of Soul World. With this, she established the Divine Dream Law and completed her own transcendent divine might. The red-furred monster had given Lin Ming a great deal of useful information. Besides the existence of Soul World, Lin Ming also found some memories of cultivation methods from Soul World, in other words, soul system cultivation methods. However, because the red-furred monster wasn't a human, or perhaps because of the difference in laws, Lin Ming was unable to directly train in these types of cultivation methods. Instead, he could only use his comprehension of these cultivation methods combined with his understandings of the divine dream law to glean some useful things. For several days, Lin Ming was closed up in this distant valley. Several small beast tides passed over the skies of Lin Ming's hidden seclusion spot, but none of them were able to see past his concealing array formations. After digesting the red-furred monster's cultivation methods, Lin Ming still didn't leave. Instead, he continued to perceive the divine dream law and form the fifth divine dream mark. There was still a great deal of divine dream energy left within his body. Like this, time slowly passed day after day. Within the divine dream world's 3,000 great worlds, constant slaughtering and massacring was taking place without end. Never-ending waves of beast tides. All cities trampled over, and participants being eaten up as food by the countless nightmare beasts. Participants not only fought nightmare beasts, but they also had to fight each other. At every second of the day, countless people were being killed. For the first 2 rounds, the participants would revive in the city. But now, they would randomly revive in some location in the wilds. If their luck was bad, they might even directly revive into the midst of a beast tide and immediately die again. Thus, the price of death was extremely high. There was no space for the weak to live. It was kill or be killed. And these so-called weak participants were in truth extraordinary elites of ordinary holy lands. But they didn't even have the strength to resist their doom. Chi! A blue light cut through the skies, seeming to rip apart space. A black-clothed youth grasped the dragon Fang blade, his shoulders stained with blood. Behind him, a 20-foot-tall humanoid vicious beast toppled to the ground with a loud thud, its blood pooling all around it. This vicious beast was a sovereign of Lightmend World's mutated nightmare beasts. Even the third-ranked master of Lightmend World had died to this beast. And now, this beast was instead slain by the black-clothed youth. This black-clothed youth was Dragon Fang. Before the second round of eliminations ended, he had cut down a super-mutated nightmare beast at the true martial Great World and obtained a transmission token from its body. He discovered that, with this transmission token, he was actually able to travel to other great worlds. Without a doubt, all of the peak disciples of the various great worlds throughout the divine realm had obtained such a token. Otherwise, it was impossible for them to gather such a high number of merit points. Only by constantly traveling between these 3,000 great worlds and slaying the top existences of those worlds could one obtain so many merit points. This even included cutting down the top 100 ranked monstrous geniuses of the Divine Seal Decree. Thus, when the third round of eliminations began, Dragon Fang had already left true martial world to go to other great worlds, looking to battle other peak masters. What Dragon Fang cared about was not merit points but a worthy opponent that he could fight to the death. Battle, this was the reason for Dragon Fang's existence. The reason he joined the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting was to search for stronger opponents and raise his own strength. After obtaining this transmission token, Dragon Fang's merit points grew at a ridiculous pace. Just after the third round of eliminations began, he had been briefly surpassed by Lin Ming. But afterwards, his merit points quickly returned to the number 1 position of the true martial Great World and continued to climb further and further ahead. Within a month, he had killed his way into the top 500 rankings of the Divine Seal Decree. Then the top 300, the top 200, all the way until the top 100. When Dragon Fang entered the top 100 rankings, this caused the entire true martial world to bubble over with excitement. True martial world was only a second-order world. It was far from being comparable to a first-order world. But even so, there was now someone from true martial world that was able to enter the top 100 rankings. This was truly a legend. The top 1,000 rankings was a completely new boundary, but at the same time the top 100 rankings were also a new boundary. After entering the top 1,000 rankings, it was nearly assured that one would become a half-step world king. But by entering the top 100 rankings, there was a ray of hope that one would become a true world king. As long as one could meet another lucky chance in the divine transformation realm, becoming a world king wasn't a dream. Dragonfang's ranking was one of the focal points of the entire divine realm. Even Vast Universe Heavenly Palace's chief disciple, Vast Cosmos, had noticed Dragonfang. This was because Dragonfang did not list his own background. To be in the top 100 rankings of the Divine Seal Decree without a known origin, that was an extremely rare occurrence. Dragonfang has already reached rank 97, a double-digit ranking. How terrifying! When did such a peak genius appear from my true martial great world? Hurry up and investigate just where this Dragonfang came from. Within the true martial Holy Lands, the true martial world king personally issued an order. He felt that Dragonfang's true strength had not yet reached its limit. Dragonfang's appearance overshadowed all other geniuses of true martial world, including even Lin Ming. In fact, besides Lin Ming making a brief appearance in the top 1,000 rankings of the Divine Seal Decree just when the third round of eliminations began, he hadn't done much at all. His ranking soon began to drop down. During the third round of eliminations, the merit points of the Nightmare Beasts increased once more. After Lin Ming entered seclusion, his ranking naturally started to drop. Dragonfang and Wu Final Cloud eventually both surpassed him. He had fallen back to being the fourth-ranked participant of True Martial World, and his position also fell down to 800 to 900 on the Divine Seal Decree. Although many people were well aware that Lin Ming's true strength was far beyond this, Lin Ming's best result was still a far cry from Dragonfang's rank 97. With Dragonfang, Lin Ming's limelight naturally dimmed down a great deal. And besides Dragonfang, there were also some dazzling existences on the Divine Seal Decree. One of which was Skydark Holy Lands Nether Limitless. This youth wore black clothes and his face was pallid. Just casually glancing at him, he appeared a bit weak and frail. But the truth was that his strength was incomparably horrifying. His weapon was a long and slender katana. It was 4 feet long and very thin. In this half-year, the number of participants and nightmare beasts that had died underneath this blade was countless. Nether Limitless also had a token that allowed him to travel between great worlds. Many masters of various great worlds had died underneath his blade, becoming a stepping stone for his ascension. I have no idea how far I am from my true goal, the top 10. Nether Limitless quietly wiped off blood from his katana. The participants in the Divine Dream World could only look up their own ranking within the great world they had registered on, and weren't able to look up the total ranking of the Divine Realm. Nether Limitless put away his katana. Scattered all around him were corpses of dozens of participants. The corpses were neatly sliced apart several times. Underneath his blade, no one was able to keep their body intact. These corpses soon vanished, turning into dreamland energy that was represented by merit points which then entered his body. These had all been disciples of this great world's great world king Holy Land. But now all of them had been cut down by Nether Limitless. These fellows have far too few merit points. Nether Limitless shook his head, stepping over the pools of blood on the ground to leave. I have to kill even stronger powerhouses. Only with their corpses can I pave the road to becoming a king. This first martial meeting is my greatest chance. I have to display the height of my potential to grab the attention of Empyrean Demon Dawn. Before Nether Limitless joined the Divine Realm first martial meeting, Tian Mingzi had warned him not to hold back anything in this first martial meeting. He had to put forth his full and complete effort and try to rise as high as he could so that Empyrean Demon Dawn might notice him. If he could grab the attention of Empyrean Demon Dawn, there was a chance that he would be allowed to enter Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace and inherit the transcendent divine might there. This was Nether Limitless' greatest opportunity. He wanted to become a great world king in the future. With the support of an Empyrean-level influence, then even if he didn't have the guidance of an Empyrean, just the guidance of an Empyrean's disciple would make his road that much easier. Nether Limitless' ranking on the Divine Seal Decree was still 18 as before. If the Empyrean descendants weren't considered in the rankings, he would be at rank 15. As for the top master of the Divine Seal Decree, that was still Xiao Maxian. After 8 months of time, her merit points had finally broken past 1 billion. And behind her, The second-ranked participants' merit points were only at 890 million. Without a doubt, Xiao Maxian was the most dazzling existence of this divine realm first martial meeting, second to none. There was no one able to approach her glory. This situation continued all the way to the 9th month. The third and final round of eliminations for the first martial meeting preliminaries was rapidly approaching. In the final several days, the slaughter became even wilder and crazier. The participants seemed to turn insane, rushing into the seas of nightmare beasts without fear of death. The hunting between participants also became rabid and savage. Everyone wished to pass these preliminaries and soar into the heavens. If one could pass the preliminaries and was a genius from a holy land, their achievements would bring great glory and pride to their sect. Once they returned, they would receive generous rewards. And if it were a wandering martial artist, there was no need to mention how they would benefit. Through these preliminaries, they would enter into the eyes of the countless influences paying attention to the first martial meeting, and they would all be fought over. They would be able to enjoy many resources, and their cultivation roads would become smooth and easy. However, no matter how they slaughtered, for the vast majority of them their efforts came to nothing. They were simply unable to change their fates. This was because in the last round of eliminations, the number of people being eliminated was far too terrifying. Only 1 out of every 10,000 would make it. That meant that, in a great world, there would only be several thousand people remaining. From a beginning of several trillion participants in a great world, they were constantly eliminated until only several thousand people were left over. In the preliminaries, only 1 out of every billion would pass. This was an elimination rate that sent one to the brink of despair. Pong! 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 In the cities, in the wild, at the moment that the preliminaries ended, countless martial artists in the divine dream world exploded into motes of starlight that faded away. In the various great worlds of the divine realm, there were some smaller cities that didn't have a single passing participant. No one managed to qualify past the preliminaries. Only in the largest cities of these great worlds would one find a good number of martial artists that had passed. For a first-order world like Vast Universe World, because of the pure number of participants, there were nearly 10,000 martial artists that had passed. But as for third-order worlds like Atlas World and Crimson Light World, they only had 1,000 to 2,000 martial artists passing. Even for peak holy lands like the ancient Phoenix clan and the ancient Dragon clan, they only had single digits of disciples that passed the preliminaries. This was considered quite a good result. There were many lower-level holy lands that had to bow their heads in shame. Whoosh! After Yen Little Moon passed the preliminaries, she was shot out from the divine dream world. Her final ranking was 96th of Crimson Light World. She had just managed to enter the top 100 rankings of a great world. However, Yen Little Moon was still dissatisfied with this ranking. "Ha! Little Moon, you've come out, good job." Hua Violent Stone walked up to receive her, his face full of smiles. Yen Little Moon froze for a moment. This highest elder was always very strict towards her and had very high requirements. How come his mood was so good today? "Honorable Master." Yen Little Moon bowed towards Hua Violent Stone. During the period of time after Lin Ming left the ancient Phoenix clan, Yen Little Moon had officially taken Hua Violent Stone as her master. Hua Violent Stone guffawed. "Good. You've done a good job." Xiao Ping, well, he also did good. Xiao Ping was once the #1 disciple of the ancient Phoenix clan, but now he was overshadowed by Yen Little Moon. During the preliminaries, Xiao Ping had only achieved around rank 150 in his great world, a much worse result than Yen Little Moon. "I thank Highest Elder for the generous praise." Xiao Ping ruefully smiled, a strange taste in his heart. To be beaten by a young girl who was 8 or 9 years younger and also had a lower cultivation than him, to him that was a great loss of face. "All right, clean yourselves up and prepare to go to the semifinals. Our ancient Phoenix clan will have 4 disciples entering the semifinals this time. It's truly a good harvest." 4 disciples? Yen Little Moon and Xiao Ping were both startled. As fellow disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan, they helped each other in the divine dream world and also had a general understanding of all the other disciples' merit points and were thus able to guess just who was capable of passing the preliminaries and who wasn't. This time, there should have only been 3 disciples that passed. Besides Yen Little Moon and Xiao Ping, there was also a core disciple that was ranked around 1800 of a great world. He just barely managed to pass. Then just who was the 4th person? Hua Violent Stone already expected that Yen Little Moon and Xiao Ping would ask this. He mysteriously said, "You two should also be able to guess who this 4th person is. Is it Senior Apprentice Brother Lin Ming?" Yen Little Moon suddenly recalled that several years ago, Lin Ming had left the ancient Phoenix clan to go out adventuring. Considering the time that passed so far, he should have managed to reach the early or middle Divine Sea realm by now. With Lin Ming's talent, he naturally wouldn't miss such a grand event. "Yes, it's exactly Lin Ming," Hua Violent Stone said, happily stroking his beard. He couldn't conceal his wide grin. Yen Little Moon suddenly realized just why Hua Violent Stone was in such a good mood. So the reason must have been because Lin Ming also joined the first martial meeting. With Lin Ming's talent, he naturally would bring honor to the ancient Phoenix clan. As Yen Little Moon thought of Lin Ming, a strange color washed over her face. Towards Lin Ming, she felt something that she couldn't yet explain. "Are Senior Apprentice Brother Lin's results much better than ours?" Yen Little Moon asked. "Haha, Lin Ming gave us all a pleasant surprise. At his highest ranking, he managed to kill his way into the top 1,000 rankings of the Divine Seal Decree and became first ranked in the true martial great world. But afterwards, that brat was just too lazy, far too lazy, and because of that his ranking fell. He finally ended as 4th place on the true martial great world, but he still managed to keep in the top 10,000 rankings of the Divine Realm." Even though Yen Little Moon and Xiao Ping were already prepared, they still sucked in a cold breath upon hearing this. To become the first-ranked martial artist of the true martial great world. And the true martial great world was also a second-order word. This result was simply too freakish. Senior Apprentice Brother Lin, he really... Yen Little Moon sighed. For all these years, she didn't dare to laze around for even half a minute. Moreover, she had displayed the power and potential of her bloodline to the limit. She had hoped that she would be able to slowly overtake Lin Ming's footsteps, or even if she couldn't she would still be able to see his back. But now, she realized that the difference between them was only becoming increasingly wide. As for Xiao Ping, his mouth dropped open again and again, at a complete loss for words. He felt incomparable envy and jealousy simmering in his heart. He suspected that during their trip into the God-Beast mystic realm, perhaps the Supreme Dragon Bone had been stolen away by Lin Ming. When the Supreme Dragon Bone had suddenly vanished, no one knew just where Lin Ming was. He had thought that Lin Ming had died, but in the end Lin Ming had also been transmitted out of the God-Beast mystic realm. Because Lin Ming's cultivation was just far too low at the time and his strength also wasn't worth mentioning. Xiao Ping hadn't been suspicious of him. But with things as they were now, Xiao Ping felt doubtful of his past judgment. There was likely some heaven-defying secret on that boy's body. But now, even if he was 100% sure that Lin Ming had taken the Supreme Dragon Bone, there wasn't anything he could do about it. With Lin Ming's current status, let alone taking back that Supreme Dragon Bone, the ancient Phoenix clan might instead bestow several drops of Phoenix blood essence to him. That was Phoenix blood essence. This was something that Xiao Ping yearned for in his every dream. For his entire life, without some massive lucky chance, there wasn't any way he would ever obtain even a single drop. Where will the semi-finals be held? What are the rules? Yen Little Moon asked Hua Violent Stone. In the preliminaries, the elimination rate had reached a despairing percentage. Only 1 out of every billion participants had managed to make it through. Even so, the original number of participating martial artists in this first martial meeting was far too great. Although the elimination rate was astoundingly high, there were still around 10 million martial artists throughout the entire Divine Realm that had made it through the preliminaries. It wouldn't be easy to screen out these people at all. Hua Violent Stone said, "The rules have already been passed out. Out of the 3,000 great worlds, every 100 great worlds will be divided into a group and that group will compete in a small world. In every group of 100 great worlds, there are many participants from first-order worlds and second-order worlds. Every group will have over 300,000 participants, but only 300 people will make it out of every group in the semifinals. Only 300 people. Xiaoping's mouth fell open again. This elimination ratio was far too exaggerated. In 100 Great Worlds, in which many first-order and second-order worlds were included, only 300 people would make it through. This meant that if one wished to make it through, they would need to be one of the top 3 ranked masters of a great world. And, since their Crimson Light world was a third-order world, the top 3 ranked masters were a bit less worthy than the top 3 masters of other great worlds. In order to pass, one would need to be in the top 2 rankings or perhaps even the number 1 ranking. In other words, no matter how hard he and Yen Little Moon tried, it was impossible for them to pass the semifinals. Their journey here would both end in the semifinals. To bid farewell to the grand stage of the first martial meeting like this, Xiaoping felt a bit melancholic. Although he knew that powerhouses existed all over the divine realm like clouds, and he simply wasn't worthy of mentioning, Xiaoping always held a faint hope close to his heart that he would be able to amaze the world with a magnificent feat. But now, he wouldn't even be able to pass the semifinals. Not just that, but he would fall far short. Yen Little Moon was also well aware that she wouldn't pass the semifinals, and this was a completely hopeless wish. That meant that, in the entire ancient Phoenix clan, only Lin Ming had a chance of passing. She asked, "What is the competition method like?" "No idea," Hua Violent Stone responded, shaking his head. "Lin Ming is at the true martial great world. That great world isn't too far from ours. We should be able to run into him during the semifinals." "Is that so?" Yen Little Moon took a deep breath, not sure of what she was feeling. "Lin Ming. So many years have passed. What are you like now?" "Oh." At this time, the true martial great world, the martial field of the first martial meeting preliminaries. Who? Lin Ming's soul form was ejected from the divine dream world. Consciousness was restored to his body. He clenched his fists and stood up. He could see that for 10 miles around him, there were fellow participants scattered all over who had passed the preliminaries just like him. At the start of the first martial meeting, when everyone first entered the divine dream world, this entire field had been occupied by martial artists. The surrounding area for miles had been tightly packed with participants. But now, the participants remaining were all scattered around loosely. Lin Ming. At the moment Lin Ming regained consciousness, a warm and familiar voice resounded in his mind. This voice came from Mo Eversnow. "Miss Mo." With a thought, Lin Ming's mind entered the magic cube space. Here, he saw Mo Eversnow as well as Fishy. Fishy was currently sleeping. This little girl's appetite was becoming increasingly large, to a ridiculous rate. Lin Ming had left 8 to 9 million violet sun stones in the magic cube space, but most of them had been eaten up by her already. The current Lin Ming could be described as a broke man cleaned out of all wealth. After buying the Boundless World pill, the leftover change had been nearly entirely eaten up by Fishy. Not just that, but he still owed a debt of 6 trillion. As Lin Ming thought of this debt, he fell somewhat silent. After Lin Ming entered the magic cube space, Fishy seemed to sense him and suddenly woke up. She rubbed her large and sleepy eyes. After seeing Lin Ming, she perked up and excitedly smiled. "Big brother Lin Ming." "Fishy." Lin Ming held Fishy's hands. Although her real age was unknown, she had the appearance of a little 11 to 12-year-old girl. In Lin Ming's eyes, she was a cute little child. For these 9 months, Fishy had basically eaten and slept again and again. She had been living a fun and carefree life. "We have to immediately go to the semifinals. It seems that the semifinals won't be held in the divine dream world. We'll have to ride a spirit ship to a designated location," Lin Ming said. Then his thoughts suddenly stirred. "Oh, there's a message." His consciousness left the magic cube space just as the flames of a sound-transmitting talisman lit up right in front of him. This was information sent from immemorial Imperial City's River Feather. When Lin Ming had first bought the Boundless World pill, River Feather had lent Lin Ming 100 billion violet stun-stones even though he didn't completely understand his situation. Although this didn't seem like much, Lin Ming had indeed made good use of River Feather's loan. Lin Ming held a very good impression towards him. "Brother Lin, congratulations. River Feather used a sound-transmitting talisman to determine Lin Ming's position and then rushed to catch up. As he was shouting out from afar, his voice could be described as filled with joy and delight. Lin Ming's results had far surpassed anything he had hoped for. Even the disciples of the true martial Holy Lands were inferior to Lin Ming. River Feather realized that he had truly stumbled into a great person this time. As long as he could continue solidifying his relationship with Lin Ming, his status in his family would rise straight up into the skies. Brother Lin, the name list of those competing in the semifinals has been passed out. I've already bought a jade slip. Come, take a look. As River Feather spoke, he offered up a jade slip. Lin Ming took the jade slip and swept his sense through it. This jade slip listed 100 great worlds of the divine realm. These divine realm great worlds came in varying sizes. The larger ones had over 10,000 participants and the smaller ones had 1,000 to 2,000 participants. There were over 3 million participants in total. The name of the Crimson Light world caught Lin Ming's attention. This was where the ancient Phoenix clan headquarters were located. Just as he was about to search for the ancient Phoenix clan for any familiar names, he suddenly felt a disturbance in his spiritual sea. Mo Eversnow's consciousness was intensely fluctuating. Miss Mo, is something wrong? Lin Ming was slightly stunned. In his mind, Mo Eversnow was someone that was always calm, neither happy nor angry. She rarely lost her composure. Mo Eversnow took a deep breath. She closed her eyes, her long eyelashes faintly trembling. After some time, she opened her eyes once more, an icy cold light flashing within them. She slowly said, enunciating every word, Tian Mingzi's descendant is inside. Lin Ming was shocked. Tian Mingzi. This was a name that he had heard many times before, but today was his first time actually coming into contact with it. Tian Mingzi's descendant. Who knew that Tian Mingzi's descendant would actually be in the semifinals too? This could truly be called a fated encounter. Lin Ming quickly looked through the jade slip. He saw an influence that might have been founded by Tian Mingzi, the Skydark Holy Lands. Miss Mo is speaking about the Skydark Holy Lands? Yes, I am speaking of the Skydark Holy Lands. Tian Mingzi's original surname was Nether, and the influence he originally founded was called the Netherworld Holy Lands. Afterwards, he changed the name to the Skydark Holy Lands. Nether Limitless is Tian Mingzi's descendant, Mo Eversnow coldly said. Having her sect exterminated, having her mortal body destroyed, having her soul sent into a deep slumber for 50,000 years, having all of her remaining family members separated, having her countless followers killed off, this hatred, this animus, this grudge was absolutely irreconcilable. The two of them would never be able to live under the same heaven. Mo Eversnow wished to tear Tian Mingzi to pieces with her own hands, char his bones to ashes, and torture his soul for eternity. I understand. Lin Ming looked at Nether Limitless ranking. Divine Seal Decree ranked 18. To be ranked 18th in the entire divine realm, this was truly an extremely exaggerated result. You must defeat him in these semifinals. If we cannot even defeat Tian Mingzi's descendant, then it will be stupid to continue discussing killing Tian Mingzi. Mo Eversnow said that if Tian Mingzi was young and joined the Divine Realm first martial meeting, his results would be no worse than those of an Empyrean descendant. I will. Lin Ming nodded. At this time, the skies above Lin Ming suddenly twisted, forming space ripples. Then, a massive spirit ship came zooming out of these space ripples, its massive body casting a shadow over the entire horizon. This spirit ship was dozens of miles long and 10 miles wide. The entire spirit ship exuded powerful fluctuations of energy. It was clearly a spirit artifact. The spirit ship steadily came to a stop. A middle-aged man in white clothes shot out from the spirit ship and floated high in the air. This person was 7 feet tall. As he stood in the air, faint halos of light formed behind him. His every action and movement seemed to spur fluctuations of laws. This person is. Lin Ming looked up. All the participants who had passed the preliminaries also looked towards this person. Everyone. The white-clothed man began to speak, his voice loud and sonorous, easily spreading over 1,000 miles. Everyone in this range was able to clearly hear him. I am the 76th disciple of vast universe heavenly palace. Under the bidding of elder senior apprentice brother, I have come to pick you up and bring you to Grave Moon Star. That is also where the semifinals will be held. This journey will last for 3 months. All of you may prepare and then we shall leave. With the white-clothed man's words, everyone was secretly shocked. An Empyrean-level influence had countless disciples. However, if there was a disciple that had their own ranking, then that could only be a direct disciple of an Empyrean. An Empyrean could live for nearly 100 million years, and thus they would take several hundred direct disciples over the years. On average, they would take in a disciple every few 100,000 years. Of these people, the most amazing of them would become half-step Empyreans and the others would become great world kings or ordinary world kings. Of course, there would occasionally be a peak monstrous genius that would become another Empyrean. In recorded history, there were records of Empyrean-level influences that had 2 Empyreans. The power of these influences reached a terrifying degree, and this white-clothed man in front of everyone was an ordinary world king powerhouse. A world king was actually sent to come pick us up? Lin Ming was a bit stunned. This was a tad too grandiose and luxurious. With 30 semifinal areas, that meant there were at least 30 world kings that were sent out. Mo Evers now spoke up from within Lin Ming's spiritual sea. This person is only a wisp of an incarnation. A top powerhouse can form myriad incarnations with a thought to handle multiple matters. I see. Lin Ming was filled with praise. This white-clothed person's incarnation was far too lifelike. He couldn't even figure out how it was different from that person's true self. Lin Ming didn't have matters he needed to finish. He directly flew onto the spirit ship. Within the spirit ship there were many different dimensions. There were lush grasslands, vibrant forests, fields with spring flowers, and much more, everything filled with vitality. Dozens of beautiful women were already waiting on the spirit ship. They were responsible for leading the many participants to their own rooms. Every individual had their own roomy, independent dimensional space that they could rest in. As Lin Ming arrived at his resting area, he felt that this place was the perfect cave dwelling. There was a special cultivation room, there was a martial field to practice on, there was an alchemy room, a refining room, and even a medicine garden filled with spirit herbs that were all free to use. Just the heaven and earth origin energy in this spirit ship is better than the best cultivation area of an ordinary holy land. It's about the same as the best training rooms at Imperial City Auction House. Lin Ming said with wonder. This was only a spirit ship and its main use was to shuttle martial artists around. If this were vast universe heavenly palace instead, then the conditions that one could cultivate in would truly be unimaginable. This was the background of an Empyrean-level influence. Mo Evers now said, this spirit ship itself is a high-grade spirit artifact. It is equipped with array formations that are specialized to gather heaven and earth origin energy. The value of this entire spirit ship is similar to Carefree Island's Carefree Palace. A spirit ship used to pick up and shuttle martial artists was actually comparable to Carefree Palace, the spirit artifact that Carefree Island used to stabilize its own destiny. From this alone one could infer the difference between an Empyrean-level influence and an 8th-grade sect. Young Hero Lin, if there is anything that you desire to eat then please select it on a jade slip and place it in the transmission array. We will immediately send you anything you wish. The young woman that guided Lin Ming respectfully said as she pointed to a table. Lin Ming glanced over to see that there were 10 jade slips set on the table. He casually picked up a jade slip and looked through it. Recorded on this jade slip were several hundred different types of dishes and drinks, all of varying styles. With 10 jade slips, there were thousands upon thousands of different types of food. These dishes and drinks were all cooked with various heavenly materials, spirit lingji, and spirit herbs. They were all truly worthy of being called top-class delicacies. Although the materials weren't as precious as dragon bones and phoenix marrow, it was still food that would cause geniuses of holy lands to feel pain in eating. Even so, these were only ordinary meals provided to participants of the semifinals. Lin Ming picked up an empty white jade slip and randomly selected some dishes and recorded them on it. Then, he placed it on the transmission array. Before even an incense stick of time had passed, a box reappeared, wrapped in jade petals. After opening it, the thick and fragrant smell of medicines and food mixed together wafted up to his nostrils. "Smells delicious," Lin Ming acclaimed. He bluntly took out the food and set it down. But, just as he was about to eat it, his thoughts suddenly stirred. He placed down his chopsticks and walked out of his own cave dwelling. He could see that standing just outside the entrance of the cave dwelling was a black-clothed youth. This black-clothed youth was handsome and thin. His eyes were dark and bright, and he had short hair, neatly trimmed, that hung down to his ears. His skin was amazingly pale, and one could even make out the blue veins that crawled beneath his skin. His hands were covered with bandages, and the bandages were even wet with blood. He wore a strangely shaped ring on his hand. By just standing there, this youth was like a treasure sword sheathed in its scabbard, sharp but restrained. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. He instantly recalled a name. In the entire true martial great world, only this person should be able to give him such a deep feeling. Dragon Fong. Lin Ming. The two young men nearly spoke out at the same time. Then, they both laughed at the same time, their eyes shining with a blazing fighting intent. This was a feeling that only occurred when two peerless heroes of an era encountered each other. While they longed to defeat the other, they also clearly understood each other. "It's a pity that I couldn't meet you during the preliminaries. I wanted to duel you, but you didn't emerge often to hunt. I missed you the several times that you were out. And when the third round of eliminations began, I had already left true martial world," Dragon Fong said. "Same here. Your whereabouts were mysterious and unknown, so I never managed to run into you." The both of them were peak geniuses of their generation, and they both also regarded the heat of battle as one of the most important aspects of their lives. To be rivals of the same age in the same era, only a battle between such top geniuses could cause one's blood to boil with excitement. "Our battle will come sooner or later. I feel that you didn't display your true strength in the preliminaries. You should be an interesting opponent," Dragon Fong said as he looked into Lin Ming's eyes. "That makes two of us." Lin Ming faintly smiled. Facing Dragon Fong, he could clearly feel the great strength of this young man. This feeling did not come from reading the other person's cultivation, foundation, laws, and judging their comprehensive strength. Rather, it was a feeling completely based on one's intuition. This was the intuition Lin Ming had developed from engaging in countless battles and defeating innumerable peak talents of his level. "I will wait for you. As will I." Oh. As Lin Ming rode the spirit ship to Grave Moon Star, in the Good Fortune Great World, the Unbroken Cult was preparing for their own journey. The strongest disciple of the Unbroken Cult, Yu Ming, had finally ended his adventure in the first martial meeting. His final result was far from being able to pass the preliminaries. Thus he was eliminated. At this time, people from the Unbroken Cult had boarded a spirit ship and were preparing to go to Grave Moon Star. The cult master, who hadn't even come out to watch the first martial meeting, specifically left seclusion in the Unbroken Cult and planned to meet them midway. This lineup was the grandest and most dignified gesture that the Unbroken Cult made to pay a visit to someone. At this time, within the spirit ship, Yu Ming was looking at Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan, a strange look on his face. He found it impossible to believe that their husband had actually managed to reach the top 1,000 rankings of the Divine Seal Decree and ranked first on the true martial great world. It had to be known that Yu Yoming's final ranking was less than 200,000 on the Good Fortune Great World. In the third round of eliminations, he had been one of the weak martial artists that simply wasn't able to survive at all. He had been brutalized and killed by the nightmare beasts countless times. Only by personally experiencing the third round of the first martial meeting preliminaries was he able to understand just how abnormal and monstrous the peak participants were. In Yu Yoming's eyes, they weren't even human. Once, he had been chased from heaven to hell by 20-some nightmare beasts. Any one of these nightmare beasts could have killed dozens of him. However, they weren't good in speed, and thus he had been able to temporarily preserve his life. And after he had been fleeing for a quarter hour, he ran into a martial artist. This martial artist only used a single sword strike to cut down all of those 20-some nightmare beasts. Afterwards, Yu Yuming learned that the martial artist who did this was ranked around 70 on the Good Fortune Great World. A 70-some place ranking to the first place ranking, just what sort of disparity was that? Yu Yuming felt that the difference between him and Lin Ming had reached an unimaginable degree. He even doubted whether or not the husband of these two women was truly Lin Ming, who had once been ranked first on the true martial great world. Perhaps there might have been a mistake. You think that there's been a mistake? The great elder asked Yu Yuming. Yu Yuming had quietly voiced his suspicions to the great elder. He was afraid that Mu Chenyu and Qin Xingxuan might have made a mistake. Yu Yuming said, I am not questioning the character of those two junior apprentice sisters. I know that in such an important matter, there is no way that they would lie about such things because there isn't an advantage for them in doing so. But what I'm worried about is that there might be some people in the ancient Phoenix clan with a similar name to their husband. I checked before and know that there are 100 billion clansmen in the ancient Phoenix clan. In these 100 billion clansmen, it wouldn't be strange if there were several thousand people with the name Lin Ming. The great elder was a bit startled. Indeed, this was a possibility. When Mu Chenyu and Qin Xingxuan had described their husband, the age they listed was just 1 or 2 years off from the Lin Ming described on the Divine Seal Decree. However, geniuses often entered time enchantments, causing their physical age to be higher than what it was in reality. This was a very common matter. Afterwards, Lin Ming's ranking had dramatically risen, to a ridiculous point where he even became rank 1 of a great world. The great elder, along with everyone else, were still feeling the aftershocks of this event, and thus he had forgotten to consider matters like what Yu Yuming had just said. The great elder said, there is indeed a chance that there are people with similar names, but there is also a possibility that he is also the husband of those two girls. In their opinion, their husband was an extraordinary existence in the lower realms. Yu Yuming said, there isn't much meaning in being outstanding in the lower realms. I entered the first martial meeting myself, so I understand just how terrifying those characters are that have the ability to pass the preliminaries. Moreover, it's a bit too exaggerated for their specific Lin Ming to obtain first rank on a great world. To be honest, even I can't believe that a martial artist from the lower realms, what we often refer to as savages, can achieve such heights. If we find this powerhouse called Lin Ming and finally discover that we have made a mistake, then that would be far too embarrassing for all of us. Yu Yuming clearly stated his worries. The great elder thought about it some more. If they were to randomly approach a top genius with 2 wives that had popped out of nowhere, and also say that they had traveled countless trillions of miles in space to reunite them, and they finally ended up being wrong, the great elder's complexion instantly turned ugly. Wouldn't that be a speechless scene? If that Lin Ming's temperament wasn't good or his true wife was present, then it would be difficult to withdraw. Moreover, most geniuses place their entire hearts in chasing after the peak of martial arts. Towards women, they might not feel much familial love. There are many martial artists that after reaching the divine realm, suddenly feel much paler relations to their families they left in the lower realms. Yu Yuming slowly said, this didn't mean that all martial artists were callous and indifferent. But there were many extreme geniuses, even if they only ever managed to reach the Holy Lord boundary, that would live for hundreds of thousands or even 1,000,000 years. During such a long period of time, their wives and families would have already died. In their long, long lives, these wives and families would only account for a tiny portion of their experiences. This was especially true for families they founded in the lower realms, especially after countless generations had passed by. For instance, tens of thousands of years ago, the sorcerer of the southern wilderness had wanted to enter a final life or death closed-door seclusion. In order to resolve the worries and obsessions in his heart, he had gone back to the lower realms to see the divine kingdom he had founded. But upon his return, he discovered that the divine kingdom he founded so long ago had actually been destroyed. Thus, the sorcerer of the southern wilderness had left behind the 72 sorcerer pagodas as a lucky chance for his future descendants, finishing all his karmic ties. Yu Yuming spoke out this second worry. The great elder frowned for a moment before saying, no matter what it is, we have to go and verify the situation first. Moreover, go to those two ladies and tell them about your doubts so that they can be prepared. If there really was an accident, we don't want to provoke that powerhouse. Well, whatever, I'll go and personally speak to them myself. Yu Yuming nodded. The great elder immediately found Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan together. He tactfully shared his own speculations and worries. Although he was speaking in a very respectful and roundabout tone, how could Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan not know what he was trying to say? The two young women instantly felt a drop in their own confidence. They didn't worry that Lin Ming's feelings towards them would fade. Rather, they were worried that the Lin Ming on the divine seal decree wasn't actually their husband. No matter how confident they were in him, to achieve first rank on a great world was simply far too exaggerated an achievement. In these days, they also gained some understandings of the various levels of influences throughout the divine realm. In the past, Lin Ming had been received by a high-level figure from one of the ancient Phoenix clan's palaces. But the core forces of the ancient Phoenix clan were located at their headquarters. Randomly selecting any of the 72 branch palaces, each one was equal to a peak 8th grade sect, similar to Carefree Island. Still, they were a little worse than a true Holy Land. Even if Lin Ming was the most outstanding disciple of that branch palace, the gap was still far too great from becoming first rank of a great world. Generally speaking, only the number one top talent of a great world King Holy Land would be the first-ranked participant of a great world. The great elder comforted them, saying, Miss Mu, Miss Qin, I'm not saying that I suspect you. I merely hope that you two are psychologically prepared for any event. But, two misses, please feel relieved. Even if the situation is not what we thought it was, I will still fulfill my promise and lead you two to Grave Moon Star. Although the hope wasn't too great, the great elder still had to form good relations with these two young women. This sort of graciousness was much more important than helping them after confirming Lin Ming's identity. I thank you, great elder. Mu Qianyu reluctantly smiled, her voice filled with worry. If the Lin Ming on the divine seal decree wasn't their husband, then they would once again be far from being able to meet Lin Ming. Time quickly passed. 1 month, 2 months. Lin Ming rode the spirit ship, constantly shuttling through the endless void. Their destination was Grave Moon Star, a small world. This small world was one of the countless small worlds located between the boundless gaps that existed between the great worlds of the divine realm. The diameter of Grave Moon Star was only a billionth of the size of the true martial great world. During this travel period, besides the time when Lin Ming saw Dragon Fong at the start, he had spent the rest of his time in training. As he was enlightening himself from the elementary spirit source that he had swallowed in the divine dream realm, he had obtained further comprehension of the laws. For the current Lin Ming, if he wanted to perceive the laws, he didn't need law jade slips or the collected concept jade slips of the ancient Phoenix clan. Not even totem stones left behind by characters like Xiao Daoji or Hor Burning Heaven would be very useful to him. This was because Lin Ming's own body was the best totem stone. His flesh, his blood, his organs, his bones, and even his soul were engraved with countless law runes. These law runes were absorbed from the heavenly tribulation that he experienced as he was crossing his 9x9 life destruction. The 9 levels of heavenly tribulation, the 9x9 life destruction, that had been an extremely great lucky chance that not even an Empyrean descendant had the fortune of experiencing. Because Lin Ming had the magic cube and also experienced so many other lucky chances, only then was he able to experience a 9x9 life destruction and 9 levels of heavenly tribulation. He could be called the only one in the entire divine realm to do so. With these laws, as long as Lin Ming closed up in seclusion, he would be able to slowly comprehend them. Moreover, because these laws had fused into his body, he was able to comprehend them with twice the results and half the effort. Not just that, but these laws were naturally formed from the heaven and earth origin energy of the universe. They were completely flawless and without limitation. Everything he comprehended was the highest distilled essence of the laws. Thus, the laws he comprehended were far superior to what others comprehended from things like totem stones. During Lin Ming's period in the divine dream space, because his soul force had greatly increased and he had also absorbed elementary spirit source, his speed of comprehending the laws had reached an incomparably terrifying degree. In terms of perception only, Lin Ming could absolutely be listed amongst the highest standards of all geniuses in the divine realm. The fire laws, 5th level concept. This is the 5th level concept of the fire laws. Of the concepts of the 5 elements, all of them shared the same 4th level concept. The concept of manifestation. This was to have elemental origin energy possess its own spirituality. With this, the power of elemental origin energy would be enhanced by several times. As for the 5th level concept, that was a completely new boundary. The first 4 levels were considered the foundation, and the difficulty of the 5th level would rise by a dramatic amount. To comprehend a 5th level concept was extremely difficult. And currently, Lin Ming had finally touched upon it. Lin Ming's eyes suddenly flashed open. In his pure black pupils, a flame flashed. This was not an illusion, but true fire. The 5th level concept of the fire laws, virtual fire. Fire. Fire included not just the burning flames of the real world, but also the flames of anger, blazing hatred, simmering jealousy, erupting rage. All of these fires were virtual fire. Once virtual fire was burnt, it was extremely terrifying. If a martial artist used the concept of fire to burn their virtual fire and fuse it into true fire, then once those 2 types of fire fused together, the lethality would soar to yet another level. If one was struck by the concept of virtual fire, their mood would come under its influence. At this time, if their will became unstable and they lost their temper, the power of this virtual fire would only increase and they would find it almost impossible to withstand. In the end, this virtual fire would burn them out from within, even scorching their soul to ashes. A union of real and unreal. The boundary of virtual fire. Lin Ming thought out loud. The phoenix blood spear jumped into his hands as if it had a soul of its own. In that instant, his body began to burn with flickering flames, and the color of these flames was purple. This was fire that had burst out from his heart. There were even flames burning in his eyes. Lin Ming thrust out his spear. All of the flames around his body converged onto the phoenix blood spear. At that time, the entire phoenix blood spear began to flow with a red and purple light. Red was real life, purple was virtual fire. With the abstract and reality joined together, this simple spear didn't cause any spatial fluctuations, nor did it cause violent explosions of origin energy. To the common eye it didn't seem special at all. But Lin Ming knew that if the spear were to pierce someone, then those with a weaker cultivation would be burnt by real flames from the outside even as virtual fire exploded from within them. The flames would echo from within and without, instantly burning all to ashes. A wonderful technique! Mo Eversnow's voice resounded from within Lin Ming's mind. During these days, Mo Eversnow had also been perceiving the laws. She had been perceiving the incomplete bone shard that Lin Ming had bought from immemorial Imperial City. During this time, she had comprehended many valuable things from it. This attack is cunning and difficult to guard against. If one is not careful, it will be easy to suffer a loss. Mo Eversnow said. Lin Ming nodded. In these years, he had created a number of moves. But, as his boundary continued to rise, he began to use his old moves less and less because of their lack of power. This move was something he created after comprehending the 5th level concept of the fire laws. It symbolized a new beginning for him. Lin Ming said, "Since this is an attack created from the concept of virtual fire, let's call it virtual disintegration. We will soon arrive at Grave Moon Star. All participants, please tidy up your belongings and prepare to depart the spirit ship. 10 days from now, the semi-finals will officially begin." After 3 months passed, an indifferent voice echoed throughout the entire spirit ship. All the participants of the true martial great world had finally arrived at the location of the first martial meeting semifinals. We've finally arrived. Lin Ming stood atop the deck. From atop the vast and endless starry skies, he could make out the sky-blue planet beneath him. This planet was 100 million miles in diameter and 70% of the surface was water. This was one of Empyrean Vast Universe's private planets. Although the planet was vibrant and filled with life, there wasn't a single human present on it. It had always been in an idling state, but now it was being used as one of the 30 locations where the first martial meeting semifinals would be held. The spirit ship passed through this last distance of space and descended directly onto Grave Moon Star. All participants, please depart the spirit ship. The semifinals will begin 10 days from now. The unfeeling voice resounded out once more. As Lin Ming flew down from the spirit ship, he saw that there were dozens of spirit ships parked high in the skies. The participants of over 100 great worlds were gathered at Grave Moon Star. Every great world had an envoy and a spirit ship that was specifically sent to pick up the participants. Now, the many spirit ships were parked in the skies, gathered over each other like a mountain. Hundreds of thousands of disciples flew down from these spirit ships. From afar, they looked like a crowd of ants falling from the skies. 300,000 people have gathered here. I wonder just how we'll compete. Lin Ming said to himself. They clearly weren't planning on using the divine dream world, and with so many people here, wanting everyone to compete on an equal playing field would be difficult. What's that? Lin Ming suddenly discovered that in front of the many spirit ships, there were vast and endless plains, flat and even. On these broad plains was a massive purple and gold divine altar that extended for hundreds of thousands or even millions of feet upwards. This divine altar was so great that it seemed to stretch to infinity, almost impossible to measure with the human eye. A giant spirit ship revolved around this divine altar. Although this could have been called a titanic spirit ship, in front of this divine altar, that massive spirit ship appeared the same as a tiny fly. That is far too big. Is that an altar of some sort? Lin Ming was shocked. If he compared this altar to a mountain, then this would be the grandest and largest mountain he had ever seen. This divine altar had dozens of steps. Every step was 100,000 feet high and 100,000 feet wide. Each step seemed as if it were its own separate world. And what bewildered Lin Ming the most was that on this divine altar, the heaven and earth origin energy was so thick that it turned into essence, gathering into countless bubbles that flowed into rivers of water. At the highest step of the altar, the streams of essence gathered more and more until they began falling down the steps like a waterfall. These rivers and waterfalls were all formed of liquid heaven and earth origin energy. It was an inestimable amount. This heaven and earth origin energy did not come from Grave Moon Star, but was stored within the divine altar. If all of this heaven and earth origin energy was completely converted to true essence and then used to attack, then the striking power could be imagined. In the skies, the many martial artists also discovered the magnificent and strange divine altar. Some martial artists were curious and wished to fly over and take a better look. But, before they could even get close, an indescribably terrifying pressure enveloped them. These peerless geniuses were like insects that had their wings clipped. They desperately urged all of their energy to fly away, but their speed slowly decreased until they finally fell from the skies. Luckily, these martial artists were all extremely strong and had thick shields of protective true essence. Otherwise, they would have been seriously wounded. What is going on here? There's a horrifying pressure coming from that divine altar. The countless proud heaven-gifted elites all looked up towards this magnificent purple-gold divine altar. This divine altar was made from some strange and unknown stone. This stone wasn't smooth. Rather, it was covered with lines and seemed extremely rough, as if every inch had been violently hewed from the ground. But upon further inspection, one could see that these lines weren't random at all. Each line seemed to contain its own secrets, just like the lines on the chaos stones. Each step had different-looking lines. Carefully counting, from the bottom to the top, this massive divine altar had a total of 33 steps. A 33-step divine altar, symbolizing the 33 layered heavens. Upon seeing this number, Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. He had crossed a 33-layered heavens ninefall, and this divine altar also had 33 steps. I've heard in the myths that the heavens have 33 layers, but just what does the 33-layered heavens mean? In the Sky Spill continent, it was said that there were 6 layers in heaven, and when I flew into the skies, I indeed found 6 layers of heaven. The lowest level was the Comstream heavens, followed by the Primal Chaos heavens. Every different level had different scenery, but The Sky Spill planet is merely a tiny insignificant planet amongst the billion words of the lower realms. Just what significance could the heavens there have in comparison to the 33-layered heavens of the divine realm? Is it some special place? Lin Ming had long been puzzled about this. There were even countless opinions concerning the 33-layered heavens, but there was no definitive viewpoint. At this time, from within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, Mo Evers now said, debates about the 33-layered heavens and just what it is have been around for a long time, and even I don't know exactly what it is. As for this divine altar in front of us, I feel that there is something a bit strange about it. The material used to refine this altar is one of the 3 wondrous stone types of the divine realm, timeless God stone. That is a material capable of forging a weapon worthy of the heavenly Tao. Timeless God stone. Lin Min was a bit startled upon learning this. At this time, a great voice spread throughout the entirety of Grave Moon Star. The semi-finals of the first martial meeting will be upon the grand altar you see before you, the Divine Seal Altar. The Divine Seal Altar is a divine instrument refined by a top Empyrean in the distant ancient era. It is said that anyone who can step onto the precipice of this altar can become a god. Those that can climb to the top of this altar could become a god. Just what kind of words were those? Out of the hundreds of thousands of participants, all who heard this were left staggering back in shock. But that divine instrument has long been lost. The Divine Seal Altar you see in front of you was refined by my honorable master, Empyrean Vast Universe. With 100,000 years of time, he perceived the heavenly Tao and thoroughly researched the ancient Divine Seal Altar to create his own Empyrean Spirit Treasure. This Empyrean Spirit Treasure uses a planet as its main materials. By slowly forming it over 10,000 years, it was made with timeless God stone, as well as 33 types of precious heavenly materials before finally being created. The person who spoke was Empyrean Vast Universe's 76th direct disciple. He was the World King Powerhouse who had sent an incarnation to pick up Lin Ming and the others to bring them to Grave Moon Star. But this time, the one on Grave Moon Star was not an incarnation but his true self. The one personally presiding over the semifinals at Grave Moon Star was Empyrean Vast Universe's 76th disciple. For a World King Powerhouse to personally preside over semifinals was a magnificent enough scene. To think that an entire planet was refined as the main form of an Empyrean Spirit Treasure, an Empyrean skill is truly awe-inspiring. However, from what I hear, it seems that this Empyrean Spirit Treasure was based on the ancient Divine Seal Altar. In other words, this Divine Altar is a replica, but it is also an Empyrean-level Spirit Treasure replica. A replica is already so amazing, then how formidable would the true Divine Seal Altar be? It's even said that whoever can reach the top of this altar can become a god. And this name of Divine Seal, could the ancient Divine Seal Altar have been refined by Empyrean Divine Seal? Lin Ming theorized. His first thought was of Empyrean Divine Seal. Empyrean Divine Seal was undoubtedly an incomparably powerful Empyrean. He was at least on the same rank as Empyrean Primordius, or he might even surpass Empyrean Primordius. This was because Lin Ming had journeyed underneath immemorial Imperial City and encountered the ancient relic that still existed there, the ancient Elysium Seal. From there, he learned that Empyrean Divine Seal was greatly related to the world calamity 3.6 billion years ago. He might have even been the heroic protagonist of that era. The true Divine Seal Altar is actually a divine instrument. The true Divine Seal Altar likely surpasses even an Empyrean-level spirit treasure. When Lin Ming was in the eternal demon abyss and walked through the road of Emperor, he had encountered the demon Emperor's remnant will. From his lips, Lin Ming learned that the reason Empyrean Primordius had created the road of Emperor in the past was all in order to successfully refine a divine instrument. However, in the end he had failed and had even perished. As for the many secrets of the Empyreans, the demon Emperor didn't know about any of it. From this, it could be seen that a divine instrument far surpassed an Empyrean-level spirit treasure. Otherwise, with Empyrean Primordius's skill, it shouldn't have been so difficult to refine an Empyrean spirit treasure and still finally be defeated at the end. As Lin Ming was thinking about this, The great booming voice of Empyrean Vast Universe's 76th disciple rang out once more. I shall now announce the competition rules for the semi-finals. Competition rules? All of the participating martial artists were startled and immediately pricked up their ears, respectfully listening. This was something that directly related to their results in the first martial meeting and even their future achievements afterwards. They naturally had to listen well. I am the presiding moderator of the semifinals held here. I am the 76th disciple of Empyrean Vast Universe. As for the lot of you, you may refer to me as Xiao Daochild. The semifinals shall be held atop the Divine Seal Altar. The Divine Seal Altar contains the pressure of an Empyrean. Even though the vast majority of that pressure has been restrained, it will still be supremely suppressive on martial artists. In order to contend with this pressure, not only will you need a deep cultivation, but you will also need determination, will, talent. All of that will be indispensable. The Divine Seal Altar is a comprehensive test that will push you to the limit in every aspect. If you cannot withstand the pressure, then let alone climbing the Divine Seal Altar, even standing tall upon it will be impossible. Moreover, with every step you advance on the Divine Seal Altar, you will need to defeat a powerful opponent. Array formations have already been prepared on the first 21 steps of the Divine Seal Altar. These array formations will produce simulation spirit bodies of varying strength. Only by defeating them will you be able to climb to the next step. If you lose all qualifications to advance. As for the last 12 steps, you will not fight spirit bodies but other participants. Only by defeating your opponent will you be able to advance to the next step. If you are defeated, you will be sent back down one step. You are allowed to be defeated 5 times. Once you are defeated for a 6th time, you will lose the qualification to advance. As Xiao Daochild spoke, all of the present martial artists were dumbfounded. They would have to withstand a tremendous pressure just standing on the Divine Seal Altar. If they were to fight in this situation, the consumption of energy in their bodies could be imagined. The first 21 steps were much easier. One would only need to fight simulation spirit bodies formed by array formations. As for the last 12 steps, one would need to fight other geniuses. However, if a participant could reach that step, they would also be an extreme genius of their generation. That would be where the true battles took place. As for a limit of being able to be defeated 5 times, that was a measure to prevent bad luck. If one was strong enough to pass but actually ran into a ridiculous powerhouse, they wouldn't be immediately eliminated before being able to take several more steps upwards. In this competition, you may not kill your opponent. After your opponent admits defeat, you are forbidden to attack them. Finally, I wish you all the best in reaching the summit, even though the hopes of that are extremely slim. Xiao Daochild's last words aroused the rebellious fighting spirit within all the geniuses present. All of them were chosen amongst the chosen prides of heaven. If someone told them not to reach towards the top, they would climb even harder. Xiao Daochild actually thinks that none of us will be able to reach the top. It's like he thinks we're all worthless or something. A robed martial artist with a long sword over his shoulders said. Senior Xiao Daochild naturally has phenomenal experience. If he thinks that none of us can reach him, then perhaps the difficulty is a bit too great. Another participant said, disagreeing. His words immediately drew the ire and glares of many others. Don't judge the rest of us with your own limited standards. Our elder senior apprentice brother is the #1 ranked master of New Paradise World. Moreover, he is also the most amazing genius to appear in our New Paradise Holy Lands for the last 1,000,000 years. During the preliminaries, our elder senior apprentice brother kept most of his strength in reserve and yet easily obtained first place in a great world. Although elder senior apprentice brother killed countless individuals in the preliminaries, his sword was not stained with a single drop of blood. He is called Bloodless Sword, the sword to New Paradise. What the hell would you understand? Another martial artist said from behind. He was standing with others, all of them wearing the same robes. It was clear that they were all core disciples of the New Paradise Holy Lands, and also junior apprentice brothers of this so-called Bloodless Sword. There was a martial artist standing amongst them that particularly stood out. That was certainly Bloodless Sword. For a great world king Holy Land, it wasn't strange if several hundred of their disciples passed the preliminaries. A million-year genius of a great world king Holy Land. The martial artists that were speaking before froze. If this wasn't an empty boast, then that was truly amazing. If it really is a million-year genius, then he might have a chance of becoming an ordinary world king in the future. Several martial artists all had awe in their eyes as they looked at this bloodless sword. A chance of becoming an ordinary world king? Bloodless Sword's eyebrows arched up. He chuckled, disdainfully saying, "A swallow will never understand the ambitions of a swan." At this time, within Grave Moon Star, of the hundreds of thousands of participants, there were countless young elites that were as equally confident as Bloodless Sword. Out of so many people, there were many who had bad luck in the preliminaries and weren't able to obtain a transmission token allowing them to travel between great worlds. Because of that, their merit points were limited. There were also some people that were deliberately hiding their strength. Now, they were all hyped up to fight. All of them wanted to rush up this divine seal altar. Geniuses were always proud and arrogant. From birth to adulthood, they had grown under the halo of being known as the top number one talent of a great world king Holy Land. They were all confident in themselves. No one was willing to believe they were inferior to anyone else. On a black mountain peak, a black-clothed martial artist stood high against the wind, 100 miles away from the divine seal altar. His skin was pale, his pupils blood red, and a ghostly aura exuded from his body. He was Tian Mingzi's descendant, Nether Limitless. No one can reach the top? How interesting. I am not afraid that I will find a challenge too difficult, only afraid that the difficulty will be too low. Grandfather, just you wait. Watch as I shock the universe, soar into the heavens and grab the attention of Empyrean Demon Dawn. Nether Limitless caressed the katana in his hands. He sat back down on that black mountain peak and quickly entered a meditative state. This was how an extreme martial arts talent was different from those ordinary characters. They would never waste any time and would always be cultivating to their limit. At this time, Lin Ming was silent as he gazed on at the divine seal altar. His thoughts suddenly stirred. He turned around to look through the countless crowds of people to see a black-clothed youth floating high in the skies. This person was Dragon Fong. The two people stared at each other. Although they were separated by such a great distance, they could clearly sense the brilliant fighting intent in each other's eyes. If I can climb to the 32nd step, I wonder if there will be anyone capable of being my match. Dragon Fong's voice spread through the dozens of miles into Lin Ming's ears. If there is no opponent, I wonder just what will happen. Perhaps there might be some simulation spirit body that appears. Lin Ming smiled. In order to climb up the divine seal altar, one also had to withstand the pressure of an Empyrean. But the Empyrean pressure was only to test one's will, talent, and foundation. In order to see just how much potential a genius truly had, one had to test them in actual combat. Thus, the rules of the semifinals required that not only did one need to withstand the pressure of the divine seal altar, but in order to advance, they would also have to defeat an opponent every step of the way. But like this, the further one went, the higher the chance became that one wouldn't be able to find an opponent. If no one was able to withstand the pressure to climb up to that step, then there would be no one to fight. 10 days was a very short period of time to a martial artist. During these 10 days, nearly everyone returned to the spirit ship to close up and continue cultivating. Lin Ming was no exception either. The divine seal altar was a long-lasting war of attrition. One could not fly. They had to climb up those millions of feet with their own hands and legs, one step at a time. This meant that this competition might continue for several days. In such a battle, all participants were quietly saving their strength and adjusting themselves to their best condition. And in these 10 days, there were actually countless people converging from all over the divine realm to watch this competition. There were constantly spirit ships shuttling through space and flying towards Grave Moon Star. And at the same time, on Vast Universe Heavenly Palace's side, Xiao Doji gathered together a few core disciples who were skilled in the earth laws to form an incomparably massive arena around the divine seal altar. This arena towered into the heavens, passing through the clouds. The main form of the arena was completely made from roughly hewn mountains that hadn't been smoothed at all. There were not yet seats, only general positions. Just a single mountain shelf was able to hold tens of thousands of people. Every single seating area was over 1,000 miles wide and high. In total, they were able to easily hold billions of people. The admissions tickets were all sold by Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. Wanting to buy one was extremely difficult. Several billions of tickets sounded like a great deal of tickets, but there were the participants of 100 divine realm great worlds gathered here. Not just that, but there were countless medium worlds, small worlds, and hidden mystic realms. Even the great worlds were only able to be sold 10 to 20 million tickets. There were tickets that had to be given to the various World King Holy Lands, the great martial arts families, the famous elders of the martial world, and also again to the relatives and friends of the participants. Thus, the number of tickets that were publicly sold in each great world came out to only 10 million or so, and third-order worlds would have several million. And in a divine realm great world there were countless people. It was simply impossible to estimate. It had to be known that even in the first martial meeting, every great world had trillions of geniuses that participated. There were countless times more people that wanted to watch the first martial meeting semifinals. Of these, the various great holy lands were the main buyers of these tickets. For instance, a colossus like the ancient dragon clan had 800 branch palaces, and each palace had their own regime of high-level figures. Moreover, the ancient dragon clan headquarters had even more masters and many more core disciples. If they wanted tickets, they would need at least several tens of thousands to ensure the high-level figures could go. But this was clearly impossible. Thus, Vast Universe Heavenly Palace placed extremely strict requirements on purchasing a ticket. Not only did one need massive amounts of wealth, but one needed status or background, or a cultivation base at least at the Holy Lord realm. There were many wealthy business owners that wished to buy a ticket but found it impossible. Moreover, once an admission ticket was sold, one had to place a spirit mark on it that would make it unsellable. Thus, being able to obtain a ticket was a symbol of both status and power. Great Elder, we cannot purchase a ticket. An unbroken cult disciple hurriedly rushed back to report. I understand. The Great Elder took a deep breath, feeling helpless. Their unbroken cult couldn't even be considered a top 8th grade sect. In the divine realm there were countless 8th grade influences. They were merely a drop in the ocean. The most splendid genius their sect had ever produced, Yu Yuming, had only been able to barely rank in the top several 100,000 ranks of a great world. In the past, it was already good if they could have a disciple that ranked in the millions. If this was their own domain, then they could rule over the land and people however they wished. But once they arrived at Grave Moon Star where countless great influences had converged, they couldn't even buy an admission ticket. If their sect had a Holy Lord realm powerhouse, then they wouldn't be in such a miserable state. It's fine. I heard that the entire semifinals will be recorded on battle array discs that they will sell later to the public. I suppose we can only wait until that time. There's no other way. Wanting to directly enter the spirit ship of the true martial great world is an even more impossible matter. As the Great Elder spoke, Mu Qianyu also felt a bit at a loss. It was simply impossible for them to see Lin Ming right now. The area of 100 miles around every great world spirit ship was a forbidden zone that no one was allowed to enter. Not even the high-level figures of the participants' various influences were an exception. But this was just how things were. With hundreds of thousands of participants, there must be tens of millions of friends and relatives. If all of these people flew back and forth between the spirit ships, then even the entrances would burst apart. That's right. If we cannot see our husband, then we can first look for the ancient Phoenix clan to directly confirm the matter. If the name on the Divine Seal Decree is truly our husband, then it might be possible to obtain an admission ticket from the ancient Phoenix clan. Mu Qianyu gloomily sighed, her heart in chaos. The ancient Phoenix clan was a peak Holy Land and had many Holy Lord level powerhouses, so them obtaining tickets should be easy. Moreover, the ancient Phoenix clan had disciples participating in the semifinals, so they should be able to obtain a higher share of admission tickets. As Mu Qianyu suggested this idea, the Great Elder's eyes suddenly brightened. Do you know someone from the ancient Phoenix clan? This disciple only knows one. That is a high-level palace elder who came to pick up our husband to bring him to the divine realm. She should also have come to watch the semifinals. Fairy Feng was an important figure of Phoenix Cry Palace and also the one who led Lin Ming to the divine realm and assisted in settling him into the ancient Phoenix clan. There was no reason that she shouldn't be watching the competition. We should be able to see a high-level figure from the ancient Phoenix clan. The great elder nodded. But beside him, Yu Yuming seemed a bit worried. He wanted to say something but eventually shook his head. Since they came to this step, it was impossible to return. They had to see this through to the end. Oh. Someone wishes to see me. Within the ancient Phoenix clan spirit ship, Fairy Feng was a bit startled as she obtained this message. Who is it? They've come in a party of 4. The ones that wish to see Fairy Maiden are 2 women. They claim to have once met Fairy Maiden in a lower realms world called the Sky Spill Continent. Sky Spill Continent, 2 women. Could it be? Fairy Feng's thoughts stirred. Quickly invite them in. Also, go to highest Elder Hua Violent Stone's hall and have Elder Hua personally come to meet them. Fairy Feng had already guessed who these 2 women were. Since Lin Ming was likely to become a world king in the future, she naturally had to treat his lower realm wives to a grand and courteous reception. Yes. The messenger disciple excused himself and left. Before long, Mu Chenyu, Qin Xingxuan, Yu Yuming, and the unbroken cult great elder entered the main hall of the ancient Phoenix clan's spirit ship. There were already 3 people waiting in this main hall. Hua Violent Stone, Phoenix Cry Palace's palace master, and Fairy Feng. Of the 3 people from the ancient Phoenix clan, Hua Violent Stone was a peak holy lord, Phoenix Cry Palace's palace master was an ordinary holy lord, and Fairy Feng was a half-step holy lord. With these 3 people standing together, the unbroken cult great elder immediately felt a considerable pressure on him. He was merely a late divine lord. Compared to these 3 people, he fell far, far short. This was the background of a peak holy land. Yu Yuming was only feeling nervous. He was worried that there might have been a mistake and what would happen afterwards. But before Mu Chenyu and Qin Xingxuan were about to bow, Fairy Feng had already stepped forwards to welcome the 2 of them. 2 misses, please dispense with the formalities. Come, sit down. Fairy Feng waved her hand and several chairs flew into the hall. Senior Fairy Feng, the reason we came here today is... Before confirming what was truly happening, Mu Chenyu and Qin Xingxuan had been feeling constant unease. To see Lin Ming, Fairy Feng faintly smiled. Lin Ming is currently closed up in true martial great world spirit ship. Let alone you 2. Not even we can see him. Fairy Feng's words were the same as confirming that the Lin Ming on the divine seal decree was Mu Chenyu and Qin Xingxuan's husband. Feeling this great weight lifted from their shoulders, the 2 young women felt as if they were about to burst into tears of joy. This wasn't because Lin Ming had made such wonderful progress in the first martial meeting, but because they could finally see him. As long as the semi-finals began, they could see him with their own eyes. Thinking about their reunion, Mu Chenyu and Qin Xingxuan felt their noses burn. As for Yu Yuming and the unbroken cult great elder, both of them violently gulped, their mouths somewhat dry. It really was their husband. The 2 of them looked at each other and were able to see the shock in the other's eyes. Joy and disbelief mixed together. The great elder certainly had matters to rejoice about. Even though there had been some doubts in his heart, he had consistently treated them 2 women courteously and with respect. He had indeed made the right bet this time. Ha 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 ha. At this time, Hua Violent Stone began to heartily laugh. He looked at the 2 women, tracing his beard as he said, "Wonderful, wonderful. For you 2 to come from the lower realms, you must have experienced untold hardships and trials. Really, what a shining example of the love between husbands and wives. I see that you 2 cultivate the fire laws, and you also seem to have a light Phoenix clan bloodline within you. How about you 2 stay at my ancient Phoenix clan? I will find some experts to guide you." Hua Violent Stone's voice was so loud and booming that it caused one's ears to tingle. Mu Chenyu and Qin Xingxuan were startled for a moment before turning towards the unbroken cult great elder. The unbroken cult great elder was stunned for a moment before rapidly saying with a true essence sound transmission. Two misses can feel free to stay at the ancient Phoenix clan. There is no need to worry about us. What a joke. For the wives of a top 1,000 rank genius of the divine realm, how could a tiny temple like their unbroken cult possibly dare to keep them? Thank you, senior. The two women bowed towards Hua Violent Stone. Hua Violent Stone generously received them. This was nearly equivalent to the ceremony of taking them on as disciples. In the future, he could also direct the cultivation of the two women. There is still another day until the semifinals begin. Because of Lin Ming, our ancient Phoenix clan has been given an extra 500 admission tickets. You two should also come and watch, so you can see with your own eyes your husband's achievements. Hua Violent Stone casually said. With 500 extra admission tickets, it was easy to spare a few. Thank you, senior. The two women happily thanked once more. As Yu Yuming listened from the side, he visibly gulped. He also wanted an admission ticket to watch the semifinals. To be able to watch a competition between the greatest geniuses of the divine realm would help broaden his horizons. It would be an inestimable advantage to his future achievements. Hua Violent Stone glanced over at Yu Yuming and the unbroken cult great elder. From Mu Chenyu's questioning look just then, he was able to determine that they had some relationship with Mu Chenyu. It was likely that she and Qin Xingxuan were able to reach Grave Moon Star because of their help. Thus, he smiled and said, You too. If you would like to watch, then come along too. As the two people heard this, they were overjoyed. They quickly expressed their thanks. This was a truly generous gift. By being able to directly watch the competition, they would also been able to faintly feel the pressure of the divine seal altar and also see the law lines engraved onto every step. To them, this was a truly great lucky chance. The 10th day quickly approached. The semi-finals would soon begin. On the 9th day, seats were finally carved into the massive arena. Because martial artists could fly, they directly leapt into their own seats. Otherwise, with billions of people arriving, it would be impossible for them to all fit through the gates in a reasonable time. Like this, an entire day was used to fully arrange and prepare the massive arena. Billions of people gathered together. What sort of scene was that? Looking all around, every area of the arena was bustling with vibrant crowds. From above, the endless sea of people wrapped all around without end. In the skies, the masses of people flying around were like a swarm of locusts. Moreover, those that could sit here were all honored and revered characters. These were all people who ruled over their own region and were able to control the lives of millions in their palms. Even so, all of these people were nothing more than ordinary members of an audience. There are so many people. The unbroken cult great elder sighed. It wasn't easy for him and Yu Yuming to sit here. Everyone here far surpassed them in status. And with Mu Chenyu and Qin Xingxuan's luck, they managed to grab some good seats. From this area, they could simultaneously see two sides of the divine seal altar. The divine seal altar was shaped like a square. There were only two sides that the participants would climb up, the east and the south. This was also the area where the audience was gathered, and there were some places in the arena where the audience members were only able to see one side. At this time, from the 100 spirit ships in the skies, 300,000 geniuses flew down. Their appearance indicated that the semi-finals had finally begun. Look, the participants have come out. There are so many of them. Any of them is a peak genius. Those are the extraordinary elites of 100 great worlds. This semi-final will be incomparably grand. As the numerous geniuses flew down from the sky, the entire arena was filled with terrifyingly raucous cheers. With so many people cheering together, the sound was deafening. Even the clouds were washed away. Everyone, all honored guests that have come from the divine realm's 100 great worlds, as well as the countless small and medium worlds. At this time, from the southeast corner of the divine seal altar, a pair of beautiful women appeared. Their voices passed through a special array formation and into the entire audience. Everyone looked over. They discovered that these two beauties were actually twins. These sisters were disciples of vast universe heavenly palace. The semifinals will immediately begin. On the Divine Seal altar, not even holy lords are capable of flying. Thus, if one wishes to ascend the Divine Seal altar, they have no choice but to climb up themselves. If one defeats an opponent, they are able to ascend a step. If they lose, they must drop down a step. If they are unable to continue or are defeated 5 times, then they will be swept out from the Divine Seal altar. The final results will be determined by who has climbed to the highest steps. As for those that have made the same level of progress, they will be evaluated by the number of defeats they experienced. In the end, only 300 participants will pass. In the competition, no one is allowed to kill others. Once 2 people fight, no one is allowed to interfere. Otherwise, they will lose all qualifications to continue. 300,000 geniuses landed onto the base of the Divine Seal altar. The Divine Seal altar was 3.3 million feet high. Every step was equal to a 100,000-foot high cliff. Not just that, but there was an empyrean pressure that covered the entirety of the Divine Seal altar. If one wished to climb up, it was easier said than done. It's so high. Lin Ming looked up into the skies. He couldn't even see the top of this 100,000-foot high cliff. Atop the first step of the titanic Divine Seal altar, pure heaven and earth origin energy condensed into torrents that poured down in a gushing waterfall. When this waterfall fell down to the last level of the Divine Seal altar, it was reabsorbed and circulated again and again in perpetuity. We haven't even begun to climb up, but the pressure on us already isn't weak. Even a first-class character like Phoenix Cry Palace's Huo Yanguang wouldn't be able to withstand this. But these people currently all around me can do so with ease. Those that are able to pass the preliminaries are indeed extreme characters. Lin Ming swept his eyes over everyone, taking in the image of 300,000 geniuses gathered together. These people were the completely gathered monstrous geniuses of 100 great worlds. Brother Lin. I see Brother Lin. With their sense, a martial artist was able to sweep over several 100,000 people in a short period of time. Moreover, Qin Xingxuan was incomparably familiar with Lin Ming. The first time she saw a young man dressed in blue, she only needed to see his strong back looking up at the majestic Divine Seal altar to tell that it was him. Mu Qinyu tightly gripped Qin Xingxuan's hand, her nose burning. After so many hardships and trials, she was finally able to see Lin Ming. So how could she not be wanting to sob with joy? She took several deep breaths, restoring her composure before she said, "Don't shout to him. Let him compete in peace. We must not divert his attention." "I know," Qin Xingxuan giddily whispered. All the participants lined up in rows as they stood underneath the Divine Seal altar. At this time, the voices of the twins from Vast Universe Heavenly Palace sounded out. "Everyone, the competition starts now." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as the voices of the 2 women faded, the numerous geniuses leapt upwards, diving into those waterfalls of heaven and earth origin energy like fish through the Dragon Gate. The Divine Seal altar suppressed flying, but jumping was possible. Some participants were able to summon true essence and jump up even under the tremendous pressure enveloping them. Every jump was at least 1,000 feet high. Hundreds of thousands of geniuses passed in and out of the waterfall. Their hands grasped the rough stone walls of the Divine Seal altar, summoning their strength and leaping upwards again and again. Their speed was extremely fast, as if they were flying upwards without pause. Even under this empyrean pressure, they can still have such a magnificent performance. The young are truly worthy of praise. Countless powerhouses from the arena seats all shouted out in acclaim. Yes, but there are some differences. Some people will soon reach the first step, but others have only crawled 30% of the way. Of the hundreds of thousands of geniuses, there were several people that were soon about to reach the first step of the Divine Seal altar. Among these people was Nether Limitless. Within Nether Limitless' blood-red pupils, a blazing light flashed. And behind him, just 1,000 some feet underneath, was a martial artist with a long sword strapped over his back. This was the top disciple of the New Paradise Holy Lands, Bloodless Sword. "Hey, you're quite fast, but speed isn't everything here. In the end, this struggle on the Divine Seal altar will look at your strength." first place is already mine. As several 100,000 martial artists climbed up the steep cliffs of the Divine Seal altar, this sight was incomparably grand. Lin Ming's speed was not fast, but every step he took was steady. In fact, Lin Ming was not deliberately being slow. Rather, as he climbed the Divine Seal altar, the aura around him, the pressure, the touch and feel of the stones underneath his hands, the flow of heaven and earth origin energy, everything around him gathered together, bringing an indescribable feeling. The stone cliffs of the Divine Seal altar are rough, imposing, and ancient. Gripping the traces on this stone is like holding onto the endless flow of time. Lin Ming was able to inexplicably sense this in his heart. As he climbed the Divine Seal altar, he discovered that there were many strange concepts engraved into the step. While he wanted to stop and slowly enlighten himself on them, there simply wasn't time. These semifinals would continue for only several days. Even if Lin Ming wanted to study the Divine Seal altar, he wouldn't be able to learn much in this short period of time. The Divine Seal altar. In the legends, it is called an ancient divine instrument, an existence that even surpasses an Empyrean spirit treasure. If one can reach the precipice, they can reach divinity. Thus it is called the Divine Seal altar. That shouldn't be empty talk. Although the Divine Seal altar that Empyrean Vast Universe made is only a replica, it still contains the concept of the ancient Divine Seal altar. If I could enlighten myself on this, then that would be of great benefit to me. Someday, if I am fated to encounter the true ancient Divine Seal altar and am able to climb to the peak of those 33 steps, I wonder just what sort of scene that would be. Lin Ming sighed with emotion. He continued his steady pace upwards, slowly feeling the concepts contained within the Divine Seal altar. Nether Limitless, Bloodless Sword, and many others were rushing upwards as fast as they could in order to be the first. And at this time, beneath them, Lin Ming was slowly making his way up as if he were savoring a cup of fresh tea. He was slowly enlightening himself on everything around him. Even if he couldn't comprehend anything, this was still broadening his state of mind. Lin Ming looked up. A small number of people were already about to reach the first step. As for Dragonfang, he had started at the other side of the Divine Seal altar, so he didn't see him right now. At this time, out of the several 100,000 martial artists, someone finally leapt onto the first step of the Divine Seal altar. Someone has mounted the first step. The first person to mount the first step of the Divine Seal altar comes from the Demon Dawn Great World, Nether Limitless. At the base of the Divine Seal altar, the twin girls shouted out. Their voices were amplified through an array formation and spread through the entire audience. Nether Limitless, Nether Limitless, Nether Limitless. Senior Apprentice Brother Nether, you can do it. As the twins called out Nether Limitless' name, a group of young people stood up and crazily cheered out loud. Without a doubt, they came from the same holy land as Nether Limitless. They were core disciples from the Skydark Holy Lands. Nether Limitless results in the preliminaries reached rank 18 on the Divine Seal decree. He came second in the Demon Dawn Great World, second only to the top master of the Demon Dawn Great World, Empyrean Demon Dawn's descendant, Xiao Moxian. As the twin girls shouted out Xiao Moxian's name, a great number of people in the audience cried out in alarm. This name cracked through everyone's ears like a bolt of thunder. From the very start of the preliminaries, and even when the Divine Seal decree had first appeared, Xiao Moxian had been ranked first. There had never been a time when anyone had surpassed her, and she had led everyone by a considerable amount. Xiao Moxian did not need to participate in the semifinals. She was able to directly pass into the finals. In fact, she didn't even need to participate in the preliminaries. The only reason she had joined was to show off, and now that she had enough limelight, she didn't have any interest in riding a spirit ship for 3 months and traveling trillions of miles to a small backwater planet like Grave Moon Star. Thus, Xiao Moxian was absent from the semifinals on Grave Moon Star. None of the participants had any objections to the Empyrean descendants being directly passed into the finals. This was simply a natural matter. Who is Nether Limitless? I didn't expect someone so fierce to appear. You idiot, he is the #1 disciple of the Skydark Holy Lands. In the future, there is a great chance that he will become an ordinary world king, or even a great world king. There were some martial artists that had joined the first martial meeting but had been eliminated at the end of the preliminaries. Thus they weren't able to see the Divine Seal decree, and also didn't know of Nether Limitless fame. If they were participants all the way until the end of the preliminaries, they naturally wouldn't know of the Divine Seal decree ranked 18th Master Nether Limitless. Many elders of the Skydark Holy Lands smiled as they heard these discussions. They were very satisfied in this junior disciple Limitless. Whoosh! A simulation spirit body appeared in front of Nether Limitless. This was his opponent for this step. Just as the spirit body appeared, Nether Limitless moved. Draw the sword. Tack. With this single action, many people only saw Nether Limitless body move a bit. They didn't even see the sword point before the blade had returned to its sheath. The spirit body's neck bent and its entire body burst apart. Instant kill. Nether Limitless can now ascend to the second step. The twin girls shouted, their voices clearly spreading through the entire audience. Amazing! Is it over like that? That's too fierce. Many of the core disciples in the audience widened their eyes. Many of the famous elders were also startled. They didn't think that this semifinal was too easy, only that Nether Limitless was too abnormal. Haha! Limitless really hasn't disappointed, he's actually first so far. In Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, Vast Cosmos said with a smile. Vast Cosmos, as well as many other great world kings, were still sitting in Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. From here they were able to simultaneously see the scene of the arenas in all 30 semifinals. At their level, what they cared about was not a single area but the performance of all the geniuses in the entire divine realm. With 30 semifinal arenas, every arena used a different method of competing. But generally speaking, every method used was as fair as possible. There would not be any geniuses that were eliminated early. Tian Mingzi smiled. He humbly said, he's only temporarily in first place. This child Limitless really likes to show off. There should be a good number of people that have yet to reveal their true strength. Haha, Brother Skydark is too modest. Who could possibly be Limitless' opponent? That's right, in the Grave Moon Star competition area, the highest ranking person is Limitless at rank 18. He is far ahead of everyone else there. Many world kings praised in abundance. Tian Mingzi smiled, not saying much in response. He looked at Nether Limitless on the Divine Seal altar and silently said, the semifinals are far from being able to capture the attention of Empyrean Demon Dawn. Only the finals, where you will compete with Empyrean descendants, will be a grand enough stage. After Nether Limitless reached the first step, Bloodless Sword and the others also reached the first level. Their battles were clean and passed in just the blink of an eye. They were able to instantly kill the spirit bodies. This was a killing speed equal to Nether Limitless. When the opponent was too weak, it was impossible to use them to separate the differences between top masters. Bloodless Sword. Bloodless Sword. When Bloodless Sword instantly killed the spirit body and started to climb the Divine Seal altar a second time, all of the disciples from New Paradise Holy Land began crying out, cheering as loud as they could. There were even many young female disciples that clearly worshipped Bloodless Sword. Their cheers were especially loud. He has a lot of supporters. It's crazy enough, but this Bloodless Sword is indeed terrifying. Many martial artists were discussing amongst themselves in the audience. Yu Yuming sat between these people, his fists tightly gripped together. From any of those several 100,000 geniuses on the Divine Seal altar, any single one of them was able to give him a great mental impact. Today he had truly broadened his horizons. He could also deeply feel just how ridiculously terrifying these geniuses were. Luckily, he was able to attend this semifinal and enter this arena. Otherwise, he would never have had the chance to experience these monstrous geniuses that soared into the skies. He would have been nothing but a frog in a well. As the first and second group of people began climbing to the second step of the Divine Seal altar, the third group of people, in which Lin Ming was also included, finally mounted the first step. Lin Ming has fallen a bit behind, Fairy Feng said out loud. In truth, the third group was still considered amongst the upper middle reaches of geniuses. However, Fairy Feng believed that Lin Ming should be able to do better than this. After all, he had once reached the top 1,000 rankings of the Divine Seal Decree. Of the 30 semifinal martial fields, every martial field would have between 300 to 400 people passing. Altogether, there would be around 10,000 people entering the finals. According to the previous top rankings, Lin Ming should definitely be able to pass the semifinals. Beside Fairy Feng, Violent Stone traced his beard and laughed. Don't worry. The semifinals have only just begun. You should know that when mortals hold long-distance racing competitions, they will run slowly at the start until sprinting with all their strength at the end. Only by saving your strength at the start and using it at the opportune moment will one be able to obtain their best result. That is, haha. Fairy Feng chuckled as she heard this analogy. She also believed that Lin Ming's results would rapidly rise towards the end. In the preliminaries, Lin Ming's results would rise dramatically before coming to a standstill and then repeating once again. That had clearly been because Lin Ming had been saving his strength. But the question was just how much strength was Lin Ming saving? Is this a spirit body created by the array formations? As Lin Ming reached the first level, he immediately faced a simulation spirit body. There were many people around him who had already begun violently fighting with these spirit bodies. As Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan saw this, they felt their hearts tighten. This was Lin Ming's first battle. Although they both believed Lin Ming would win, they still found their hearts in chaos as they didn't know what would happen in the fight. Yu Yuming and the Unbroken Cult Great Elder also watched with wide eyes lest they miss anything. Lin Ming only glanced over the spirit body. His sharp eyes seemed to see through every inch of his opponent. This spirit body has a powerful energy signal, but the law fluctuations are very weak. Simply an empty shell. It might be difficult for an ordinary divine sea powerhouse, but for me it isn't anything at all. Lin Ming didn't even bring out his phoenix blood spear. He simply rushed towards the spirit body and brought up 2 fingers, slashing out with a brilliant spear light that pierced through its head. Pong! The spirit body exploded. This was an instant kill. This is... Yu Yuming gulped. It was over like this? Lin Ming's killing speed was the same as Nether Limitless. Too fierce. The Unbroken Cult Great Elder was left speechless. He suspected that after another dozen or so years, Lin Ming would be able to instantly kill him just like that spirit body. This was a junior? He was simply a monster. Look at that person. That person also instantly killed the simulation spirit body. With the gazes of several billion people locked onto the Divine Seal altar, many people naturally noticed Lin Ming. This sort of killing speed was no less than that of the first and second group. This semi-final truly has countless masters all around. None of them can be underestimated. Haha. Do you see that? That person who instantly killed the simulation spirit body is a disciple of my ancient Phoenix clan. At this time, all of the disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan were bursting with pride. Lin Ming was a part of their ancient Phoenix clan. The ancient Phoenix clan itself was only a peak Holy Land level influence. Their resources were low and their inheritances were inferior to others. But they were still able to produce a top extreme genius that could overshadow the talents of a great world king Holy Land. What is pride? This is pride. Lin Ming. Lin Ming. Lin Ming. Lin Ming. The disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan all began to desperately cheer out, their voices booming through the skies. Lin Ming. Lin Ming. Lin Ming. These loud and clarion cries echoed through the clouds. The disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan cried out with all of their strength. How could they not be excited? In the divine realm, strength was everything. With strength, one would be respected, whether it was an individual or a sect. The weak could only bow their heads to others. Tens of thousands of years ago, the ancient Phoenix clan had to marry their little princess off to the Crimson Light Holy Lands. This was because the Crimson Light Holy Lands was a great world king level influence and their ancient Phoenix clan was only a peak Holy Land. And now, the geniuses of the Crimson Light Holy Lands had all been overshadowed by Lin Ming. The disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan were all proud and ecstatic with joy. This moment was the glory of their ancient Phoenix clan. Good. Shout louder. Shout harder. Shout until your shouts cover everyone else. You damned brat. It's time for you to show off. Violent Stone didn't seem like a respected elder at all. His face was flushed red as he shouted from the audience, his hands slapping his thighs. With the several billion people in the audience, there were more than just those calling out Lin Ming's name. With all of the participants competing, their friends and relatives were also competing to see who could shout louder. All of the audience members that were able to arrive at the semifinals were extraordinary geniuses of their generation. With each one flooding their voices with true essence, this was a truly terrifying scene. Even the mountains and rivers for hundreds of miles were shaking, massive boulders tumbling to the ground. This is really crazy. Even I want to shout out. Fairy Feng laughed from beside Violent Stone. By being present in the arena, it was easy to catch the excitement in the air. It was a completely different feeling from watching a battle array disc. Even in the mortal worlds, when there were kickball competitions, even a small country could arouse crazy shouting. Much less this first martial meeting that included the entire divine realm. Haha, if I knew this earlier I would have brought some louder disciples. They could fuse true essence into their voices until their shouts blasted through the entire audience. Violent Stone laughed out loud, his face tomato red. And not too far away, Mu Qinyu and Qin Xingxuan were tightly grasping their hands together. At this time, the two women had extremely complex thoughts. On one hand, they were proud and overjoyed for Lin Ming. On the Divine Seal altar, that young man whose name was being shouted out loud by so many people was their husband. But at the same time, because of Lin Ming's rapid growth, they felt a restlessness in their hearts. They were too far away from him, nearly losing sight of his back. Our husband. He's really fierce. Qin Xingxuan whispered in a low voice. Mu Qinyu knew what Qin Xingxuan was thinking. She gently shook Qin Xingxuan's hand, reassuring her. These two young women had spent all these years together and had also overcome many hardships together. Their thoughts and sentiments were interlinked, just like sisters. At this time, Lin Ming was already beginning to climb to the second step of the Divine Seal altar. Lin Ming discovered that although an Empyrean pressure covered the entirety of the Divine Seal altar, the pressure was lowest at the base and increased as one climbed up. This pressure fell onto them from above like an endless waterfall. If one's foundation was deep, they could sit down on the altar, taking a short break and restoring some origin energy before continuing to climb. Those that climbed up much faster would be able to slow down and restore some of their strength. The second level of the Divine Seal altar, the stone walls here have faintly different law traces than those of the first level. I wonder just what sort of different truths are contained within them. As the Empyrean pressure fell down from the Divine Seal altar, Lin Ming wasn't too affected. He was much more interested in observing the differences between the stone walls of every level. The Divine Realm's 33 heavens had always been a myth. Not even Mo Evers now knew if the 33 heavens truly existed or not. But in ancient times, there was indeed some unrivaled powerhouse that had created the Divine Seal altar, forging it into 33 levels that corresponded with the 33 heavens. As Lin Ming thought of this, he also recalled that when he crossed Ninefall, he had experienced a 9x9 life destruction and crossed 33 layered heavens. From this, he could confirm that the 33 heavens contained some sort of truth of the Great Tao. However, Lin Ming didn't know just what that was right now. Maybe, on the Divine Seal altar's 33 levels of stone walls, the different traces of laws on each level correspond to different rules of the 33 heavens? A thought suddenly flashed through Lin Ming's mind. But this sort of matter would likely only be known by an Empyrean or the artifact spirit of the Divine Seal altar. The Divine Seal altar naturally had an artifact spirit. Any spirit artifact treasure had its own artifact spirit. Lin Ming's Phoenix Blood Spear had an artifact spirit that hadn't yet grown up. But as for an Empyrean spirit treasure, its artifact spirit was likely similar to some old and grizzled veteran. For instance, the artifact spirit of the ancient Elysium Seal had lived for 3.6 billion years. Its power, knowledge, and experience were hard to estimate. This artifact spirit should be watching the semifinals too. But only someone that displays a heaven-defying talent will be able to grab its attention. Otherwise, it wouldn't care at all. In climbing the Divine Seal altar, Lin Ming didn't feel any joy from his own extraordinary progress. Rather, he felt that there were more and more things that he didn't understand. Empyrean Divine Dream's soul cultivation system, her exploration of Soul World, and even Empyrean Vast Universe's 33 Heavens Divine Seal altar were all important questions and objectives to Lin Ming. Anyone that can become an Empyrean is truly a marvelous and unique character. I still have a long road ahead of me, Lin Ming suddenly thought. The Empyreans of the Divine Realm had been accumulated over a period of 100 million years. Each of them had their own mystical and singular methods. At this time, more and more participants began reaching the first step of the Divine Seal altar. These crowds of geniuses were all characters that had managed to pass the preliminaries. They were simply packs of monstrous freaks. Even so, when facing the terrifying pressure of the Divine Seal altar, none of them were able to withstand it, and all of them were forced to slowly climb their way up. What a group of monstrous geniuses! Compared to them, I am far too lacking. Yu Yuming sighed from within the audience. As he looked at these people battle the spirit bodies, he could feel that if he compared their attainments in cultivation and comprehension of laws to his own, the difference would be like the heavens and earth. And facing their opponents on the first step, none of the participants lost. After a vigorous battle, they would eventually defeat their opponent. The only difference between them was how fast they did so. All of the participants began climbing up to the second level. The second step of the Divine Seal altar had an Empyrean pressure much stronger than that of the level before. Many people were finding it hard to withstand, and at this time, the first group had already mounted the second level of the Divine Seal altar and were beginning to battle the spirit bodies. Nether Limitless. Nether Limitless is again the first one to reach the second level of the Divine Seal altar. He has begun to fight with the spirit body, the two twin girls shouted out. And these words, in addition to the wild cheers from the audience, were also another form of pressure on the participants. This was especially true to the participants of the last group. They had spent a great deal of effort and only just defeated the simulation spirit bodies on the first step when they heard that the leading participants had reached the second floor. That Nether Limitless and all those other people are soon about to reach the third level. How could they possibly be so fast? Some participants thought to themselves. After reaching the second level and feeling the pressure here, they realized that it was nearly an impossible task for them to withstand this pressure and still climb up the 100,000 feet. But now some people had already completed it. This was pressure. All of them felt a great pressure. Of these participants, they all had extremely strong wills and steady mentalities. Even so, they found it difficult to remain composed under the gazes of the billions of audience members, the gazes of their friends and relatives, and also the elders of their sect that had been invited to watch. All of them invited all these people so that they could show off their own abilities, but if the result was that they were in last place out of all these hundreds of thousands of participants, how could they not feel pressure? To be able to attend the semifinals was supposed to be a great honor to them all. But now, all they felt was shame and disgrace. These martial artists grit their teeth and continued forth. But after climbing only a few thousand more feet, they had reached their limit. I can't climb anymore. The pressure is becoming too great. My legs and hands feel like they are filled with lead. Can that Nether Limitless really climb to the top of the Divine Seal altar? How could this be? From several hundred thousands of people, I am actually the worst out of all of them. A red-clothed martial artist thought to himself, finding it nearly impossible to continue resisting the pressure. His vision was blurred, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, and his fingers were already chafed red with blood that stained the stone walls of the Divine Seal altar red. But soon enough, the blood was washed away by the endless torrents of liquid heaven and earth origin energy. From my childhood to adulthood, I have always been the most outstanding existence of my sect. Even Master has said that I am the #1 talent to appear in the last 10,000 years of the sect. In my sect, tens of thousands of junior apprentice brothers take me as their shining role model and countless junior apprentice sisters idolize me. all of them hoping to marry me, even willing to wait on me as a concubine. It is also because of me that they are able to obtain enough admission tickets to watch these semifinals. They all came in the hopes that they could see me create a miracle, but the result is that I will actually be the first one eliminated. Are these 300,000 people all stronger than me? Is my so-called title as the greatest 10,000-year genius to appear in the sect nothing but a joke? How could this be possible? I won't accept this. I won't believe this. The red-clothed martial artist cried out from within his heart. But at this time, the twin girls at the base of the divine seal altar spoke out once more, their voices passing through an amplifying array formation and spreading out over the entire audience. Nether Limitless has defeated the simulation spirit body of the second step and has started to climb to the third level. Heavens! This is indeed a terrifying speed. Let us all cheer for him and hope that he can continue fighting his way up to the very top. As the twin girls spoke out once more, their words caused the audience to surge in a frothing frenzy. Even many people that weren't from the Skydark Holy Lands began shouting out Nether Limitless' name. Nether Limitless. Nether Limitless. Nether Limitless. Every syllable was like a steel weight smashing into the innermost feelings of the red-clothed martial artist. In comparison to Nether Limitless' endless momentum and attention, he was finding it hard to continue any further. In that moment, he wished with all of his heart that he would be the strongest powerhouse that would reach the summit. Even if he had to trade half his life for this glory, he was still willing to do so. Ah! The red-clothed martial artist cried out once more. His right hand was finally unable to withstand the tremendous pressure, and he began to slide down from the stone walls. His hand left behind 5 long traces of blood and torn meat, and his miserable screams echoed throughout the 100,000-foot-high cliff. Just as the red-clothed martial artist was about to crash into the first step of the divine seal altar, an invisible force caught him and shot him out. In some dark space within the divine seal altar, a gray-clothed old man surrounded in a dim haze shook his head. He was the one who had just rescued that red-clothed martial artist. In this great competition that covered 100 great worlds, those that had once been called geniuses were no longer geniuses here. This was the brutality of everyone that walked down the road of martial arts. And in the audience, in a certain area, a group of young girls had long been shivering with worry. There were even a few younger girls that felt their eyes turn wet as they heard the fading, unwilling cries of that red-clothed martial artist. The elder senior apprentice brother they respected from the depths of their hearts had been defeated like this. Out of the 300,000 participants, he was the first one to be eliminated. After the red-clothed martial artist was eliminated, more and more people began to fall. In fact, many people had already reached their limit. They were putting forth all of their strength and forcefully persisting because none of them wanted to be the first loser. Now that someone had already fallen and been eliminated, it was much easier to admit defeat. Thus, just a bit later, these people all began to follow in falling down from the 100,000-foot cliff. At the moment before they hit the ground, an invisible energy wrapped around them and ejected them from the divine seal altar. Soon, several hundred martial artists were eliminated. But compared to the several 100,000 martial artists competing, this was only a very small number. 99.99% of the martial artists were able to make it up the second step of the divine seal altar. And at this time, Lin Ming had reached the second step. The air around him distorted and a martial artist in loose yellow robes appeared in front of him. This person had blurry facial features and grasped a long sword. From their true essence fluctuations, one could sense they were at the late divine sea realm. Of course, this spirit body strength was far more formidable than an ordinary late divine sea martial artist's. This was Lin Ming's second battle. Lin Ming's eyes were calm and serene. To him, this wasn't a challenge at all. He flicked 10 fingers and 10 spear lights shot out, piercing through 10 vital areas of the yellow-clothed martial artist. With a light ringing sound, the yellow-clothed martial artist exploded in a shower of light. The spear light had been too fast. The spirit body didn't have any time to respond. Another instant kill. Too fierce. Lin Ming hasn't even brought out his weapon yet. He's only using his fingers to lash out with spear lights, and that's more than enough to instantly kill these spirit bodies. Lin Ming is too strong. He can sweep away 99% of the Great World King Holy Land geniuses. I wonder just where his limit is. More and more people were noticing Lin Ming, and at the base of the Divine Seal altar, the twin girls also turned to Lin Ming. The third group's Lin Ming was also able to instantly kill the spirit body of the second step. Although his climbing speed isn't too quick, his combat strength is in no way weaker than that of the martial artists of the first group. Lin Ming can potentially be a great contender. He is a great dark horse. And what is most mysterious is that his background is only a peak Holy Land, the ancient Phoenix clan. He is far from coming from a Great World King Holy Land. The twin girls' voices echoed through the entire audience. To be specifically introduced out of the hundreds of thousands of geniuses, that was truly a magnificent glory. This was especially true for the ancient Phoenix clan. To be able to be mentioned in association, this sort of great honor was mostly reserved for the Great World King Holy Lands. Yet, their ancient Phoenix clan had been able to accomplish the same. The disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan were all boiling with pride. They cheered with everything they had. They cheered for Lin Ming, they cheered for the ancient Phoenix clan. At this time, the martial artists of the ancient Dragon clan, Kirin clan, and Rock clan all felt their hearts twist with envy. They were also God-Beast clans, but the disparity was too obvious. Haha. Today we have truly earned enough face. Yan Fengxian, you have done a wonderful merit in bringing Lin Ming from the lower realms, Hua Violent Stone said to Fairy Feng. Yan Fengxian was Fairy Feng's original name. Fairy Feng was merely a nickname she adopted in the past. With Hua Violent Stone's status, he was naturally able to refer to her with her full name. Fairy Feng smiled and said, "When I received Lin Ming and brought him to the divine realm, even I didn't imagine that he would have such results as he does now. I first saw Lin Ming at time-worn Phoenix City when he was participating in the king-level smelting trial. At that time, his talent was far from being comparable to what it is now. No one could have imagined that his future accomplishments would be so marvelous. His growth is truly mind-boggling. Indeed, I never would have expected that my Phoenix Cry Palace would be able to receive such a prodigious talent." A red-clothed old man spoke up from beside Hua Violent Stone. He was the palace master of Phoenix Cry Palace, Lianzhen. As an older palace master, Lianzhen had been closed up in seclusion for these past years. He was hoping he could make another martial arts breakthrough before his life ended. Lianzhen stroked his beard, a happy smile on his face. Although Lin Ming wasn't related to him in any special way, and today was also the first time he saw Lin Ming. No matter what anyone else said, Lin Ming still came from his Phoenix Cry Palace. Haha, well, regardless of how it is, Yan Fengxian, you have truly made great contributions. That's right, Lianzhen, after another 180 years or so you should retire. Hua Violent Stone suddenly said to Lianzhen. Lianzhen immediately understood Hua Violent Stone's intentions. As for Fairy Feng, she felt her heart tighten. She realized just what Hua Violent Stone was implying. This caused her hands to tighten against her legs and her breaths to become shallow. Had the moment she had been waiting for finally arrived? That sounds right. I still have about 10,000 years of life left. Although the chances aren't too great, I want to struggle as much as I can to reach the Middle Holy Lord realm. Once I retire, I will enter my last life or death closed-door seclusion. Lianzhen sighed. He looked towards all the geniuses on the Divine Seal altar. In the future, nearly all of those juniors climbing up would have greater achievements than he would ever hope to have. Even those that had already been eliminated were likely to become holy lords. But as for him, his life was already on the decline. This was an inevitable truth that caused a dim feeling in his heart. Hua Violent Stone wasn't young. As he heard Lianzhen's thoughts, he too felt empathy in his heart. He said, "Us martial arts cultivators must struggle with the heavens every day of our lives. Although we have power to control the world, we cannot resist the passing of time. Once our time is over, we too will turn to ashes and all of our life's cultivation will turn to nothing. No one is willing to accept this, But this is the choice that we made during our youth. We risk our lives, blazing our trail on the road of martial arts, uncovering new mysteries and new worlds. This is what drives us. Life or death closed-door seclusion is also a good choice. If you wholeheartedly devote your life to your cultivation, then you might be able to make another breakthrough. As Hua Violent Stone mentioned the predestined death that all martial artists would meet sooner or later, even he felt a bit heavy. This was the burden of the old. Even if I make another breakthrough, I'll only be able to live out a sorry existence for several more years. Lianjun ruefully smiled. He was much older than Hua Violent Stone. Elder Hua, are you mentioning this because you wish to inquire about the next candidate to become Palace Master of Phoenix Cry Palace? Lianjun asked without any hesitation. Yes, Hua Violent Stone nodded. With his position as highest elder, he indeed had the authority to decide who the successor to become Palace Master would be. However, he also had to respect Lianjun's opinions. Although Lianjun's status was much lower than his, he was still at a very high-ranking position. From this alone, he had to at least discuss this with him. I wish to choose Yan Fengxian, Hua Violent Stone directly stated. Even though Fairy Feng had already prepared herself for this, she still found it difficult to maintain her composure upon hearing it. She was a woman with high ambitions. Otherwise, with her origin as a humble commoner, she would never have struggled with Xiao Zhuyang, who was deeply ingrained in the politics of Phoenix Cry Palace, for the position of Palace Master successor. Once one became Palace Master, they could control all resources of a branch palace. There was no comparison in the treatment between a Palace Master and Vice Palace Master. It would be greatly beneficial to her future cultivation. However, Fairy Feng knew that her chances of succeeding were extremely slim. This was because not only did Xiao Zhuyang have the support of one of the ancient Phoenix clan's three great families, the Xiao family, he also had the support of countless figures in Phoenix Cry Palace. Moreover, even his strength was faintly beyond her own. In this situation, it was extremely difficult for Fairy Feng to win. But she never imagined that this day would truly arrive. With Hua Violent Stone speaking on her behalf, her success was assured. It had to be known that she herself was a half-step Holy Lord, just a bit away from stepping into the true Holy Lord realm. The difference was only a single step away. If she was cemented as the successor to become Palace Master, then the ancient Phoenix clan would naturally approve more resources for her, and she would easily be able to break into the Holy Lord realm. This was because the rules of the ancient Phoenix clan stated that all palace masters of the 72 branch palaces needed to be at the early Holy Lord realm. Lianjun laughed. Fengxian is so young and yet she's already a half-step Holy Lord. She is likely to become a Holy Lord within the next 100 years. As long as she can break through into the Holy Lord realm, then with all reason Fengxian can naturally become my successor. With Elder Hua speaking for her, her position is guaranteed. It's just that, Elder Hua Jiang is also a good boy. I hope that Elder Hua can find a suitable position for him. Xiao Jiang was an important figure of the Xiao family. Lian Zhan was intelligent. He naturally wasn't willing to offend the Xiao family. Hua Violent Stone said, I will also help arrange Xiao Jiang in a similar position. That's right, Yan Fengxian, you can also come to the ancient Phoenix clan headquarters if you wish. If you are willing, headquarters will make sure to give you a position that is in no way inferior to Palace Master of Phoenix Cry Palace. This junior would like to stay at Phoenix Cry Palace. Fairy Feng didn't hesitate for long before she replied. Phoenix Cry Palace was her roots, her very foundation. She also had many disciples and supporters there, so how could she leave so easily? Moreover, becoming the Palace Master of Phoenix Cry Palace had been a long-cherished wish of hers. She naturally couldn't give up. Good. Then this matter has been decided. Yan Fengxian, you must train hard. If the deadline for succession arrives and you still haven't stepped into the Holy Lord realm, then even I won't be able to do anything. However, headquarters will support your cultivation as much as they can. Hua Violent Stone's word was the same as a royal decree. Although Hua Violent Stone's temper and character were well known by all, he was a trustworthy character that was good to his word. If he said something, few would doubt him. Thank you, Elder Hua, Fairy Feng said. Originally, even without the support of the sect, she still wouldn't have needed 100 years to become a holy lord. But now there definitely wasn't a problem. At this time, Fairy Feng's mood was extremely complex. She never would have thought that all of this would happen one day. When she brought Lin Ming up to the divine realm and received him as her disciple, she only thought that she was training a useful supporter. She thought that she would need to train him for 100 years before he would be of help to her. But now, just after several years, because of Lin Ming alone, she was directly recommended by a highest elder to become the palace master of Phoenix Cry Palace. Destiny was truly far too marvelous. Oh! Lin Ming began climbing up to the 3rd level of the Divine Seal altar. The pace he climbed at was steady and stable, as if nothing could stop him. And at this time, the 2 twin girls at the base of the Divine Seal altar shouted out, "A top 100 ranked master of the Divine Seal decree, the black-clothed youth that wields a mighty sword, the man named Fong, has now instantly struck down the spirit body of the 2nd level. There are truly far too many masters at these semifinals. Fong is the same as Lin Ming. Their climbing speed isn't too great, but their combat strength is extraordinary. The 2 of them are simply the exact same. Moreover, they both come from the true martial great world. What an amazing coincidence. I think that they might even be good friends," the 2 twin girls said. They alternated in speaking between words, making their words seem extremely interesting to listen to. Fong's background is also confusing, even stranger than Lin Ming's. He is a free martial artist, in other words, a wandering martial artist. Heavens! A wandering martial artist. That is simply unbelievable. I guess that he should have a powerful master backing him up that doesn't wish to be known. Otherwise, it's simply impossible for someone to arrive at this level. Only the south and east sides of the Divine Seal altar had martial artists climbing to the top. Dragon Fong was on a different side of the Divine Seal altar. Thus he and Lin Ming naturally didn't see each other. As the 2 of them heard the words of the twin girls, they both faintly smiled. Even though the 2 competed against each other, they could also clearly understand each other. The 2 twin girls were indeed correct. This Divine Realm first martial meeting was filled with countless masters all around. Even Lin Ming didn't dare to guess just how far he would be able to go. Just Dragon Fong alone was an unfathomable opponent. Moreover, behind him were several Empyrean descendants. But the more intense the competition was, the more heated Lin Ming became. The Divine Seal altar was a protracted war. With 33 steps, the further one climbed, the more difficult it became. Luckily, the pressure on the flat planes of the steps was slightly lesser. Thus one could take some reprieve there. But as one went higher, the pressure would increase to incredible proportions. Resting would not be easy. One would need to crawl all the way up in a single go. And at this time, the semifinals had already been going on for 4 hours. The first group, including Nether Limitless, had already climbed to the 8th level. As for Lin Ming, he had reached the 6th level. Beneath him, there were still some martial artists crawling to the 4th level. Many of them were already exhausted and reaching their limit, but they still clenched their teeth and persisted. Many of them knew that they had no chance of stepping onto the 4th step, but they still continued their attempt, trying to surpass their limits. To them, being able to withstand the baptism of this Empyrean pressure and climb up the Divine Seal altar was a rare lucky chance. If the ancient Divine Seal altar dared to be called such a name, and dared to claim that those who ascended to its top could reach divinity, then that must be because by ascending these 33 steps and withstanding the baptism of the Divine Seal altar, one could dig out all of their potential and break past their limits. Although the Divine Seal altar replica that Empyrean Vast Universe created was far from being able to compare with the true ancient Divine Seal altar, it was still able to display a similar effect. Strong wind whistled. The rivers of water formed from heaven and earth origin energy unceasingly fell from every step of the altar. The over 200,000 participants were all desperately struggling with the Divine Seal altar. At the base of the altar, the 2 hosts were passionately and fervently shouting out every important happening in these semifinals. Gradually, the sun set over the horizon and stars filled the skies. For those in the audience, spending a few days to watch a competition wasn't anything at all. They usually meditated for a far longer time. As Lin Ming walked over the 6th level, his steps were slow but steady. Generally, when a martial artist climbed up the steep cliffs, their speed would be slow. But when they reached the flat step, they would launch their movement ability and race forwards so that they didn't waste any time on the flat area. But Lin Ming didn't care at all. He slowly stepped forwards, enlightening himself about this altar. The streams of heaven and earth origin energy washed over Lin Ming's feet, rushing past him like a crystal-clear brook. 33 layered heavens correspond to the 33 levels of the Divine Seal altar. Every level had a completely different feeling. Lin Ming thought to himself, out of everyone present, he was the first to understand the strangeness of the Divine Seal altar from the very beginning. And the further he climbed, the stronger this feeling became. As for others, including even Nether Limitless, they didn't feel anything profound from the Divine Seal altar. This was not because Lin Ming's perception or divine sense far surpassed Nether Limitless, but because of out these hundreds of thousands of people, he was the one most closely intertwined with the 33 heavens. Only he, and he alone, had crossed a perfect 33-layered heavens 9 by 9 life destruction. Lin Ming was increasingly sure that the true Divine Seal altar was created by Empyrean Divine Seal. These sorts of ancient divine tools were often named after their creator. Who is Empyrean Divine Seal? How is he related to the Great Calamity from 3.6 billion years ago? Out of all the heroes in the past, just what role did he play? What is suppressed underneath the eye of the ancient Elysium Seal? For what reasons would the ancient Elysium Seal's artifact spirit spend 3.6 billion years suppressing some unknown existence, to the point that it must use an arcane ability to fall into slumber so that its lifespan can extend to the distant future? In this world, what existence can live longer than an artifact spirit, and also in a situation where it was sealed? Lin Ming had all of these questions percolating in his mind. He also clearly remembered that the ancient Elysium Seal had mentioned a great world calamity. This was because in that catastrophe 3.6 billion years ago, even the rules that governed the heavens and earth had changed. After that time, body transformation techniques were no longer suitable for humans. From that point on, the essence gathering system rose to glory, overshadowing all other methods. From this alone, it could be seen just how terrifying that calamity had been. Lin Ming found it hard to imagine just what sort of disaster had swept through the entire divine realm, and not even all the Empyreans of the past had been able to resist it. As Lin Ming was thinking, what he didn't know was that at this time, there was someone secretly watching him. This person was shrouded in mist. Although his form appeared to be that of an old man, he wasn't human at all. He was an artifact spirit. Deep within the Divine Seal altar, this artifact spirit had a panoramic view of every single genius as they were competing. Its responsibility here was to protect these participants. Once they encountered a life-threatening situation, the artifact spirit would then move to save them. This little fellow is a bit special. How interesting. I thought that young fellow Vast Universe was lazy and was just dragging me along to help look after these babies. But I never thought I'd meet such an interesting little fellow here. It's as if he can feel the faint concepts contained within the 33 steps of the Divine Seal altar. These concepts belong to the 33 layered heavens. Although it's impossible for him to comprehend anything in such a short time with his cultivation, he still shouldn't be able to feel this. I wonder just what sort of lucky chances this boy has had. The old man thought to himself. Then he laughed and said, "Hee hee. That kid is quite funny. He's not revealing his strength at all. And in fact, he isn't even using any of his strength. It's like he's taking a vacation and strolling through the countryside. Since I noticed him, I certainly can't let him be so comfortable. Let's test out his ability a bit and see just how he's so special. If he's any good, I'll recommend him to that young boy Vast Universe." The old man's lips curved up in a sly smile. In the next moment, a tiny wisp of light shot out and quietly sank into the stone walls of the Divine Seal altar. I shouldn't be so enthusiastic at the start. Everything needs to be done gradually for it to be interesting. I hope that this little boy doesn't disappoint me. The old man chuckled, his eyes filled with anticipation at Lin Ming's performance. As Lin Ming was thinking, he felt space distort around him. This was a familiar feeling that he had sensed countless times before. This was the feeling of when an array formation was activating and a simulation spirit body was soon to appear. The sixth spirit body couldn't arouse Lin Ming's interest at all. One could see this just by looking at how the other participants were able to easily clear this level. As long as Lin Ming wanted to, he could instantly kill this spirit body without even taking out his weapon. This spirit body was only 100 feet away from Lin Ming. The spirit body wore a tightly fitted battle robe and held a red long spear in its hands, somewhat resembling Lin Ming's own phoenix blood spear. A spear? How refreshing. Lin Ming still didn't bring out the phoenix blood spear. From the start until now, he had only been using his fingers as a spear. Whoosh! The spirit body moved, reaching an incredible speed. The long spear in its hand thrust out like a viper at an extremely tricky angle. With a thrust of its spear, lightning quickened. This was the laws of thunder. Moreover, this spirit body had already reached the fourth level concept of the thunder laws manifestation. The sixth step spirit body has capable attainments in techniques and laws. Lin Ming drew back, easily dodging the spear attack of the spirit body. His right hand's fingers flicked out once more. Show! A spear light shot straight towards the spirit body's forehead. However, that spirit body had extremely fast reflexes. It whipped its head to the side and dodged Lin Ming's attack. Eh? Lin Ming was a bit startled. He changed methods, waving his hand and emitting a blazing purple light. He also used the fourth level concept of the thunder laws manifestation. Manifested thunder had its own consciousness and spirituality. In comparison to mindless energy, it was several times stronger. Moreover, elemental energy with its own intelligence was not easy to dodge. Lin Ming flicked his 10 fingers once again. Pong! The spirit body's spear light was crushed apart. Lin Ming thought this battle was over. But at this moment the spirit body sinisterly grinned. In the next moment, it shook its long spear and smashed apart Lin Ming's spear lights. Lin Ming was stunned for a moment. In his estimation, the spirit body of the sixth level absolutely shouldn't have the ability to crush apart his spear light. Otherwise the other participants would never have crossed this level so easily. Something strange. Lin Ming rapidly reacted. With something so unusual occurring, Lin Ming certainly wouldn't be careless as to avoid any surprises. And he also clearly remembered that strange grin that appeared on this spirit body's face. How could a mindless spirit body created by an array formation produce such a human expression? That Lin Ming from the ancient Phoenix clan still hasn't brought out his weapon. But now that he's facing the sixth match, his opponent is far more formidable than what he has faced so far. Lin Ming wasn't able to instantly kill it and has also seemed to run into some trouble. Is he still planning on not using his weapon? What a bold man, confident in his own skills. The two twin hosts shouted out. There were only a dozen or so participants that they were focusing on. Lin Ming was one of them. As for what the tricks that the Divine Seal Altar's artifact spirit was playing, they simply weren't able to see through it. Much less them, but not even an ordinary world king could see through. Even Lin Ming, who was personally experiencing it, only felt that something was strange, but he still wasn't able to place his finger on just what was happening. Lin Ming should use his spear. If he doesn't use his spear, then he might meet with unexpected failure. That's right, he needs to be more careful. If he fights the other participants, then he can be defeated 5 times. But if he loses to a spirit body just once, then he will be eliminated. Many martial artists from the Crimson Light world began to discuss amongst themselves, clearly worried for Lin Ming. They didn't come from the ancient Phoenix clan, but they still supported Lin Ming. They were some lower-level holy lands of the Crimson Light world. They originally had some of their geniuses participating in the semifinals, but those geniuses had been defeated in the first few steps. Without anyone to support, they transferred their energy to support Lin Ming instead. After all, since the ancient Phoenix clan headquarters was located at the Crimson Light world, they could always at least form relations with them a little bit. There was always competition between the different great worlds. If a martial artist were to appear in a great world that had more powerhouses than they had clouds, then they would be emboldened as they left to explore the divine realm. On the other hand, if someone came from a desolate great world that didn't produce many powerhouses, they would be despised upon adventuring through the divine realm, labeled as a backwater genius. If the Crimson Light world was able to produce an Empyrean and that Empyrean chose to establish their own sect at the Crimson Light world, the Crimson Light world would directly rise into the ranks of a second-order great world. The energy and momentum of an Empyrean was truly terrifying. Just their presence alone was enough to affect the overall ranking of a great world. The spirit body thrust its spear out once more. Lin Ming used 30% of his true essence this time. He didn't use his spear, and he definitely didn't use the heretical god force or the 8 inner hidden gates. Even so, his speed and strength was able to fully suppress the spirit body. But this spirit body was extremely tough. At a critical moment, it was able to shatter apart Lin Ming's killing blow. Now this is fun. Lin Ming was a bit interested and a bit more serious. He dodged the spirit body's spear light and then shot out 5 thunderfused spear lights. The spirit body wanted to use its old move to crush these 5 spear lights. But this time, Lin Ming faintly smiled. He sprung the fingers of his other hand and shot out 5 fire-fused spear lights. Thunder and fire intersected, directly exploding. Bang! The spirit body broke apart into countless motes of dust before vanishing. This little baby understands the concept of fire, and moreover its dual concepts of thunder and fire. His comprehension is extremely high, and with the way he is utilizing these concepts, it seems that he's reached the threshold of the 5th level. The old man traced his chin, revealing an extremely interested expression. The 5th level concept of the 5 element laws was separated from the 4th level concepts by an extremely large gap. There were many powerhouses that would never manage to cross this moat in their lifetimes. Even some weaker divine lord powerhouses wouldn't be able to cross this step. In other words, Lin Ming's comprehensions of laws now surpassed many divine lord powerhouses. I'll have to slowly test your abilities. Young man, you shouldn't have any problems with this. For this old man to test you is your good luck. Others can't even ask me for such a favor. Ha ha ha. The Divine Seal Artifact's artifact spirit chuckled. He wanted to know just what secrets Lin Ming had that allowed him to touch upon the concept of the 33 layered heavens that not even World King powerhouses could sense. This was not an exaggeration either. Even Mo Eversnow did not understand the 33 layered heavens. In the past, when Mo Eversnow was at the height of her power, if she had come to the Divine Seal altar, she still wouldn't have been able to sense anything. Ladies and gentlemen, in the end Lin Ming did not need to use a weapon. Although he fiercely fought for some time, he has still emerged victorious. The 7th and 8th levels might not be so easy. The power of the spirit bodies will become increasingly strong. In a fight with the spirit bodies, a single defeat will spell elimination. If a participant isn't careful and underestimates the enemy, all of their hard work might come to nothing. After Lin Ming killed the 6th level spirit body, the voices of the twin hosts rang out in the air. That's right. It's better to be safe than sorry. It's much better to advance steadily. Many martial artists of the Crimson Light world discussed. The disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan also began standing up. Senior Apprentice Brother Lin, be careful. Senior Apprentice Brother Lin, don't underestimate your enemy. Numerous young disciples shouted out together. In truth, Lin Ming was much younger than most of the disciples here, and his merits and qualifications were also low so far. But, because he was so strong, many of them simply called him their senior apprentice brother. This was the standard of the martial arts sections. The top genius of a great world king Holy Land was also called a specific name, such as Elder Senior Apprentice Brother or Elder Senior Apprentice Sister. It had been extremely difficult for the ancient Phoenix clan to produce a talent that was able to enter the top 1,000 or even potentially top 500 rankings of the first martial meeting. If Lin Ming were to lose because of some accident, that would truly be an injustice. As everyone was shouting, the twin hosts suddenly cried out. They looked towards the 8th level of the Divine Seal altar and nearly choked on their own words. They had just warned everyone to be careful, but on the Divine Seal altar's 8th step, Nether Limitless had actually put away his katana as he faced his spirit body opponent. Nether Limitless actually put away his weapon. Is he planning on fighting the enemy unarmed? The twin host's words immediately attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked towards the 8th level to see Nether Limitless standing there, facing a tall and sturdy fellow that used a sledgehammer. This majestic spirit body gave off an extremely strong pressure. What a tall and burly fellow. It's simply like a mountain of meat. Is Nether Limitless planning on dealing with the fellow without any weapons? Lin Ming didn't use his weapon on the 6th step, and Nether Limitless doesn't need to on the 8th step. These geniuses are truly arrogant. How can you even compare them? Nether Limitless was ranked 15th on the Divine Seal Decree, and he's now the fastest one to climb out of these 300,000 people. Don't try to equate Nether Limitless to those that ranked in the hundreds or thousands. Out of everyone here, besides Nether Limitless, only Fong and Bloodless Sword have managed to enter the top 100 rankings of the Divine Seal Decree. Within the audience, disciples of Demon Dawn Great World began to speak with contempt thick in their voices. The Divine Realm First Martial Meeting semifinals were separated into 30 locations. On average, each location had 3 participants that were in the top 100 rankings of the Divine Seal Decree. As everyone was discussing, Nether Limitless had already begun fighting with that tall sledgehammer fellow. With a great roar, the tall sledgehammer spirit body brought the hammer crashing straight down. Nether Limitless simply sneered. His figure turned into a series of afterimages as he instantly arrived in front of the tall spirit body, directly facing the massive hammer that came smashing down. If this giant weight were to crash down, then the explosive force would even cause a mountain to collapse. Everyone in the audience cried out in alarm. But Nether Limitless didn't have any expression at all. He simply thrust his palm out. This palm seemed slow and without any strength, but it instantly passed through space, passing through that big fellow's giant hammer and striking its chest. In that moment, time seemed to come to a standstill. That tall and burly fellow suddenly stiffened. The giant hammer in its hands came to a complete stop in midair, seeming to violate the laws of physics. Then, an unbelievable sight occurred. With a crackling sound, cracks began to appear through the big fellow's body as if he were a glass sculpture. Then, the spirit body suddenly shattered, exploding to pieces. Heavens! What sort of technique is this? That formidable big fellow had suddenly shattered to pieces. This was a truly inconceivable attack. This is the ice laws, space laws, time laws, and concept of vibration, an attack with 3 laws and a concept combined together. That is simply unbelievable. To fuse so many concepts and laws together is far too amazing. Nether Limitless is indeed an extreme genius of his era. For an ordinary martial artist, fusing 2 laws together is extraordinary. Laws and concepts were simply a generalization that everyone used. There wasn't a true difference between them. But, if there was a difference, then that would be that laws encompassed a great domain while concepts were more concrete and specific. For instance, burning heat was the first-level concept of the fire laws. But all 9-level concepts of fire could simply be referred to as the fire laws. Nether Limitless. Nether Limitless. After Nether Limitless won, all of the disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands began to crazily shout out. On the 8th step, without using a weapon and only using a single palm strike that fused together 4 different concepts and laws, this technique was enough to shock the audience. Too strong. Haha. Our senior apprentice brother Nether is first. On the first several steps, the spirit bodies were too weak, so they were all instantly killed without seeing a difference. But now those differences are obvious. That's right, at the 8th level and above, everyone that can still instantly kill their opponents are all extreme characters. For the first several steps, even those nobody martial artists could instantly kill the spirit bodies. They simply aren't any good at all. Not wrong. Who cares if that Lin Ming doesn't need to use a weapon? If he really was capable, then he would instantly kill those spirit bodies even without weapons. Nobody can compete with our senior apprentice brother Nether. The disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands were all bursting with pride. Their holy lands originally came from the First Order world, the Demon Dawn Great World. Now, whether it was in strength or speed, they were number one. Motherfucker. How could he be so fierce? Violent Stone's eyes bugged out. He couldn't help but acknowledge that this Nether Limitless was simply too abnormal. As Violent Stone and the numerous other people in the audience were shocked by Nether Limitless' performance, deep within the Divine Seal Altar's inner world, the artifact spirit actually didn't even spare him a glance. A technique of this level simply wasn't able to arouse the artifact spirit's interest. The artifact spirit still watched Lin Ming as before, saying, "Little kid, you'll soon reach the 7th step. At the 7th step, this old man will test you once more. Don't be worried, ha ha ha." All the way forwards, Nether Limitless was still in the lead as before, his momentum nearly unstoppable. Close behind Nether Limitless was Bloodless Sword. Bloodless Sword also easily defeated his opponent on the 8th level, but he had to use his weapon unlike Nether Limitless. For some contestants that didn't use weapons, they didn't care much for Bloodless Sword, so they didn't follow him in this. With a sword cutting down a spirit body, Bloodless Sword continued his climb to the 9th floor. Haha! Elder Senior Apprentice Brother is very steady. As a swordsman, there's no point in not using your sword. Right, there's no point at all. In truth, Elder Senior Apprentice Brother doesn't even need to use his sword because he has already reached the Sword of the Heart boundary. In his hands, there is no difference whether he is wielding a sword or not. In the audience, Fairy Feng heard the cheers of everyone around her and the hosts casting the situation on the altar. She shook her head and said, "Lin Ming likely didn't use his weapon because he simply didn't think it was necessary. I never imagined that such a little thing like this would cause such comparisons." Violent Stone said, "It's not strange. In this semifinal, the geniuses that climb the Divine Seal Altar aren't competing in just speed but also how calmly they can cut down the spirit bodies. Many people are becoming famous because of this. Those martial artists that have a shallow background hope to become famous so that they can be taken in by some great influence. As for those martial artists with a great background and who also come from a great influence, they hope to become famous in order to bring glory to their holy lands and possibly even garner the attention of an Empyrean. When an Empyrean chose a descendant, their pool of candidates was every single genius of every great influence in the divine realm. The first martial meetings of the past had all been good places for an Empyrean to choose their descendant. An Empyrean could live for nearly 100 million years. Even so, most would receive several hundred descendants or even less than a 100. Of these people, the weakest amongst them were ordinary world kings. Rather, it would be more accurate to say that these ordinary world king descendants were Empyrean descendants that had exhausted all of their potential before growing up. As for those who were able to develop, they were able to become great world kings or even half-step Empyreans. There were even those select few that could grow into new Empyreans. With this, if a disciple of a great world king Holy Land was chosen by an Empyrean, that would absolutely be the greatest honor of all. That great world king Holy Land disciple, if they were to receive such an honor, would invite all the guests they knew and hold a grand feast filled with heroes, a great celebration that would continue for several days. This sort of feeling was the same as the mortal world where the daughter of a wealthy family would be married into the imperial palace as a royal concubine. Although the family wouldn't have many more opportunities to see their daughter again, that daughter would still grow up and live a good life in the palace, and would also be able to bring a great advantage to her family. The relationship between a Holy Land and an Empyrean Heaven Palace was similar to this. Now, Nether Limitless and Bloodless Sword wanted to use this first martial meeting to their advantage. Their ultimate goal was to become an Empyrean descendant. And the one presiding over these semifinals was also the direct disciple of an Empyrean. If their performance was exceptional, they might be noticed by an Empyrean. They weren't afraid of showing off, only that they wouldn't show off enough. "I must reach the top. That is my only goal." Xiao Daochild said that the chances of us reaching the summit are slim, but I must do it so that everyone can see me. Nether Limitless blood boiled over. After another quarter hour, he defeated the spirit body of the 9th step. In defeating his opponent, he didn't use a weapon as before. Facing the spirit bodies of the 9th step or even the spirit bodies of higher steps, There really wasn't a difference to Nether Limitless in how difficult it was. And at this time, Lin Ming was now facing his opponent on the 7th step. His opponent was a white-clothed woman with long hair. Her facial features were blurred. These simulation spirit bodies all had different appearances, techniques, and cultivation methods. Lin Ming guessed that the different spirit bodies formed by the array formations on the Divine Seal altar were similar to the ancient Phoenix clan's own illusionary god combat array. That was, they were able to use array formations to record a martial artist's specific techniques and styles, and use this data to recreate a simulation spirit body. These simulated spirit bodies were nearly the same as the real person. Whatever weaknesses the real person had, these spirit bodies would also have. The weapon that this woman used was a soft sword. With just a glance, Lin Ming was able to feel the special characteristics of her true essence fluctuations, her use of weapons, her steps, and with this information he was able to guess that she was a martial artist that excelled in speed. If he could suppress her in the aspect she excelled in the most, then he could instantly defeat her. Chasing Thunder. Lin Ming's vision sharpened as he immediately opened Mystic Lightning Shade. His feet stepped on golden rock shattering the void and he attacked with his fastest move. Chasing Thunder. Show! A brilliant electric purple light shot out, cutting through the air and directly striking the white-clothed woman. She was fast, but her speed was still far from being able to compare with Lin Ming. Chi. An electric light flashed out. But, at this time, something that left Lin Ming extremely surprised took place. The attack he sent out was one that even an ordinary divine transformation realm powerhouse wouldn't be able to withstand. But, this white-clothed woman was actually completely uninjured. Her protective true essence was totally immune to Lin Ming's thunder laws. She's becoming stronger instead? She can absorb the power of my thunder laws for herself and convert it to her own strength? How is that even possible? Lin Ming was so startled that he was left speechless. This woman's protective true essence was able to absorb his own thunder attack and transform his strength into her own. This sort of ability was only possessed by certain ancient vicious beasts and god beasts. There were some ancient vicious beasts that had achieved a certain degree in their compatibility with the laws and were completely immune to certain law-based attacks. For instance, there was the mythical thunder dragon. If one were to use thunder-based attacks against one, then that was the same as delivering a nourishing tonic to it. The only method to overcome this was if one's own power of thunder had reached a boundary where it was able to disregard the laws of the world. For instance, Empyrean thunder punishment was this sort of top powerhouse. Those beings that had this ability were either god beasts or existences close to god beasts. Lin Ming had never heard of a human that possessed this type of ability. Lin Ming had the heretical god force, which was itself a transcendent divine might. Even so, it could only absorb the power of thunder and fire that didn't surpass his own boundary. If a thunder or fire attack that far surpassed Lin Ming's limits were to strike him, it would still severely wound him. How strange! Why would this sort of opponent appear at only the 7th level? Lin Ming was puzzled, but he didn't pause in his movements. If the power of thunder didn't work, he would switch to flames. Chasing Sun shot out, smashing into the white-clothed woman. Then, something even more unbelievable occurred. This white-clothed woman was also immune to fire-based attacks. She's immune to the fire laws? Immunity to thunder, immunity to fire. It's as if this opponent was specifically targeted at me. Lin Ming thought something was strange. Starting from the 6th level, something unusual had been occurring. The opponents he faced were clearly far more formidable than the others. Did I hit the jackpot? Did I accidentally stumble into some hidden difficulty level? Or are there people purposefully trying to play tricks on me? But that doesn't make sense. I have no idea what enemy I might have made that would be going against me here. Out of all the enemies Lin Ming had provoked, the strongest ones were the 3 prodigies of Sacred Martial Mansion, Zhong Wenshu, and Wu Final Cloud. However, they were all from World King and Great World King level Holy Lands, so it was impossible for them to affect the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting. If thunder and fire don't work, then I will defeat you with absolute strength. Lin Ming couldn't bother with getting to the bottom of what was happening right now. He directly took out the Phoenix Blood Spear and opened the first 4 of the 8 inner hidden gates. The power of the Gate of Pain erupted, multiplying Lin Ming's striking power by several times. A spear thrust out, the speed reaching the limit. The power of 8 to 9 million genes of strength blew up. With a loud, explosive sound, the white-clothed woman exploded into countless motes of light. He really is a dual body and energy cultivator. Within the inner world of the Divine Seal altar, the gray-clothed man's eyebrows shot up. He was the one deliberately causing trouble for Lin Ming in order to probe his strength by forcing him to use new moves. He dual cultivates in body and energy, and his body transformation technique has already opened the 4th gate. The Gate of Pain. Those geniuses that choose to walk the paths of dual body and energy cultivation have nearly disappeared. Among the Empyreans, nearly none of them do this. There are only some geniuses of small sects that are too full of themselves who believe they can walk down the road of dual body and energy cultivation. That young kid vast universe is resolutely opposed to dual cultivating body and energy. After all, not everyone can be like Empyrean Primordius and experience such heaven-shaking lucky chances. And without those lucky chances and under the current restrictions of the heavenly Tao laws, the 9 stars of the Tao Palace become a demonic curse that can never be broken through. In truth, disregarding the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, barely anyone in this universe can hope to break past the life and death threshold of the 8 inner hidden gates. The old man traced his beard. The road of martial artists was broad and profound. By just walking down one cultivation system to the limit, one could become an Empyrean. But out of a trillion lives, how many people were able to become an Empyrean? If one couldn't even bring one cultivation system to the limit and yet tried to split their attention with another, that was simply far too ambitious. Not just that, but the body transformation technique system was currently prohibited by the heavenly Tao laws. The gray-clothed man also didn't believe in dual cultivating body and energy. This boy actually chose to dual cultivate body and energy. Is it because he is overconfident in himself, or is it because his master is an idiot? Or perhaps he has some other cards in hand? His skeletal age is just over 30 years. With his essence gathering system cultivation at this level, his body transformation technique has at most 4 gates opened. That's also quite good. If he continues on this road, then I suspect it will harm him. In the next step, I must take a good look at how he fares in other aspects. The gray-clothed old man thought out loud. He didn't have much faith in Lin Ming's body transformation technique. Something seems strange with senior apprentice brother Lin. In the last 2 steps, he won with some difficulty. He even had to bring out his weapon on the 7th step. And in the future, the further he goes up, the harder his opponents will be. He's in a bit of danger. From the ancient Phoenix clan as well as from the Crimson Light world, there were many people that were worried for Lin Ming. Just how strong was the Divine Seal altar's artifact spirit? If it did something, there were very few people that could see through it. Humph, what are you worried about? Senior apprentice brother Lin clearly hasn't shown his true abilities. He's clearly saving his strength for the future. The truly magnificent battles are still coming up. Not just that, but there are 300 people that can pass these semifinals. If Lin Ming can be in the top 300, then he'll be fine. It's his win as long as he can attend the finals. As this disciple spoke, he seemed to lose confidence in his own words. Although their words and tone didn't admit defeat, the truth was that if things continued like this, then even they couldn't tell just how Lin Ming's final results would be. As for the twin girl hosts at the base of the Divine Seal altar, they no longer spoke about Lin Ming. They only paid attention to the powerhouses at the top, shifting their attention to the several martial artists in the first group. They were currently the most dazzling characters in the semifinals. The battle between Nether Limitless and Bloodless Sword was the focus of attention for nearly everyone in the audience. Like this, the over 200,000 participants continued their struggle climbing upwards. 10th step, 11th step, 12th step, 13th step, 14th step. Every step was harder than the last. More and more participants were eliminated. Nether Limitless already reached the 20th step. Once he ascended another step, then he would no longer be fighting spirit bodies. He would have to defeat other participants. On the first 21 steps of the Divine Seal altar, one would fight simulation spirit bodies produced by array formations. Starting from the 22nd step and upwards, one would no longer fight simulation spirit bodies but would have to fight and defeat other participants on the same step. This produced another problem. That was that the first group, which was in the lead, was stronger overall. Thus the opponents they faced were also more powerful. Thus, if they wished to maintain their status of being in the vanguard, they would have to pay a certain price. If they were too weak, they would be defeated and their ranking here would drop. A participant was only able to lose 5 times before they were eliminated. They naturally didn't wish to waste these chances. As some people realized this, they began to slow down their pace. If they instantly rushed to the 22nd step and had to directly face Nether Limitless, then that truly wouldn't be fun. In fact, only a very small minority of people were able to climb up to the 22nd step. After such a long time with people continually being eliminated, out of the original 300,000 participants, there was not even 100,000 left. But, out of these remaining participants, the overwhelming majority would find it impossible to reach the 22nd step. They would be eliminated before then. There was no doubt that if one could not reach the 22nd step, then they would not pass the semifinals. The sun fell down over the horizon and the curtain of night rose high up into the skies. The semifinals had now been going on for 2 days. 2 days, 48 hours. This time period was an extremely great test on every participant's mental state, physical strength, and endurance. A massive number of participants weren't able to withstand the Empyrean pressure, or they weren't able to defeat the spirit bodies, or they might have even exhausted themselves. But no matter what, if any of these happened, the participant was eliminated. The disparity grew despairingly large. The 100,000-plus participants were like ants crawling up a hill, sparsely distributed all over 2 sides of the Divine Seal altar. As some people were still struggling to reach the 11th step, Nether Limitless had already defeated the spirit body of the 21st step and was beginning to climb to the 22nd level. Nether Limitless had defeated all spirit bodies of the first 21 steps with relative ease. No one was surprised by these results. This entire way he had killed all the spirit bodies with unstoppable momentum. The disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands became increasingly wild and crazy as they shouted out Nether Limitless' name. The entire arena seemed to echo with the name of Nether Limitless. And on the Ancient Phoenix clan's side, the disciples were relatively muted. The Ancient Phoenix clan wasn't in too good of a situation. The Ancient Phoenix clan, with Lin Ming included, had a total of 4 disciples entering the semifinals. The weakest of them had already been eliminated. Xiao Ping's situation wasn't looking too good. Whether he could reach the 22nd step was questionable. As for those that would likely reach the 22nd step, they were Lin Ming and Yen Little Moon. But the truly brutal part of this competition would finally begin upon stepping onto the 22nd step, because at that time, they would have to duel and defeat other participants. That was the true test of strength. From the 21st step to the 22nd step, Nether Limitless climbing speed wasn't slow. Without accident, he was the first one to reach the 22nd step. After mounting the 22nd step, Nether Limitless stood proudly on the flat plains, waiting for other participants to reach him. He held his katana as he stood against the wind, the aura of a ruler wreathing him. In that moment, because of Nether Limitless' existence, many of the other martial artists felt a great pressure on them. They faintly didn't dare to climb up, because climbing up to the 22nd step was the same as facing Nether Limitless. Nether Limitless has already stepped upon the 22nd step. He alone is deterring all other participants. Someone else has climbed up. That is Bloodless Sword. The twin hosts loudly shouted. Because the current position of the competition was too high up on the Divine Seal altar, they had ridden a spirit boat up so that the entire audience could clearly see them. Bloodless Sword was only a bit behind Nether Limitless. After Nether Limitless reached the 22nd step, Bloodless Sword was right behind him. The two stood 1,000 feet apart, in sharp contrast to each other, neither of them willing to give an inch. The entire audience felt their breath catch in their throats. Would it be a battle between kings at the very start? This was simply too amazing. However, after some time passed, the two still didn't fight. They simply stood there, waiting. It seems they aren't planning on fighting so early. The two of them aren't idiots. Even if Nether Limitless can defeat Bloodless Sword, he will have to pay a great price to do so. It will affect how far he can go afterwards. Yes, the 22nd step should not be the stage of their battle. It was clear that Nether Limitless and Bloodless Sword took each other as strong rivals in these semifinals. If the two fought, it would have to be at the 30th step or above. Thus, a third person finally reached the 22nd step. This person was a purple-clothed swordsman. His nickname was Purple Blade. He was ranked in the top 300 of the Divine Seal Decree and also first on his own great world. To be able to be the third to climb to the Divine Seal Altar's 22nd step, that was enough to prove his strength. With Purple Blade's arrival, Bloodless Sword and Nether Limitless still remained unmoving. They continued to wait. Slowly, over time, the others gained courage and more people climbed up to the 22nd step. However, there was a 1,000-foot null zone around Bloodless Sword and Nether Limitless that no one dared to stand in, lest they find themselves targeted as opponents. In this way, 6 hours passed. Several thousand participants had already reached the 22nd level. Still, no one fought. All of the powerhouses stopped here, seeming to unanimously agree to restore their strength on the 22nd level. They waited for more people and weaker people to climb up. The 22nd level was where the strong would hunt the weak. And at this time, Lin Ming also climbed towards the 22nd step. Mixed within the martial artists here, no one would notice him. The truth was that starting from the 10th step, Lin Ming was able to confirm that someone was targeting him. However, this mysterious existence didn't push things too far. These spirit bodies always excelled in some area and were able to create a bit of trouble for him. However, truly slaying these spirit bodies didn't consume too much of Lin Ming's strength. Generally speaking, these weren't deliberate obstacles but rather probing moves. To probe his bottom line. To probe his talent. This caused Lin Ming to be increasingly confused. Just what great expert would target him here? From the start until now, his performance had been only satisfactory at best. Whoever this mysterious figure was, they should have been watching Nether Limitless instead. Lin Ming's pace was steady, neither fast nor slow. He finally stepped onto the 22nd step with the third group. There are quite a number of people here. As Lin Ming climbed up to the 22nd step, he hadn't been able to see what was happening on the step itself. But now that he looked around, he saw around 400 to 500 people. Casually choosing any of them, one could see they were peak powerhouses. Many of them were near the same level as Wu Final Cloud. There were truly countless masters all around. Those that could climb up to the 22nd step were extreme elites that could close their eyes and become Holy Lord level characters in the future. These people had carefully chosen where they would stand. Basically, nearly no one stood around those that felt strong in fear of bringing disaster upon themselves. As for those that felt weak, there were many people crowded near them. Everyone was thinking of pinching these weak, persimmon-like people to pieces. When Lin Ming stood on the 22nd step, 3 people calmly and quietly walked towards him, discreetly surrounding him. Among them, a tall martial artist shaped like a bamboo pole smiled at Lin Ming. However, his smile harbored ill intent. They judged whether or not someone was weak with 2 criteria. First was how they felt about this person, and second was how long it took them to climb up to the 22nd level. The later one climbed up, the weaker one was assumed to be. Although this type of judgment wasn't necessarily accurate, it was still better than randomly guessing. After all, nearly all the martial artists present had extremely solid foundations and the law fluctuations around them were vivid. Moreover, many of these people were hiding their aura, so it was difficult for others to judge them based on that alone. Brother Long, Brother Fei, it's quite rare for a little early divine sea brat to appear here. How about you let me handle him? The thin martial artist who was smiling at Lin Ming said to the other 2 people around him with a true essence sound transmission. Even if he's at the early divine sea, he might not be weak. I certainly understand this, but in equal conditions, Wouldn't it always be easier to deal with someone with a low cultivation than a higher cultivation? Brother Long, Brother Fei, you're both so strong and this little brother here is so weak. Now that there is actually an opponent who showed up that climbed so slowly and also has a low cultivation, won't you look after this little brother of yours? In order for the thin martial artist to be the one to challenge Lin Ming, he flattered again and again. He simply didn't know who Lin Ming was. Although the twin hosts had introduced Lin Ming, the participants had all been busy crawling up the Divine Seal altar at the time. Although they heard of him, they didn't have an image of him in mind. Even Nether Limitless and Bloodless Sword didn't know who Lin Ming was. Senior apprentice Brother Lin is being targeted. The ancient Phoenix clan's disciples were all watching Lin Ming. Currently, Lin Ming was the only person of the ancient Phoenix clan who had reached the 22nd step. As for Yen Little Moon and Xiao Ping, they were still hard at work climbing up the 20th step. Humph! They actually think that our senior apprentice Brother Lin is easy to bully. I wonder just how strong he is. Of the participants that were able to reach the 22nd step, none of them could be underestimated. These people think I'm some fat sheep or something. Lin Ming faintly smiled. My climbing is relatively slow and my cultivation is also at the early Divine Sea. It's not strange that I'm being targeted. My cultivation is the lowest of the participants here. This is also good. I was worried that I would have to spend some time looking for an opponent, but now someone delivered themselves straight to me. Lin Ming grinned. As the thin martial artist saw Lin Ming's happy expression, he frowned. Why was this boy smiling? Just as he was thinking this, the sound of exploding energy erupted from the far-off distance, following by a pitiful scream. Some people had already begun fighting. The first one to attack was Nether Limitless. Using the space laws, Nether Limitless instantly crossed 100,000 feet, actually arriving right in front of the person furthest from him. With his personality, he instead decided to fight the one furthest from him. That person was immediately frightened out of his mind. Just as that person was about to raise his weapon, Nether Limitless katana had already cut out, slashing through his protective true essence. Pong! That person's protective true essence shattered, and he was sent flying backwards, vomiting blood. Nether Limitless had kept his hand. This was the real world, and those that died would not revive somewhere else. However, the rules of this grand competition forbid intentional murder. The martial artist who was struck backwards was wrapped up in a layer of purple energy before he even landed. This purple energy rapidly healed the martial artist's wounds. At the same time, it also brought him hurtling downwards to the 21st level. If one lost, they would have to fall down one step. Nether Limitless' attack had become a signal. At this time, a massive number of participants struck out with their attacks. The battle had begun. Let the battles begin. War has broken out. The two twin hosts spiritedly shouted. At that moment, most of the participants on the 22nd step began to battle each other. Even though they were all participants that had reached the 22nd step, the disparity in strength between them was enormous. The strong would only need several breaths of time to kill the weak. And from the very start, the powerhouses had already chosen their targets. As soon as the battle began, they rushed towards their chosen opponents. This was basically a battlefield where the strong slaughtered the weak. Of course, there were some people that misjudged the strength of others. Once they made this fatal mistake, they might find victory difficult or even have kicked a wall and be defeated instead. Although one was strong, with some bad luck, they might encounter someone stronger. They could only embrace their own defeat. The accuracy of one's eyesight was also another important standard that dictated whether or not one would be able to pass the 22nd step. If one had poor eyesight, it was impossible to blame others. Once the battle began, all of the martial artists in the arena were roused to the extreme. There was no need to mention martial artists who had fellow disciples of the same sect competing on the Divine Seal altar. They went all out in shouting. As for those martial artists that didn't have any fellow disciples competing or their fellow disciples had already been eliminated, they still shouted as loudly as they could, cheering for the martial artists that originated from their great world. In short, with these billions of people present and watching these 100,000+ geniuses compete, A wild and manic atmosphere spread through the crowd, turning everyone crazy. For a martial artist that walked down the road of martial arts, they had to encounter all sorts of dangers, slaughtering, arduous and high-intensity training, risking their lives, playing the games of intrigue and betrayal. Every martial artist lived under a tremendous pressure. They needed a way to vent. Senior apprentice Brother Dragon 1, you can do it. Of the 4 great god-beast clans, besides Lin Ming, only Dragon 1 had reached the 22nd step to become one of the 4000 to 5000 martial artists there. To be ranked 4000 to 5000 out of the participants of 1000 Great Worlds was already an extremely impressive result. Senior apprentice Brother Lin is being targeted. Senior apprentice Brother Lin, be careful. The disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan were completely focused on Lin Ming. At this time, on the 22nd step of the Divine Seal altar, the thin martial artist grasped a long staff as he walked towards Lin Ming. The 22nd step included participants of varying levels. It was possible to bump into some powerful genius. Qin Xingxuan clenched her fists together. Mu Qianyu held onto her hands. She could also feel the nervousness coming from Qin Xingxuan. This was a battle in the real world. It was possible that one could be severely wounded. Explosions of energy, horrified screams, whistling winds, muffled sounds, violent shockwaves. All sorts of brutal battle scenes were occurring all over. At the same time, the thin martial artist pointed his staff at Lin Ming's head, challenge in his eyes. Brat, I must say I'm sorry. This is a battlefield where the strong prey on the weak. Weaklings like you are doomed to be stepping stones for masters like me. Because of the rules, I'll be a bit gentler. For you to fall underneath my hands is also your good luck. At the very least, I won't severely injure you to the point where it affects your next match. The thin martial artist chuckled. Then he flourished the staff in his hands, his killing intent locked onto Lin Ming. In that instant, he was like a spider hunting an insect caught in his web. Lin Ming smiled. The one that should be sorry is me. But you're quite lucky that I am your opponent. I also know how things are. I'll be gentle with you. Brat, you are courting death. The thin martial artist's eyes widened. An early divine sea boy actually dared to be so arrogant in front of him. I've changed my mind. In this battle I will break all your bones. The thin martial artist shouted out loud and smashed his staff at Lin Ming. His speed was quick. As his staff came pounding down, it contained the solemn weight of the earth laws. This staff strike was like a falling mountain. Not only was it terrifyingly powerful, but it was nearly impossible to dodge. All of those that could step onto the 22nd step were top 50 ranked characters of their great world. They were chosen prides of heaven that were coddled since birth. Their moves were naturally unordinary. Even if the thin martial artist judged himself superior to Lin Ming, he still put his full strength behind this attack. On the 22nd step, there was no truly weak individual, only those that were relatively weaker. If one underestimated their enemy, they would truly suffer a miserable loss. Within Lin Ming's pupils, each and every movement of the thin martial artist was clearly reflected. Earth laws for level concepts, moreover he has fused them perfectly together. This is the same as before I comprehended the 5th level concept of thunder and fire. Lin Ming could instantly see through the strength of this thin martial artist. Since I'm facing other participants now and not simulation spirit bodies, there shouldn't be any other tricks played on me. Lin Ming languidly brought up the Phoenix Blood Spear and swept it out. He only used the fire laws, with the first 4 level concepts fused together. Blue Lotus Flame Dance. Hoo hoo hoo. Flames burned. As Lin Ming thrust out his spear, a blue lotus bloomed atop it. Lin Ming's spear was extremely fast. The brown true essence that the thin martial artist sent out was instantly seared away. All he saw was a beautiful blue lotus appear in front of him before a wave of blue flames rushed towards him. What? The thin martial artist was shocked. He suddenly realized that his opponent was far more formidable than he had guessed. Is there a mistake here? An early divine sea martial artist I casually found is actually so strong. His striking power actually surpasses my own. The thin man drew backwards. At the same time, a thick brown-colored barrier appeared around him. Earth Protection Shield. The Earth laws were weak in attacking but excelled in defense. The thin martial artist had absolute confidence in his own Earth Protection Shield. What shit luck! I was completely mistaken and actually ran into a master of the fire laws. I can only defensively counterattack and try some roundabout tactics. I must withstand the first several waves of his attacks and look for a chance to defeat him. If I don't save as much energy as possible, then I'll be in danger once I reach the 24th or 25th step. The thin martial artist's thoughts raced. As a martial artist skilled in the earth laws, defensively counterattacking was the field he excelled in the most. However, just as Lin Ming's blue flames enveloped the thin martial artist's earth protection shield, an unbelievable scene occurred. The fire true essence was pervasive, digging through every single weakness it could find. Moreover, it also contained the attribute of endlessness, causing the thin martial artist's earth protection shield to rapidly disintegrate. At this speed, the earth protection shield would be completely burnt through in just several breaths of time. How is this possible? He clearly only understands the 4th level concept of the fire laws. So how can he burn through my shield? The thin martial artist didn't even have the time to ponder this. At this time, Lin Ming stepped forwards and appeared right in front of him. 8 inner hidden gates, 4 gates open. The power of several million genes erupted. Lin Ming's spear came smashing down onto that brown barrier. Kacha! It was like a several million gene heavy hammer crashed into a bronze bell. With a terrifying eruption, cracks began appearing in the thin martial artist's earth protection shield. Crack? It cracked? The thin martial artist originally thought that his shield would be able to persist for several more breaths of time, giving him some time to change his methods. But the shield had already completely collapsed. Lin Ming took advantage of this opportunity and brought the Phoenix Blood Spear pounding down on the thin martial artist. The thin martial artist was frightened to the point that his soul nearly evaporated. He wanted to take out a magic tool from his spatial ring, but he no longer had enough time. The Phoenix Blood Spear heavily crashed onto the thin martial artist's protective true essence. If even his earth protection shield couldn't block this attack, then his protective true essence would be even more useless. With a loud explosive sound, the thin martial artist stuffily humphed as he was sent soaring backwards while coughing out a mouthful of blood. And in his right hand he had just taken out a golden shield. This golden shield was half the height of a human and shining with a dazzling light. It was a low-grade spirit artifact. However, there was no time to use it. Lin Ming's attack had been too fast and too fierce, bringing with it an unstoppable momentum. The thin martial artist simply didn't have enough time to defend against it. By the time he brought out his shield, he had been sent flying back. Fuck this? Aren't you too strong? The thin martial artist opened his mouth to speak, but all that came out was gurgled blood. And at this time, a purple energy wrapped around him. As this purple energy healed his wounds, it also brought him back down to the 21st step. This meant that he would have to climb up to the 22nd step again. If he climbed up once more, it would consume even more of his strength. Senior apprentice Brother Lin won. So fierce. He won so easily. Seeing Lin Ming win so easily, the disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan were left in a bit of a daze. They originally thought that even if Lin Ming won, he would still take some time to do so. Too amazing. He hasn't met those abnormal freaks yet. That staff-wielding martial artist looks like a frail stick. How could he ever compare with our senior apprentice Brother Lin? Senior apprentice Brother Lin is awesome. Too fierce. The disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan were all overjoyed. They naturally didn't think that they would be weaker than others. No one wanted to destroy their own hopes and ambitions, because their power was correlated with their own faith. Even if they had such thoughts, they would never voice them out loud. Brother! Damn it! Not too far from Lin Ming, those 2 fellows that had surrounded Lin Ming with the thin fellow were glaring at him. They had clearly been his companions. One of them had already finished his battle. If he was able to finish his battle so quickly, he naturally wasn't one of the weaker participants. That martial artist stared at Lin Ming, fear flashing in his eyes. Lin Ming thought little of it. If this fellow wanted to fight, then he would welcome it, but it seemed that he lacked the courage to do so. That person finally didn't say anything more. He instead began climbing up to the 23rd step. At this time, on the 22nd step, there were still many others ferociously fighting. In a one-on-one battle, no one was allowed to interfere. Many of the people fighting didn't have too great of a strength disparity with their opponents. If they fought like this, it was extremely taxing. Even if they won, they would have to consume an immense amount of strength. They would have to stay on the 22nd step for some time to restore themselves. The truth was that the competition taking place on the Divine Seal altar did not forbid the use of recovery pills. But the medicinal efficacy contained within recovery pills was not completely consistent with a martial artist's own true essence. Using 3 or 4 was fine, but if one used too many, then that would cause their true essence to become impure and also affect their combat strength. Many people were like Lin Ming and ended their battles early. They leapt onto the cliff and began to climb to the 23rd step. The further they went, the stronger their opponents would be. Lin Ming leapt. His body flew up like a bird, crossing hundreds of feet at a time. On the 23rd level, the pressure increased once more. But those people that were able to conclude their battles early were masters amongst masters. Even in the face of this pressure, the speed at which they climbed was still fast. As Lin Ming started to climb up to the 23rd step, the ancient Dragon Clan's Dragon 1 was defeated. The one who defeated Dragon 1 was a small and ordinary young man with nothing special about him. But in front of him, Dragon 1 still suffered a miserable loss. It could only be said that there were far too many masters in the semifinals. With Dragon 1 sent back to the 21st step, the result was that he had fallen behind Yen Little Moon. The Dragon Clan's Dragon 1 was defeated, Fairy Feng said from beside Hua Violent Stone. I saw, Hua Violent Stone said. He nonchalantly turned his head to look at the person responsible for the ancient Dragon Clan disciples here, Laughing Dragon. At this time, Laughing Dragon couldn't laugh at all. As for Hua Violent Stone, he didn't gloat over this, and he definitely didn't let Lin Ming's success go to his head. This was because the intensity of the semifinals was far higher than the preliminaries. The difficult stages were still to come. There was no way for Hua Violent Stone to feel relaxed. As Laughing Dragon felt Hua Violent Stone's gaze on him, he said, Old Hua, it looks like the 4 God Beast clans only have your ancient Phoenix clan's Lin Ming remaining. It seems Dragon 1 will at most be able to climb to the 23rd or 24th step before he is defeated. It's impossible for him to go any further. As for your Yen Little Moon, she's in the same position. Dragon 2, Dragon 3, Xiaoping, and also the disciples of the Kirin clan and Rock clan will be much worse. None of them should be able to pass these semifinals. To pass the semifinals was the same as entering the top 10,000 ranks of the Divine Realm. This was truly far too difficult a task for Dragon 1, Yen Little Moon, and the others. Lin Ming will definitely enter the finals, Hua Violent Stone confidently said. Haha, I hope so, although I have to admit that I'm feeling a bit sour over this. I still hope that the 4 God Beast clans will do well. The 4 God Beast clans competed and plotted against each other in peaceful times. But when facing a mutual enemy, they still banded together to protect their interests. No matter which clan it was a wonderful occasion to produce a strong powerhouse. Of course, having this powerhouse appear in their own clan was always the best. Hua Violent Stone didn't say anything else. Instead, he looked towards the Divine Seal altar and Lin Ming. His normally loud and boisterous manner was completely restrained and his expression was a bit solemn. In these semifinals, one step could lead to life and one step could lead to death. This was because the disparity in strength of the martial artists could be extremely great. In this competition, if someone were to easily defeat someone on one step, they could themselves be easily defeated on the next step. Thus, each fight was not easy at all. And at this time, more and more martial artists climbed up to the 23rd step. This was the same situation as before. The martial artists that climbed to the 23rd step waited for some more martial artists to ascend. Those martial artists that first mounted the 23rd step had a great advantage over the others. This was because they were able to meditate on the divine seal altar, eliminating the pill impurities within their bodies as they restored themselves to a better combat state. Soon, 3,000 people gathered on the 23rd step. At this time, it was no longer nether limitless signaling the start of the battle. Rather, anyone that decided on who they wanted to fight would instantly begin. Someone began running towards Lin Ming. This person was a tall and explosive young woman. Her steps were lithe and she was as dexterous as a cat. She had deep crimson-red hair, and her skin was not white like jade, but rather a healthy and sexual wheat color. She wore tight-fitting leather armor. It was unknown what vicious beast this leather came from. The beautiful patterns were naturally engraved into it. Although the vicious beast had died a long time ago, these patterns still emitted faint fluctuations of the laws. This was an indication that the vicious beast had been of a very high level. The tight leather armor was extremely short, revealing her smooth and flat belly and intoxicating navel. It also served to accentuate and bring out her tall and busted twin peaks. On the lower half of her body, she wore a very tight skirt that was made of similar leather. This tight skirt completely followed the curves of her round thighs. Her weapon was a sickle blade. The blade edge shined with a cold light, perfectly fusing together with the deadly and exaggerated curvature of the weapon. The young woman smiled as she looked at Lin Ming, bringing up the sickle blade in her hands. This woman, Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up. The feeling she gave off was that of a wild leopard. Beautiful, vigorous, and yet filled with an explosive force and exotic danger. This woman was far fiercer than the last martial artist he had faced. In the arena, the martial artists of the ancient Phoenix clan also noticed her. That woman seems a bit familiar, Palace Master Lianjin said from beside Hua Violent Stone. Hua Violent Stone was stunned for some time. Then, he ruefully smiled and said, "If I'm not wrong then she is the daughter of Crimson Strife Cloud, the current Crimson Dragon envoy of the Crimson Light Holy Lands. Her mother should be the daughter of our ancient Phoenix clan's last patriarch, the little princess that had a perfect ancient Phoenix bloodline. In the past, there were countless pursuers that chased after her, but in the end she was married off to Crimson Strife Cloud." As Hua Violent Stone spoke to hear, he deeply sighed. Once upon a time, he too had been one of the little princess suitors. In truth, although the ancient Phoenix clan had married the little princess off to Crimson Strife Cloud because of political reasons, it was by no means wronging or harming her. Crimson Strife Cloud had been an extraordinary character. With the little princess background, her beauty, her Phoenix bloodline, and her primordial Een, Crimson Strife Cloud would not have treated her coldly. Even so, Hua Violent Stone had always kept this matter in his heart. In his opinion, marrying someone off in exchange for benefits was the sorrow of the weak. No wonder. She really does look like her mother. It's just that her skin color and hair color are different. That coloring should have been inherited from her father. Lianjin nodded, his expression complex. He didn't think that one day, Lin Ming would battle the daughter of the ancient Phoenix clan's little princess. Not only is her coloring that of her father, but her disposition is also her father's. I can see none of her mother's virtuous grace and gentleness on her. The past Crimson Strife Cloud had bronze skin and a full head of red hair. His character was well known to all. And now, his daughter was also the same. "You're the one called Lin Ming? I know you," the red-haired woman said. She actually knew who Lin Ming was. "And you are?" Lin Ming was a bit startled. He wasn't like Nether Limitless, who had rushed straight up to the top 20 ranks of the Divine Seal Decree, causing everyone in the Divine Realm to know of him. Rather, he had finished the preliminaries ranked around 10,000 on the Divine Seal Decree. That shouldn't be a level where everyone would know of him. "My father is Crimson Strife Cloud. I heard father say that you defeated the spirit body he left behind in the ancient Phoenix clan's illusionary god combat array. Is that right?" Lin Ming froze for a moment. This was actually Crimson Strife Cloud's daughter. Wasn't this a bit too theatrical? He had defeated Crimson Strife Cloud, and now his daughter had appeared. From the sound of it, this woman had deliberately come here for him. He carefully looked at this young woman in front of him. He could feel the aura of the ancient Phoenix clan from her, and could also feel that she had the ancient Phoenix bloodline. Of course, her bloodline density was much lighter than Yen Littleman's. This was the shortcoming of transplanting the ancient Phoenix bloodline. As long as one continued reproducing down generations, the bloodline would become increasingly pale, slowly fading until it finally disappeared. Your mother is the ancient Phoenix clan's little princess? When Lin Ming was at Fire Spirit Star, he had also heard the stories. That's right, but my mother is a weak woman. Luckily, I am not like her. As the red-haired woman spoke, she stroked the edge of her sickle blade with a single finger before stretching out her tongue and licking the blade. This was an extremely wild and barbaric action, one filled with sex appeal. Lin Ming frowned. He didn't like listening to this woman's words, as if she were disparaging and looking down upon her own mother. You and I can be considered as having come from the same roots. Are you planning on being my enemy? In Lin Ming's opinion, if this red-haired woman dared to challenge him, she naturally had the confidence that she could win. Her goal was to use him as a stepping stone to reach the 24th step. For two geniuses who came from the same roots to step on each other to reach the next step, this was a bit too dramatic. The red-haired young woman laughed. Same roots? You wish. I come from the Crimson Light Holy Lands, a great world king-level influence. As for you, you are only from the ancient Phoenix clan, a mere ordinary Holy Land. How could you say we come from the same roots? The reason I will fight is not because I think highly of you, but because you managed to defeat the spirit body phantom that my father left behind within the illusionary god combat array during his youth. Although you defeated that phantom spirit body, the truth is that it was simply unable to reproduce the true strength of my father during his youth. Moreover, that matter leaves me very uncomfortable. Aren't you just a common martial artist? How could my father possibly lose to you? Thus, I must defeat you, the red-haired woman said, as if this was all a matter of course. Her words carried with them an arrogant tone. This was a natural feeling of superiority that one was born with. In fact, many people of Great World King Holy Lands looked down at those from ordinary Holy Lands. In particular, someone like Lin Ming was even more of a commoner than the rest. He was simply the weed amongst the grass. I see, Lin Ming said, thinking this whole situation a bit funny. To think that you can still smile, how interesting. It's as if you don't realize what sort of situation you're in. Soon, you won't be able to smile anymore. Before our battle begins, let me tell you something. My talent is the greatest of my father's 100 children, and I am far stronger than he was in his youth. Finally, let me tell you my name so that you may carve it down in your mind. My name is Crimson Wishjade. For Crimson Wishjade to encounter Lin Ming here, it couldn't be called a stroke of fate. Rather, for a peak influence like the Crimson Light Holy Lands, they naturally wouldn't allow their most outstanding disciples to miss out on the first martial meeting. Crimson Wishjade was originally born too early to enter the first martial meeting. However, she entered a time enchantment, and by adjusting the flow of time, she was able to pass several hundred years in just several years. If that's the case, then let me teach you a lesson on behalf of your mother. Lin Ming extracted the phoenix blood spear. He had always felt a trace of sympathy towards the little princess who was forced to marry into the Crimson Light Holy Lands because of her clan's politics. And now, the little princess daughter actually took the Crimson Light Holy Lands as her honor and the ancient Phoenix clan as her shame. This left him with a bad taste in his mouth. Teach me? Heh, it seems you want to die. Crimson Wishjade revealed a thick murderous intent. And in the audience, a tall middle-aged man with a full head of red hair was watching this battle. He was Crimson Strifecloud. Little Jade, you really are giving me a headache here. Your character will cause you to suffer a loss sooner or later. I already warned you that Lin Ming isn't simple at all, and I can't even tell how this battle will end up. I don't think that your chances of winning are even 50%, and yet you are actually so full of confidence. Crimson Strifecloud sighed. Currently, Lin Ming was countless times more powerful than he was in the past when he had rushed through the illusionary god combat array. However, Lin Ming's opponent was also powerful. In the past, the Crimson Strifecloud within the illusionary god combat array was only at the 8th stage of life destruction, but the current Crimson Wishjade was at the late Divine Sea realm. This was also the reason that she was so confident. If a late Divine Sea martial artist couldn't defeat an early Divine Sea martial artist, then that was truly shameful. Although you are only from an ordinary Holy Land background, I will fight you with everything I have from the start. I will carve into your heart the glory of the Crimson Light Holy Lands. I will defeat you with my greatest strength so that you can understand the disparity between us. As Crimson Wishjade spoke, red scales began to appear on her face. Her hair grew longer and even her body grew taller. Her long and slender legs filled with strength. Once this strength erupted, even a piece of divine iron that could forge a spirit artifact would be easily kicked in half. This is the Crimson Light family's unique bloodline, Scorching Blood, Hua Violent Stone grimly said from within the audience. In the divine realm, there were many families that had their own bloodline inheritances. The Scorching Blood bloodline, capable of making one's blood burn like fire. Although it was inferior to the ancient Phoenix bloodline in quality, it won in density. The Scorching Blood bloodline could be inherited even without reducing the density. Through screening over numerous generations, their bloodline became stronger. This was a seal carved into their very genetics that could not be changed. As for the ancient Phoenix clan, their Phoenix bloodline was only transplanted after birth. The degree of their hereditary transmission was much lower and the amount of Phoenix blood they could transplant was also lower, because high-quality Phoenix blood was simply far too precious. Who? Crimson Wishjade's body ignited with monstrous waves of flames. The Crimson Light World King family also focused on fire-based abilities. This was the reason Crimson Strife Cloud married the ancient Phoenix clan's little princess in the past. Little Jade. Although her words are a bit too arrogant, she does have the capabilities to fight him. At least she isn't blindly underestimating him. Maybe she can win. In the audience, Crimson Strife Cloud whispered to himself. He was aware of Crimson Wishjade's complete strength. But, as for where the limits of Lin Ming's strength lay, he didn't know at all. Victory or defeat would depend on how much Lin Ming's strength surpassed his imagination. At this time, on the 23rd step of the Divine Seal altar, Lin Ming was facing Crimson Wishjade, who was fully displaying her Scorching Blood bloodline. He faintly smiled and said, "You want me to understand the disparity between us, but I fear that you may be mistaken in just who is weaker and who is stronger." What shameless boasting! A disciple of an ordinary Holy Land is actually so arrogant. I will show you just what happens to people like you. Crimson Wishjade raised her sickle blade up high. At this time, the phantom of an immortal Fire Lord appeared behind her. The power of Scorching Blood swelled up as a conflagration of flames rose upwards, galloping forwards like a rushing army. Raging flames spread throughout the surrounding area. On the relatively quiet 23rd step, such an explosive battle was extremely eye-catching. It had to be known that the entire 23rd step was covered with an immense Empyrean pressure. The weaker martial artists weren't even able to display 30% of their full strength. It was impossible for them to release such a massive attack. Crimson Flame Domain. This is the Crimson Flame Domain. There were many types of fire domains. The one that Crimson Wishjade used now was the Crimson Flame Domain. It was much stronger than the Blue Lotus Domain. This sort of domain was intrinsically fused into the Scorching Blood bloodline of the Crimson Light family. As monstrous flames burned into the skies, the entire audience and all the martial artists on the 23rd step turned towards them. This was a battle between two great powerhouses. Someone is using the Crimson Flame Domain, and it's a woman too. I think she should be the extreme genius being raised in the Crimson Light Holy Lands and also the peak master of the Crimson Light world. Her opponent is Lin Ming. On the spirit boat floating in front of the Divine Seal altar, the two hosts shouted out with gusto. They had looked over the information of all the participants here. Thus they knew most of the geniuses and where they came from. They had originally no longer bothered with Lin Ming, but now, Lin Ming caught their attention once again. Many of those in the audience also noticed them. Then Crimson Wishjade attacked. Her sickle blade slashed down. In that moment, Crimson Wish Jade seemed to fuse with the phantom Fire Lord behind her. The Crimson Flame domain expanded outwards, enveloping the entire battlefield. Lin Ming grasped the Phoenix Blood Spear and swept it outwards. Blue Lotus Flame Dance. In a battle of fire laws against fire laws, a towering blue lotus rose into the air. A brilliant blue beam of fire shot straight out. However, as this beam of fire hurtled towards Crimson Wishjade's blade light, the beam of fire suddenly slowed down as if there was a tremendous amount of resistance. On the other hand, Crimson Wishjade's sickle blade seemed to speed up with overwhelming momentum, making one's heart race. My Crimson Flame domain can gather all fire element heaven and earth origin energy without needing to use any true essence. It is capable of ruling over all flames in this world. For you to use the fire laws to battle with me is simply seeking your own death. Crimson Wishjade coldly sneered. Her saber light suddenly split into thousands of little wisps. Every wisp of saber light was like a petal of a red lotus. For a time, the entire sky was flooded with countless red lotus petals. It was an incomparably gorgeous scene. Since that's what you think, I will use the fire laws to defeat you. Lin Ming smiled. In terms of the fire laws, regardless of comprehension or utilization, he had never felt weak, especially against his peers. Against them, he was fully confident that he was king. Crimson Wishjade had the Crimson Flame domain, but as for him, he had a transcendent divine might. Moreover, Lin Ming had already comprehended the fifth-level concept of the fire laws, virtual fire. This was a boundary that ordinary geniuses could never hope to match. As Crimson Wishjade rushed towards him, from within Lin Ming's inner world, the heretical god seedling indignantly spread out. The power of fire rushed out like a tide. The heretical god force opened to the limit. In that instant, on top of Lin Ming's spear light, the phantom of a divine tree seemed to appear. This phantom only appeared for a brief instant, but in this instant, Lin Ming's spear light became several times sharper. Even the fire laws between the heavens and earth seemed to be influenced by this and twist around. The fire origin energy around Crimson Wishjade that rushed towards him like a surging tide was suddenly cut apart and controlled by Lin Ming. Pong pong pong. In the split moment when the divine tree phantom appeared, those thousands of red lotus petals that fluttered in the skies were all destroyed as if they had been scorched to nothing. Within the Crimson Flame domain, all of the wildfire origin energy there was controlled by Lin Ming. What? Crimson Wishjade was shocked. She had never encountered such a scene before. In a battle of martial artists that used the same laws, the one that was able to use their comprehension of laws to control the heaven and earth origin energy could directly suppress the other. Crimson Wishjade's perception was extremely high to begin with, and she had also inherited the Crimson Light family's burning blood bloodline as well as Phoenix bloodline from her mother, who possessed the perfect ancient Phoenix bloodline. To her, the ancient Phoenix bloodline was the finishing touch upon her own bloodline. After comprehending the Crimson Flame domain, she was even more confident that no one could challenge her in the aspect of fire laws. But now she was the one being suppressed by Lin Ming. Crimson Flame domain, completely open. In that instant, brilliant golden rays of light shot out from all over Crimson Wishjade's body. The skin of her body turned a deep fiery red. She had activated her scorching bloodline to the limit. As Lin Ming faced Crimson Wishjade giving her all, he merely swept his spear out. Crack! Lin Ming shouted out loud. All of the surrounding fire origin energy was swept up by Lin Ming's spear. A giant tear formed in Crimson Wishjade's Crimson Flame domain. Lin Ming strode into the Crimson Flame domain. At this time, he was like a war god descended to the world, unstoppable and indestructible. As he walked forwards, every single bit of fire origin energy gathered to him. There was even some fire origin energy that manifested into spiritual flame beings. There were fire crows, fire kirans, fire wolves, and so forth. All of these beings surrounded Lin Ming, bowing to him, worshipping him. This was a phenomenon that occurred when one comprehended the fire laws to an exceedingly high degree, capable of ruling over the world. Faintly, behind Lin Ming, the phantom of a divine tree appeared. It took root in the endless inferno of flames. It rose higher and higher, growing into a towering tree. Within this sea of flames, a divine tree was born. This phenomenon was seen by all present, but no one knew what it meant. This is. Within the divine seal altar, the gray-robed old man was watching all of this happen. He paid particular attention to this divine tree. The gray-robed old man was extremely interested in Lin Ming. He didn't think it was strange if Lin Ming knew a transcendent divine might, but the key point was that he didn't know of the heretical god force. The divine realm had existed for countless billions of years. Before ancient times, there were even more ancient times, continuing all the way back until the creation of the universe. In all this time, there was an untold number of Empyreans that had appeared. And among these Empyreans, many of them had created their own transcendent divine might. Of these transcendent divine mights, 90% of them had been lost to time. But there was a small number that had been preserved. These were located all over the divine realm or in some unknown ancient mystic realms. Sometimes these mystic realms weren't dangerous at all. After all, far too long a time had passed. Any powerful array formation would have weakened or even vanished, and any formidable guardian beast would have exhausted its lifespan and died. To obtain the transcendent divine mights located in these mystic realms, it depended on one's luck and not strength. The gray-robed old man had an extraordinary degree of experience, but even he didn't know every single transcendent divine might. There was no one that could accomplish such a feat. Moreover, many transcendent divine mights had special peculiarities. For instance, the heretical god force was not an offensive transcendent divine might but an auxiliary arcane skill. Even if one saw the towering divine tree that rose in the boundless sea of fire behind Lin Ming, it was impossible for them to judge whether or not this phenomenon originated from an arcane skill, cultivation method, special physique, or bloodline. How interesting! I wonder just where this young boy comes from. The gray-robed old man muttered to himself. This little baby girl can't even force out his true strength. Luckily, there are some other nice talented brats ahead of her. If they fight Lin Ming, I should be able to see some more. At this time, on the 23rd step of the Divine Seal altar, Lin Ming had already rushed towards the front of Crimson Wishjade. All of the surrounding fire origin energy was swept up around him, all of it under his control. You! Crimson Wishjade's pupils shrank. Her crimson flame domain had actually been ripped open. Not just that, but within her own domain, he was actually able to grasp complete control of the fire laws and suppress her. Lin Ming is actually this strong? In the audience, Hua Violent Stone was extremely shocked. Even though Crimson Wishjade had such immense talent, she was still completely surpassed in a battle against Lin Ming. This was something he had never imagined from the start. After all, they hadn't seen Lin Ming's performance in the preliminaries. They had only seen the change in his merit points. One's merit points and one's true combat strength were two different matters. Otherwise, the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting would have been simply settled with a ranking of merit points. Lin Ming ignored this all. From between his eyebrows, the blood of the ancient phoenix burnt, emitting a flaming golden light. Since he said he would use the fire laws to defeat Crimson Wishjade, he naturally wouldn't use his body transformation technique or the thunder laws. In Lin Ming's view, Crimson Wishjade was merely a peak talent of a great world king Holy Land. As for the Crimson Light Holy Lands, they were only from a third-order world. Crimson Wishjade likely couldn't even compare with Wu Final Cloud, who came from the true martial great world, a second-order world.